maybe the other tables are slow.
I'll do fast as well, don't worry.
No, I don't like this.
Yeah, I reckon the guy with the NASA hat didn't win the mini-win.
You said he won.
I thought he did, someone said he did.
I don't know.
Victor did.
I don't know. He was maybe in.
Yeah, he was in.
But now it looks like I made a V. Come on, help me. What should I do?
Can't do that.
You're gonna see. Do you think it's nice?
Yeah, but what's it going to be?
I don't
It just
know.
looks like a V.
I know.
I think you should make a G.
Doesn't look like a V. It just looks like a...
So two V's.
Okay.
Have you seen Pika in this video?
No.
You've not seen the guy who comes on with the hair across his face?
No. Why, he had long hair.
We'll see in a minute.
When is that?
Hey?
When is that, do you know?
All these?
When it's gonna come, do you know?
Oh, no. I'll tell you when it's on.
Just showing pictures.
These are already old.
But he used to be a player.
Hey?
He used to be a player.
No. I don't know.
Then why is he on the video?
Now then. Testing, London calling. Be with you in 15 minutes. Just doing a mic test.
There is no more. They don't pay for photographer anymore. They don't pay for photographer anymore.
Pika does it.
Yeah, but do you remember it used to be?
Can I have your attention please? Players returning for day 3 of the main event. We have 15 minutes until play commences. Look at what my friend wore to her friend's wedding.
Oh, what?
Wore it. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah.
Right. Should we speak to them about what time we need to go? Because we've got a train. So,
Yeah.
yeah?
Speak to them.
We're going to be able to go. You've got people coming in later, haven't you?
Yeah, but you should have told them yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Because then they would have made sure that they've got enough cover and stuff.
Oh, right.
So you shouldn't wait until Sunday to tell them that you need to get a train. It's the worst place to do it.
You're right, because they just got everything.
I mean, speak to them, I'm sure it will be
Alright, I'll
fine.
speak to them on the first break.
Yeah, speak to them. It's just you shouldn't wait until Sunday to tell them because
Yeah.
they tell you not to
other venues it's okay because it's always dead.
Yeah.
I don't think Ashton's not really that busy on a Sunday anyway, but...
No, I just checked it, that in summer we got at like 5 o'clock, but like they kicked us out, like finish, go away.
What, at the
That's,
Vic?
Like she wanted
yeah, that's why I just checked, that's why I thought that, oh, maybe it's,
No, but you should always tell them before. It's just courtesy as well, isn't it? So they know.
yeah.
Because then they can check about, they've given 6 people the day off today. They could have said, oh, actually, okay, we've got... Because they always have 2 tournaments on a Sunday. They're going to have our tournament and another tournament later.
You're gonna have a side event as well.
2.
There's going to be 2 side events today.
You idiot.
I don't know, there's maybe 2.
Never mind, we can make some money. Buy another train ticket and,
No, you know why? It's going to cost a fortune.
and walk home. Nice one, nice one.
I don't want to stay past right.
Well, tell them that we need to finish by 5, 6. We're not gonna get a break together. So if you get before me, you're gonna go to the shop.
Oh, shit, yeah. I'm going to go speak to them.
Yeah. I know your code for the joint account. I wrote it down.
Okay, you can give it me, that's good. And I'm just going
I'll
to
tell you where you can find it.
I don't need it, I'll just use my own phone. I'm not going to go to your bag and look for stuff and then make it to the shop.
Yeah, useless. Why don't you know your own PIN?
I've never used it, and I don't really want to
But
use it.
I activate it for you, so I don't understand why is that not working. Do you have any Hungarian on your table?
Try and get me... I'd like to get some 100k down. Yeah. So, I think it's going to be one. I'm just going to need one. All the pictures on the beach table. Of course they are.
Well, it's the beach table.
Just a random draw though, isn't it?
Really?
Of course it is. You can't. I would like, they asked me...
I thought you picked the table for yesterday, because that table was good at the start of day
Yeah,
2.
you pick the table.
That's
so
what I mean.
it gets drawn out and then we'll pick that table.
Yeah.
But I mean, who goes on what table is a random draw?
Yeah, I know that, but
Yeah.
you could pick a table with all the chips, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I just drew it. 1, 2, and 4. It's like, I'm not faffing around with that business.
Can I have your attention please? Players returning for day 3 of the main event. You have 10 minutes until play commences.
Say again.
Looks like everyone's late today.
Still 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Depends if you're
But yeah, but usually 10 minutes already see some people. They don't see any
Oh,
player.
that'll be the total difference, by the way.
probably all
Yeah, for sure. I need to go find out.
Are you home tomorrow?
No, we're going to go back tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah, get
Who'd you stay about?
30. Near Nottingham.
You drive then or what?
No, we got the train this time. We usually drive. No, it's parked.
Oh. You pick a train round the back, you get it pretty cheap, don't you?
Yeah, got it.
You ever heard of a thing called Seat Frog?
No.
So there's an app on your phone, right, called Seat Frog. You book your train, right?
Yeah.
Go out and something like upgrades.
So they changed it. I saw on the blog.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, opens like, sorry mate, like 24 hours before you do.
Yeah.
But you upgrade.
I don't know
photograph of this, right? Before you touch it. I'll take one for that side as well. Morning, guys. Morning. Hello, I'm ready. I'm busy field. Thank you. Morning, Andrew.
Morning.
I just please. That's
What?
right.
I tell you that like that. Change it all around.
Thank you.
I do all sorts of things.
They won't have me, mate.
Hey, you're listening to bro.
Yeah.
That's your right.
I do.
I don't know, gentlemen. Can't believe it. As soon as you're playing, I'll take you to go as much to the left as you possibly today.
Oh, I see what you mean now. Okay. So you put the little in there, do you?
Yeah, we'll try. Well, no, it's not. It's a draw. What happens, what happens, you know what I mean? There's not much you can do with the other. You're all right.
In another bag. That's when you know you got a lot of chips. They put them in another bag.
Can I have your attention, please? Players returning for day 3. We have 5 minutes until play commences. Please take your seats and open your bags.
Just send to me, Andrew, we're going to chip you up anyway.
Eh?
Probably going to chip some of them up anyway.
Oh, yeah, you change it right.
Yeah. I'll help you, Andrew.
Thank you very much. I'll have these. I'll be keeping these ones. This is from half a big line I had.
Really?
Yeah.
No joke.
It's a cup. It's a cup that the comeback of all time.
No way.
I think big line, was it?
Half a big line.
Half a big line.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Still got it on film, funny enough. I lost a big hand and I was under the gun and I had 1,500 left.
Sweetie,
So I just chucked it in without blind. I picked up a glass and I head back to the block and the rest is history.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Good thing I won this, wouldn't it, for happened? I'll make Bluff magazine.
I saw
Okay.
the, yeah, I saw one of the bits you had like really early on in day 2.
Hang on to them now. Subsidise my meagre pension. So bloody top heavy this. I know, you always get people saying it's too top heavy.
Well, it's the way.
You know, if it was 90 and the top, the final table all had a little bit more.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 400,
400.
500. They're the biggest value.
It's not so photogenic as that pile.
Anyone else, Raj?
Sorry. They're gonna fall over. Yeah.
Motion done, aye.
Yeah, see two.
Welcome to day 3 of the biggest GUKPT. Just 467 runners, and we're down to the final 20. We've got 3 tables sat down, ready to start playing. Ludo's still in the mix. Victor cashed last year. His son made the final table. Victor's trying to get himself to the final table. There's some super names left in. We are just about to start. Mitch Johnson is still in the mix as well. We've also got Chris Howden with chips, 688,000. He had a big hand with Patrick Leonard yesterday. He got himself in. Zach O'Sullivan is chip leader on 1.2 million, and the star, there he is, the quick where we quickly run over Zach, just about to start the final day. Fingers crossed for a cracker.
Yeah, it should be a good day. It's a good day yesterday. Managed to stay on top, came in as chip leader, left as chip leader, so yeah, it was a good day. Fingers crossed to do it again today.
Absolutely, we're looking forward to watching you playing.
Yeah, no problem, take care.
A nice one. And obviously the story of the day was Andrew Garland, who had one small blind and he's turned it into 1 million chips and second out of the 20 that are still in the mix. That will be the story of the entire tournament. 122,000 up top. We're just going straight over to the feature table, and Jay, it's over to you.
Thanks, Tower. Good afternoon, everybody. We are back for the final day of the main event. 467 entries. We are down to the final 20. Final 3 tables. And the players just taking their seats, and we're just about to get underway. Featured table for the first session of the day in seat 1. WSOP main event champion Martin Jakobsen. Seat 3, story of yesterday, Andy Garland. Seat 4, Alexios Zervos. Seat 6, Richard Harrison. Seat 7, Paul Siddell. Seat 8, Patrick Uzan. And in seat 9, Jan van den Bogart.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. 20 down to a champion. And I'm pretty confident in saying a new champion. So blind starting at 6,000, 12,000, running ante of 1,000. The clock is in the background, as you can see, so that is on. So it's good for the players to see. How much action will we see in the opening session? Certainly not as busy as yesterday.
Well, it could be, because looking at the stack sizes, we've got a few players that are around the 15 big blind max. Mitchell, Chris and Stephen on this table are fairly short.
Don't forget, you can watch us on GUKPT.com as always. And good afternoon, everybody who's in the chat box. Afternoon, Don Mahoney, already saying good luck to the Teessiders. Chris Howden, for starters. And Rika. Good afternoon, Twitch.
Good afternoon, Twitch.
Hello, everybody. And good afternoon, YouTube. Everybody who's watching on YouTube as well. So there is plenty of ways to now watch the GUKPT. Twitch is brand new, started yesterday afternoon, and an instant success. So that's good news. Right, good afternoon, everybody. We'll keep control of both chat boxes, and we'll answer any questions. Big event for us tonight online, Jay.
Yeah, we've got the first ever GUKPT online main event. That's going to occur every Sunday that there is a GUKPT leg for the main event. So get yourself into that £110 buy, and it's a 10k guarantee. And points for that as well do go towards the National League.
National Leaderboard, yep. Try and get the results from the deep stacks as well this week. And the 25-25 that's in Glasgow.
So Alexios just limping in the small, completing for 6k, and Richard with 10s in the big blind here, playing just over 20 bigs. So may just see Richard move all in here, rather than raising it up. You just might see a jam and a triangle go his way. And there it is, there's the all in, and Alexios cannot call, so he'll get out of the way, and Richard going to take this one down.
Any eliminations on the outer tables, you'll probably see the players standing up if it's on the out view, as we can see right now. So any action, you'll see it, and we'll let you know of the elimination.
Yeah, we've got 2 tables 7-handed at the moment and 1 table 6-handed. 20 players remaining.
Table 2, Mitch Johnson, Chris Kadji, Steve Chandler, Chris Howden, Atanas Pavlov and Zach O'Sullivan as chip leader. Spoke to him just before, as you saw in the credits. Andrew Gorland, sponsored by Saga. He has been around a bit, but he's been playing poker for years, by the way. The story's coming out that he used to be in Amsterdam with Marcel Lusk back in the 80s.
So folds round 2, the blinds Richard in the small completes for 6k, and action on Paul with 5 deuce of diamonds. Checks his option, and these guys will take a flop. See a queen, 4 deuce, 2 club board. Paul goes into the lead, flopping bottom pair. After it's checked to us here, I think we've got a clear bet spot, as we can see. Fires just deny equity to all the overs. It's a bet and take. Gibraltarian says, do you guys intend on getting the pros to broadcast online events? Would help build the stream. Well, we had Alex in yesterday, and he was talking a bit about Twitch, and he said how Rick Trigg is going to be doing some Twitch streaming for us on the Grosvenor client throughout the year, so I know at least one.
Okay. Did they ask you?
Yeah, Alex asked me if I wanted to do...
2 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Alex...
Have you not seen my pedigree online?
I know, yeah.
Do they not know how many flip free rolls I win and how many tokens I get?
Yeah.
The first thing they do is ask you.
I know. Well, I'm going to have a chat with Alex about it.
Me
and
too.
Potentially, I could also be doing a bit of live streaming on the client, get it all set up. Absolutely. And go from there.
Absolutely. You just saw then that in seat number 8, we've just swapped. We've just balanced tables because Mitch Johnson has been eliminated. Mitch Johnson was the first player eliminated, which made it down to 19, and then so we've just balancing the tables. So we just lost Patrick Ouzan, not being eliminated, but he is on table 2 now, because the first person eliminated it was Mitch. Means we're down to 19, 1 person more, and we're down to 2 tables.
So Mitch Johnson in 20th, 3.7k for his troubles. Everyone's still a 3.7k locked up, 19 left. And after we start to lose sort of 5-6 more players, then pay jumps are going to be getting a bit more tasty.
Thanks, John. John Bonadise, great stream. Keep up the good work.
Maybe we could do it together, Tao. Like I could Skype you in and we could do some Twitch together. Could always work.
Yeah. Get me involved. Get me involved. Seeing as Alex won't, might as well be able to get involved somehow.
I'll just play. I won't say anything, and you do the comms over it.
Absolutely. I'm in. Get me in. Yeah, it'd be good to see Trig all night play.
Yeah.
See
what he gets up to. How he does it.
How does he do it? How does he do it? Well, one of the days we had streaming this week where there was something like 8 million in online earnings between 3 or 4 of the players.
Yeah. It was feature table. We had Ludo on it, Sam Grafton and Stu Rutter. Combined online earnings was well over 10 million.
Incredible.
Those guys have racked up some results in their time, and Ludo actually still in the field. You can see him on the furthest outer table. He's got the same, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's got the same shirt on that he wore in the grand final day as well. It might be his day,
lucky shirt.
Yeah, his day 3.
Well, like Tiger Woods wears a red shirt when he plays golf.
It's the same shirt we spoke about last time that when Yanis Lipris won Blackpool that he was wearing. Yeah. Richard pocket nines in the hijack, playing just over 20 big blind stack. You can go either way with this one. You can just open shove, or you can come in for an open. It can be dependent on the players in the blinds. You may open if you feel like you've got a nice post flop edge against the players in the blinds. It's just a raise and take from Richard. And Andy Garland folding the 3-deuce story of yesterday. Half a big blind, got it in with pocket jacks.
Yeah. I said to him earlier on, you had a small blind left. He went, no, I had half a big blind. I said, is that not a small blind? He went, yeah, I suppose it is. He had a small blind left.
Unless you're playing one of the WSOP events with their blind structure 300, 500, and
we were running through the World Series earlier this week, and some of the blind structures are fantastic. Some of the tournaments don't use the 25 chips, so they go 1-1, 1-2, 1-3. Brilliant.
Morning, Scott. Committed to the cause, up nice and early, 4:30 over in Seattle.
It's probably not, but I don't think he's been home yet. I think he's still out. He might be on the final table, whatever we played yesterday. Morning, Scott. Super Bowl Sunday. Big Patriots fan is Scott. Even though he lives in Seattle, well, they've got a great team, and that's near Washington, and they've got a great team as well. They play,
is that the
Glory Hunter.
Seattle Sounders.
It's like somebody living in London supporting Man United.
Yeah. So most people in London then.
Flop time, 7-2-5. 2 spades.
Paul, although he's got the worst hand here, this pot's going to go to him most of the time with his continuation bet. Heads up again. Oh, another hand's just appeared. Alexios, King 7. So he's actually flop top pair here. Paul is going to continue still. It's a good board to continue on. It's pretty dry, hard for our opponents to connect. And Seat 9 is going to get out of the way. And action back on Alexios, who will not be folded. He's flop top pair.
Eight of hearts on the turn. Still Alexios with the advantage.
Incoming double barrel from Paul. And what we saw from Paul yesterday was really putting pressure on and putting some players in dicey spots. The story does check out here, like he opened pre-flop, he's double barreled, he's got all the over pairs like 9s through aces, can have some sets as well, maybe even a hand like 7-8 suited on this particular turn. So he's got plenty of value there, but in this case he does just have a complete airball, and Alexios in the tank. Problem with calling here from Alexios, we've got to think about what are we doing on specific rivers facing a third barrel from Paul, and when you're sort of making these marginal decisions on the turn, that's what's got to be going through your head, thinking about what we're doing on the next street. And I think that's why he's passed. We just can't stand the heat of 3 barrels with middle pair, so lets it go on the turn, which is perfectly fine. But nice play from Paul, really up in the aggression early on, and picks up a very nice pot.
Big cash player is Paul, but he has done some wins in his time. Doesn't rack up too many points on the circuit playing tournaments. Big cash player though.
Well, he likes his local at Westcliff. He's won it about 30 times.
Look at that. Wow. I'm not playing in Westcliff, by the way. Get me out of town. Look at them.
He's got about 40 first place finishes.
Yeah. Yeah, he does rack them up. His best life cash is only $27,000, so this could eclipse it. It's
and what I see from there, he's obviously a very good heads-up player.
Yes. Yeah.
Obviously he does well short-handed.
He's first and second, I tell you what. Incredible.
So Martin Jakobsen here, playing a stack of 17 bigs. Makes it 25k in the cut-off with 6s. Alexios Jack 10 of diamonds. Now Alexios here, he's got to be aware of Martin's stack. He's only playing 17 bigs, so I don't think we will see a free bet if he is going to continue. He's made the call, and the big blind gets out of the way, so heads up to the flop. Martin with the 6s, Alexios with the Jack 10 suited. Checks to the aggressor.
I don't know. I believe that's perfect switch.
Anybody in the London area?
And Martin choosing to continue, and Alexios gets out of the way.
We have lost one on the outer tables, which means we're down to 18, which means Ludo is coming into seat number 5.
Who we lost, Tower?
We've lost Stephen Chandler in 19th. He came up against Chris Kadji. Chris tabling Cowboys, and that was the end of Stephen Chandler's efforts here in London. £3,700 for 19th for Stephen Chandler, which means we're down to 2 tables and 18 players. Cashed last year, Victor Ilyukin, and Victor Ilyukin Jr. final table last year. So he's doing it for the Russian Bears. That's what he's doing it. Go on, Victor. So we have 2 tables of 9, 18 players left. The average age on our table is just shot through the roof, by the way. Seats 2 and 3 combined is the age of table 2. So we have 2 tables left in London. GUKPT, 467 runners. It has been a super event to start season 13. Record numbers. 175 for day 1A. 292 yesterday, on Friday, sorry. And then 139 was one of the biggest day twos we started with.
Yeah. It's been a great event. It's the final 2 tables now. Afternoon, Brad. See you a bit later.
Yeah, locked in cages and everything. Afternoon, tailors. Watching on Twitch. So Victor, under the gun plus 2. just willy-nilly. What shall I do? What shall I do?
So Rich on the button here. We're playing 21 bigs. No need to shove Jack 10 off. Fine to just come in for a steal, and he does open. Makes it 25k. Paul here actually got a very nice 3-bet spot. Just because of the stack size, Richard's opening off of. We got ace pre-suited. We block a lot of his continue range, and it's just one of them good 3-bet bluff hands. And it looks like he's heard me because he's counting out some chips. And it is a 3-bet and a snap fold. And it's important when you are 3-bet bluffing, be aware of stack sizes, because a lot of the 3-bet bluff spots do come from your opponent's stack size. He's opening off at 21 bigs. If we 3-bet out the small, it's so hard for him to just pill. It's like 4-bet rip or fold, and a nice pick up there from Paul. Started this day very well. He'll be feeling good. Pocket sixes for Alexios in the hijack. He comes in for a raise, makes it 26k. Action on Paul on the button, King Jack off. And Paul just lets this one go. Raise and take it for Alexios. You're going to see a lot more of that today than you would have seen over the past few days. Won't be getting to many showdowns. Late reg until 9. That's for the online event.
The online leg starts at 6. Is that the same time as the free roll?
I think the free roll.
Is the free roll at 6?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah,
£200 free roll starting at 6 tonight on Grosvenor Poker. We'll be involved with that.
Yeah, make sure you keep tuned
in. I'll play one hand. I'll be all in. Afternoon, Lauren. Watching on the GUKPT client. I hope you are well.
Go on, Dickie, she says. I'm assuming that's Richard in seat 6 she is talking about. Andy Garland getting involved first time today. Pocket 8s, raise and take.
6-12, running ante of 1,000. First level of the final day, level number 21. And we're down to 18.
So Adele in the cut-off. Pretty loose open, 9-6 off. He's got the chip stack to do it, but there are some better hands we can select to open. He'll have his reasons for opening here, but in this case he's going to get free bet from seat 9. And there's the free bet, and unless someone wakes up with a monster in the blinds, it's going to be folded back round to Adele, who will get out of the way and pick up there for seat 9.
So 1.1 million for Andrew Garland, chip leader. Adele in second place, 971. Martin Jacobson is short stack on 217,000.
Got a lot of supports. He has Andy Garland in seat 3, lots of players.
Yeah, the Fat Dog Poker section as well.
Watching him yesterday.
We saw at the APAT event in Blackpool last week. There was a lot of people there. He's part of that section. He said, I've got to do well at poker because my pension's rubbish. Fair enough. That'll do. For 18th place has locked up £4,100. Fantastic payout structure. Well, if you hit the final table, you'll have guaranteed 7,400.
So Adele, second time he's very loose open. This time 6-5 off in the hijack. And Andy Garland defending out of the big blind. And if we're opening 6-5 off and we get this type of flop, we should always be continuing. It looks good for our perceived range, and we're going to get lots of folds out of the big blind, as we see there. Takes it down. Afternoon, Dennis. Afternoon, Kev.
Jan van den Bogert is in 9. We have 18 players left. They have locked up 4.1.
I'll have the overs on that, Kev. I know Tower will bite that finish time off, but I'll definitely have the overs on 10:38.
10:38 being the last hand. I'm going for 8:27
in the morning.
PM.
PM.
Yeah. Super Bowl Sunday. You have to be optimistic.
Yeah. So Richard under the gun +1. He has Ace Jack playing a stack of just sub 20 big blinds. So fine to come in for an open here, makes it 25k. Could still spot, try and pick up blinds and antes, but Victor not going anywhere on the button. He wants to see a flop with his suited ace. And action now on Alexios in the big blind, who has King 8 of spades, and he won't be folding for this price. So we're going to see a three-way flop, going three-way to the flop. Richard with the best of it at the moment.
Six, 8, 4. Two hearts.
Alexios jumps out into the lead, flopping a top pair. Don't expect Richard to continue on this board, but it's not even going to get checked to him. Alexios going to come out with a donk lead, and that should take it down, and it does. Flops top pair. He obviously just doesn't want to want it to check through and an overcard to fill off.
So follow us on Facebook, Grosvenor Poker, at Grosvenor Poker on Twitter, and also all the videos GUKPT on YouTube, and we'll be adding Twitch to that for the next leg because we've just started. Good afternoon, Mikey B, who's watching on Twitch. How many watching on Twitch?
We've got 30 at the moment on Twitch.
289 yesterday. Numbers are there. Loads, thousands. You don't have to tune in on, or you don't have to log in to watch the live stream. Ends up in the thousands by the time we've done. Martin Jacobson says Kevin will be in the final 2 players. And who else?
Kevin says Martin Jacobson. Not Martin Jacobson says Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin says Martin Jacobson.
Kevin said Martin Jacobson was going to be in the final.
You said Martin Jacobson says Kevin will be in the final.
Well, they know each other. They know each other really well.
Yeah. So C seat 9 making it 25k. Ludo with 8-7 off in the big. Can't see him folding this particular hand. And he does defend, and we will take a flop heads up. Queen 10 and 8-7.
10 Jack Queen is flop. 2 pair.
It's going to go check, bet, fold, and
Yeah.
that will be the end of that. But it really does show you with this structure, like an hour clock, good starting stack, good level structure, like how much more skill does come into play. There's a field of 467 players. You've got Martin Jacobson still in, Ludo still in, after he final tabled the grand final. Like when you got this sort of structure and you got so much time and you can just carefully pick your spots throughout a day, just the luck factor goes down.
Mm-hmm. Kevin says, me and Martin best of mates, I taught him well. He'll have a couple of good scores, this Martin Jacobson, before he's finished, I think.
So Paul, big slick under the gun.
Final table of this event 2 years ago did Paul Siddell, when the Zhang Banging won it.
He's gone on to big things, Michael Zhang. He's a crusher now. Very well known worldwide in the poker world.
Yeah. Paul Siddell was 5th for 22.2. It's his biggest live score in tournaments.
So Andy makes the call, and Richard, you expect to get out of the way in the big, as he does, and we'll take a flop heads up. Both players fairly deep here. See a Queen 9-8 rainbow flop. May see Paul elect to check this board after Andrew's peeled in the cut-off, as he does. It's just a board that does hit Andrew's range quite well. He's going to have all the Queen Jacks, 10 Jacks, 9-8 suited, them type of hands. And Paul checks, but now after Andy's check behind, he's going to come in for a delayed continuation bet, and Andy makes the quick call.
10 of clubs on the river.
So now action on Paul. I can see him waving the white flag on this particular river.
Yeah, he's just done that.
As he does, and Andy shows the sixes, and sixes are good.
$18 players left out of the 467. that played the event.
So it was a lot quieter in here today, Tower. The old card room, that will start to fill up again around 4 o'clock. We do have a side event starting at 4. If you do fancy playing it, 75 bounty. So every player you bust, you get £75 in your pocket. Yes, Gala, 1.1 million for Andy Garland. Had 1,500 chips at one point yesterday. Half a big blind. Managed to spin it up to over a milli, and he started today well as well. So we see Adele ace 8 off, makes it 30k under the gun. Action on Ludo on the button. He's got deuces here, playing a stack of 16 big blinds. Gonna get out of the way.
Quick mention to Steve Cleary, who works in the Grosvenor up here in the Vic. Been here longer than you've been alive. Been here 25 years. He's just finished the London Winter Run, the 10k run in 48 minutes. And he was doing it for cancer research. So a big shout out to Steve Cleary, who's gone from the card room for a jog and ended up with a medal.
I've done 10k once.
Yeah, I've done 10k in my life, yeah.
It was at a cash table.
Yeah, well done, Steve.
Yeah, well done, Steve.
Top man.
Well then, Steve.
Top man.
That folds round to Ludo in the cut-off. He's got King 10 here. He's going to come in for an open. Makes it 27k. Paul gets out of the way, so action on Adele in the big blind, ace 8 off. Expect him to defend. But he's just shoved, and Ludo's going to have to fold now.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, effective stack 18 bigs. He's just shipped it in. Ludo can't call off with King 10.
18 left here in London. So the very next hand, Ludo calls the 12,000. Adele yet again, King 9. 1.1 mil. Calls as well. And Jan, got a good chance of squeezing.
Yeah, he's
30 bigs. And to make it a sizable raise or flipping the triangle.
Makes it 62k, and we get 2 quick folds from Ludo in the small blind.
So Ludo 14 bigs, Richard 15 and Martin Jacobson 17 big blinds. We're on 18 players from the 467 that have played the main event. Really, it was a fantastic turnout for the start of 2019. Next leg is in Manchester, 3rd till the 10th of March. Hope to see a lot of you there. And Scala says, is that 1.1 million chips from 1500? Yes, it is. He was all in with pocket jacks. He was all in blind, actually, obviously. To look down at pocket jacks and flopped a set against another guy who had ace jack, and everybody else had 4 to 5 callers as well. Morning, Gail. How you doing? Hope you're having a good, lovely Sunday.
Morning, Mum.
Get them Yorkshire puddings mixed.
Yeah, I'll get a picture of a roast dinner in about an hour's time.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Marvellous. Here's what you could have.
She
She
does it on purpose. I'll be like, am I coming around Sunday for a roast? She'll say, no, I'm not doing one, and then she'll send me a picture on the Sunday.
I shan't tell you what I had for breakfast this morning. Omelette and chips.
Omelette and chips. Nothing wrong with that. Long day ahead of us.
Absolutely. We need protein.
Getting some fuel.
Yeah, we need some protein.
Alexios makes it 26k with ace jack under the gun +1. And it's just a raise and take. Still 18 players left. Chip leader at the table, Andy Garland, followed closely by Adele. Adele, who was chip leader for most of the day yesterday, as well as Zach O'Sullivan, who's on the outer table.
Yeah, they'll be swapping tables at the first break as well, so if you want to watch Zach in action and he doesn't get moved, then the tables will be reversing at the first break, which is round about 2:30 p.m. So from 2:45 the tables will reverse. So if you've got friends and family on the outer table, don't worry, they'll be on at the second session of the day. Paul Siddle, 5th in this 2 years ago.
Finds the queens.
Raises it up.
Makes it 30k, and Martin here is going to get in a world of trouble.
Uh-oh.
Shoves with ace queen suited, and it's going to come back round to Paul. He's going to snap call, and looks like Martin's at risk for his tournament life.
Yeah.
Going to need to find an ace or some diamonds.
If Martin Jakobsen wins this, he final tables. World Series main event winner. Oh, he's got more outs.
Yeah.
With the 10s or an ace.
Brawl by draw alert. 10 or an ace needed. Deuce on the turn is no help.
No, we need a 10 or we need an ace or we lose Martin. And
it's
a
7. So we lose one. Martin Jakobsen.
Martin Jakobsen is gone. In seat number 1, leaves the table. His first cash in a GUKPT. Well done, Martin. But Paul Siddle scoops in, and he's well over 800,000 in chips. £4,100 for 18th. Well done, young man.
The guy that came second to him, he was also playing this competition. Felix Stevenson. I got 50th on that one.
You've done all right yourself. But that main event is something else, isn't it?
Yeah.
I played it once.
You got 50 from that one, yeah? How much you get, like 150,000? Yeah, I came like, what did I come like? 200? No, 300 or something last year. So I got like 50,000.
Right, so
No tournament like that.
Yeah.
No tournament.
right, 75.
45,000. It's amazing to me. 50th is very close. Did you play with Martin a lot during the days? Or did you get to the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, if you could put up.
Were you there?
I wasn't there, though, but 5 million up a lot.
Yeah, 1,000 runners. I've never played. I had 5K, but I would play.
The amazing thing was there wasn't a lot of well-known players at the final table. Like, I didn't know many players. There was a couple that went out before the final, but I didn't know any players on the final. So most of the money went to the Platinum Pass winners, which was good.
The guy that won it was
Platinum Pass winner, yeah, so that's good. He got all the money.
That 5 on the river was amazing, wasn't it? Full house.
Against the Flush.
Oh yeah, that's the final hand, right?
Right, 30. Cool.
The one who lost will be thinking about that hand for the rest of his life. This is the last one. Five is not as lucky number anymore. The other one is.
Check. $23. Alright, 75.
So we're on 17. Hi Russo Placido, and good afternoon Twitch as well. We are on 17 players, £4,100 locked up. Here's 10 for Paul under the gun, raises to 25. It's on Victor with the 07 deuce. No, I'll have none of that, he says. Get me out of the way. Andrew Garland. Ace Queen.
I know, Andy. I think he's just going to flat here.
Yeah,
he's not the type to like 3-bet Ace Queen.
Ludos, look down at pocket 10s. The lot's going in.
Yeah, 11 bigs going to be standard
11
shove.
bigs. We're getting them in. Just looking down. The blinds are 6,000, 12,000 with 11 bigs.
Just a quick count of his stack to make sure, and shortly we'll see the triangle go his way.
Yeah, the player. There's Ludo. The triangle is in.
It's action back on Paul here. He's got ace 10. He's going to ask for a count. Playing 6 and 12, so it's just under a 12 big blind shove here. Paul's also got to worry about Andy Garland's call behind him as well. Think about hands that he's flattened there.
If Paul folds, I'm guessing Andrew's going to be calling.
I think Paul will get out of the way with ace 10. Hard for Ludo to be. I don't think Ludo's ever going to be showing ace 9, ace 8 here. So if we do make the call as Paul, we're basically hoping to be in a flip situation against a pair. Does get out of the way. And
Andrew's going to flick in the call.
And he will make the call when we're off to the races.
Ace Queen for Andrew Garland. Ludo, pocket 10s. Ace 10 folded as well. So Ludo, slight favourite.
Needs to fade an ace or a queen.
And boom, instant service for Andrew Garland. There's only 1 10 left in the deck for Ludo.
Queen doesn't change anything, just
we need a 10.
Needs a 10.
Nah.
5 on the river, so we lose Ludo in 17th place.
Great effort, young man. Great effort, Ludo. Always good to see him at the tables. Party Poker Ambassador. And eliminated in 17th for 4,100. Fingers crossed, in a couple of minutes' time we'll get Ludo to have a chat with us. We'll quickly go and grab him by the scruff of the neck and drag him in, feet stomping along. Well, fingers crossed we'll grab him. Ludo, £4,100 in 17th. We're down to 16. Come here, you. Here. Get here. Get here.
I'm here. I'm squeezing in here. Okie dokie.
Joined by Ludo. Just saw the bust out hand. Another deep run in this event. I know it was a grand final a couple of months ago when you final tabled, but 467 runners making the final 2 tables. That's some feat again.
Oh, it was a good run again.
Yeah.
I was looking to go back-to-back final tables here. But what can you do? I couldn't really get off to a good start today. I was dropping chips, even on the previous table, before we went down to the last 2 tables. So that's just the way it goes. At the start, you need a good start. But you've only got like 20 odd bigs, which I had coming in. So that was unfortunate.
We saw a big hand with you yesterday. A lot of people were asking about it in the chat against Khalidou Sal when you called off on the river with Ace King when he moved all in. Do you remember the hand? The Ace King in the pocket jacks?
Yeah, I remember the hand. I'm saying, like, he's quite an unusual player. I've watched a lot of his stuff. He's had a lot of success.
Yeah.
In the last like 18 months, he's won like 4 tournaments.
Yeah, he has.
He won like an EPT, and he plays some hands quite funky and strange. So on the river here against a lot of opponents, I wouldn't really have a decision.
Yeah, it'd be.
But against him, I thought to myself, like, it's one of those ones. Like, there's an element of like the 10% randomness that could come into play. Like, he could be trying to get me off a chop with like Ace Jack or something.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
So like, and maybe he should have made a shove pre-flop with a hand that he should have called with.
Yeah, that's
like a smaller pair to the board that got like counterfeited or something. It was a strange one, but I was still beating some of his suited connectors like 9-10 and 10 Jack suited and all that kind of stuff. But the problem was the price I was getting.
Yeah.
And the board had double paired, so it was one of those ones. It was hard to have an 8 or a queen because the board had double paired.
Yeah. It was a tough spot. Did you expect him to value jam like a hand like Jacks or 10Z? Did you?
I'm saying well done to him, value betting Jacks.
Yeah.
Because I'm saying, but I play aces the exact same way, and I play kings the exact same way.
Exactly, yeah.
So like, I'm always going to just check the flop to him with the stack sizes that we had, and then on the river, I'm always checking to him also.
Yeah.
I'm going to just check all 3 streets to him, because by the time we get to the flop,
Yeah, it was like one
It was
SPR
like-
in a pot. Yeah,
it was like pot
size bet
pot into
behind.
pot.
Yeah.
So like, there is going to be a lot of checking involved, because I'm not going to have to bet this hand at any point, basically, because he's never going to fold on the flop when he's got some sort of equity.
Yeah, makes sense.
So there's no point like denying equity. Might as well let him bluff it off sometimes.
Yep. Are you going to be playing any other GUKPT main events this year? We'll see you in Manchester for the next leg.
What's the dates for Manchester?
I will get. I believe it's start of March. It's the first weekend in March, so early March. Just find the dates.
If it's right at the start of March, I could possibly play, but I'm going to be going to WPT Barcelona.
Okay.
And that starts round about like the 8th of March.
Right.
So Manchester would have to start right at the start of March.
I believe it does, the main event. Just get a quick check. Manchester. Oh no, the main event is the second weekend after the festival kicks off, the 3rd of March, which is a Sunday. So
I can maybe squeeze it in. I don't know. Like I'll have a look. I've been to Manchester before. It's one of the ones that gets a good turnout, and it's a 1K one.
Yeah, it's a 1K.
So that's
1K.
one of the better ones for players to travel to.
Yeah,
because the bigger the buy-in, the better it is for players that are travelling.
Yeah,
because
of
that way
course.
it makes it more worth their while for like travelling and expenses.
So see a hand here, just a limp in the small from a Delt and 9-8 suited. Going to check their option. You off to Vegas this year for the WSOP, I take it?
Most likely, but I don't really plan that far ahead.
Yeah, just take it day by day.
Yeah, I've only missed Vegas once in the last like 6 years, but it's one of those ones. It's all about your mindset. So I'll make a decision if I will go for the full lot, or if I'll maybe just go for a few weeks,
Yeah.
or I might not go at all. So
Just a bet and a call. Ace deuce lead in. Seat 9 floats in position with 9-8 of spades. Finds an 8 on the turn. Give him the lead in the hand. And double barrel coming in from Adele now with just ace deuce.
I don't like the double barrel with ace deuce because he's only targeting like to get a four off.
Yeah, like
a
4x.
queen's never going to fold here. The board's just too high in the sense that it's a king and a queen.
Yeah, it's just 4x and like gutter balls like jack nines.
And all of a sudden, 8-9 of spades has put himself in a nasty situation because he's floating with. It would be better if it was like a 6 on board. That way he could maybe turn the 7 for an open ender.
Yeah.
He's really floating here with 8-9 of spades with no hand to even like turn a hand. Because even if he turns like a 10 or a jack, he's drawn to the dummy end of the straight.
Yeah.
So it's one of those ones. He might check here with ace deuce because he beats like 10 jack.
Yeah, he does check and it's going to snap check behind. And Yang going to take the pot. While we got Ludo here shortly, guys, if you got any questions on Twitch or via the GUKPT website in the chat box, fire them in. I'm sure he'll be happy to answer.
Someone's asking here, ask Ludo who he think is the winning tournament favourites.
Yeah.
I actually don't know a lot of the field, but I'm going to go for Chris Howden.
Chris Howden, yeah.
I'm going to go for him because he plays a very good game. He's a cash game player and he's solid. And he's got a few moves up his sleeve and he's got a very good image. So I think he's the one I'm going to pick to win the tournament.
He had a big pot yesterday. Patrick Leonard fired 3 barrels into him, leaving himself with 50k, and he called off, and Patrick Leonard just mucked, and that was about a 600k pot.
Yeah, Patrick had a lot of chips, and he gave away a lot in that hand.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he gave away a lot. Patrick had no hand that hand, so he felt the only way he could win, obviously, was to bluff. So you either decide to give up completely, or else you go for it. And I can't remember how the hand was exactly played, but it looked as if it was a good bluff spot, in the sense that I think the flop went check, and it was king high, so Chris Howden is maybe going to have like 10s, jacks, queens a lot here. So like he was targeting like getting them kind of hands off.
It makes
and
sense.
Chris made the call, so when we didn't get to see the hand because
Yeah, that's the thing. We only got the details of the hand. We never actually got to see see the hands. It wasn't on the featured table.
Yeah, so I'm going to go for Chris Howden because I don't actually know any players that are left. I know a lot of the faces, but I just don't know their games.
Yeah,
but I know Chris Howden's game quite well, and he's a low-key player. Not a lot of people know how good he actually is because he plays so much cash. He will play the tournaments as well, but he's a cash game player.
You find that a lot here at the Vic. You get people that just play these 1Ks and 2Ks that have like no other tournament results, but are actually very good players.
And that's another thing with Chris Howden as well, because he plays so much cash, a lot of players won't know how he plays because he doesn't play a lot of tournaments. So like he's got that also, that advantage of nobody really knowing that he can make a few moves here and there, and they don't know his style of play.
Yeah, makes sense. Plays well, Chris, from what we've seen from him on the featured table. So button open here, nut low for Jan, 3 deuce, makes it 25k. It's folded to you on the button. You ever opening 100% of your range here? 3 deuce from Jan with some reshove stack sizes in the blinds. I'm probably leaning more towards a fold.
The deuce 3 open here. I know I used to do some crazy stuff, but like this is nonsense. This is absolute nonsense.
This is the exact problem right here. There's a reshove stack in the small blind, and Patrick's just moved all in for 20 bigs with ace-6 suited. And it's going to get through Victor.
The thing about this open with deuce 3, obviously he's thinking to himself, like, he's kind of not giving the blinds any respect.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that that's a bad thing or whatever, I'm saying, like, but he's obviously not giving the blinds much respect. And the thing is, like, you've got to also have, in this, I know I used to do some silly things, but in this day and age, I'm saying, like, you've got to understand blockers and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I remember watching some EPTs back in the day.
Also, like, when it does get folded round, if it's like 8-handed or 9-handed or whatever, it's a bit short-handed here, isn't it? It's 8-handed. So, like, if it's like 7-handed, 8-handed, if it does get folded round to like you and the button, the likelihood is the good hands are on the big blinds, like on the blinds, on the small blind and the big blind, because everyone must have just had trash on the way round. So, like, somebody is going to pick up a hand a lot of the time if everyone's folded round.
Never thought of it like that before. James Rain, what's the password for the tournament on Grosvenor? We'll be giving out the password for the live stream free roll at 3 o'clock. So make sure you're tuned in at 3 and we'll be giving out the password then. Later on tonight as well, we got our first GUKPT main online event. 10k guarantee, £110 buy-in. And points for that do go towards the National League as well. So something to bear in mind.
Speaking of the National League, I was looking at the screen and it was saying that they took 9,400 out the prize pool, but it looked to me as if maybe the casino also puts in £10 per head or something.
No, it's just apparently just 2% comes out of the prize pool for the National League.
But the buy-in was 1,100, and it says on the screen 1,000 plus 110.
Yeah.
So where does the extra tenner come from? I thought
I'm not sure.
Or maybe it was just a mistake.
Yeah, it could have been a mistake, but I know it's just 2%'s meant to have been taken out.
What I thought was, okay, if there's like 460 players, for instance, and the casino put £10 in per head, like that will cover like 4,600.
Yeah.
And the other like 4,800 might just come out the prize pool, which generates the 9,400 for the National League.
Yeah.
So the National League is what?
So the National League, basically points from GUKPT main events, the mini mains, 25-25s, the online event I just spoke about, and the Goliath main event. Pretty much the deeper you run an event, the more points you get. The bigger buy in the event, the more points you get. At the end of the year, the top 77 players will be in a leaderboard. The top 5 get a GUKPT passport for next year with £2,000 worth of accommodation, so you free roll the whole year, you get every main event buy-in. The remaining 72 players come to the Vic middle of November. There's a playoff. Top 10 will win themselves a platinum package, which is just your buy-in for all main events next year, and the remaining 62 players will win £200, so it all goes towards that. It's basically a league for the regulars on the GUKPT tour.
And what's the total prize fund distributed towards the 77 players?
So it would be, it's around 10k.
Guaranteed 150k.
Yeah.
That's good.
Anything collected over that will go straight back to the players.
That's good. Is this the first year you've run
Yeah,
that?
first year we're running it.
That's
so
a good idea. Whoever came up with that idea is good. That's like the grassroots.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do. You need to encourage players to play bigger buy-ins
Yeah.
from the smaller buy-ins. So if they generate enough points, they can get that bink.
Yeah, it's 15 people as well. 15 people are going to be free rolling all the main events next year, which is crazy. And I can't comprehend enough how much, if you can play the tournaments, to try and play as many as you can, because it's not done on like your best 5 results. It's done on like volume. It's done on volume. So if you have the chance to play lots of tournaments around the country, go and play them, get yourself some points, and hopefully we'll see you here next year.
That's the good thing about that as well. You get rewarded for dedicating yourself towards the tour. That's a good thing. Because as we all know, the GUKPT is a UK-based tour. I'm saying, and it's got a good following.
Yep.
So like, if you dedicate yourself to the tour, that's a good thing that they've came up with there.
Yeah, we've got a really good pool of players. Like, you'll see regular faces all the time for every leg. Like down in London, the same faces will travel up to Edinburgh to play like a 550, which is crazy. But just going to jump back into the action, because Adele opening the 5-4 suited under the gun +1, bit on the loose side for me, and that's Jan makes the call with pocket jacks. Patrick just ripping for 28 big blinds with ace queen, and action going to be back on Jan now, and he just has to make the call here after flattening the jacks to an open. Like, is Patrick ever ripping 28 bigs with aces, kings here? I don't think so. I think he's free betting. But,
he's getting a reasonable price as well, so he's probably going to have to call it off.
Yeah, he has called it off, and it's a flip. Big pot as well, 750k in the middle, so this is a huge flip deep in the tournament. Patrick, the player at risk, he's going to need to find an ace or a queen.
As I've seen all the last 2 or 3 days, as ace queen keeps beating these pairs, beating these pocket jacks and pocket 10s, so let's see what happens.
9 can fall off now, that would be pretty sick. He's picked up an extra out. Deuce doesn't change anything, so ace, queen or a 9 needed. It's a 6, so we're going to lose Patrick from the tournament. He's finished in 16th for 4.1k. Great run from Patrick, and we are down to 15 players. Harvey Norris says, Ludo, king free bluff, EPT London, still best bluff of all time.
Well, I'm trying to remember. I done a few bluffs.
He's forgot the hand.
No, king 3 specifically, I'm trying to remember this hand. I think it was king 6 or king 7, I think he's talking about, when I got the boy to fold pocket queens.
What, pre-flop? Was it?
Not on the tongue,
on the tongue.
but I'd picked up added equity. I turned a flush draw, so
Right, okay.
it's easier to shove all in when you turn the flush draw. But I'm not too sure what hand he's talking about. King 3.
You've ran so many bluffs in your time, you can't remember them all.
But even, I'm saying back then it was a good bluff, but if you were to see that bluff now, that as a player that's obviously learned what you should and what you shouldn't do, it's a bad bluff. It's a bad bluff that worked out well.
Yeah.
So it was a good bad bluff.
Yeah, one of them. Did you do a lot of work on your game then, like adjusting to the game now, how it is?
I've not done as much work as a lot of the top players have done, but I know where the game's leading to.
Yep.
So I know the style, and I know what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do. And I would probably say 10% of the time I do my own thing.
Yeah.
Just to like go with what's happening, go with the flow. So I'll kind of adjust and do something that you're not supposed to do, just because I feel like it's necessary.
Yeah, it's the right thing. Yeah.
I think that's what you need to do in live poker, not so much online, but when you're playing live poker, I think you've still got to do a wee bit different.
Yeah, of course you have.
You can't just play the exact same game. That way you're not looking at the opponent and you're not looking to adjust against a certain opponent.
There's so many more exploitative spots come up live than they do online. We see some funny things in a live setting as well, especially in these tournaments. When we are deep in these tournaments, like standard shove spots, you'll see players just fold or limp or open.
Yeah, that's the great thing about the GUKPTs. I'm saying it's a brilliant mixture.
Yeah.
And the player that usually wins is the player that can adapt.
Yeah.
To every situation. He can look at like the likes of Adrian Mateos when there's 40 players left and play perfect against them, in the sense that GTO play his style the way that he would think about the hands that you would think about. and then all of a sudden you could be playing against Ali Malou,
Yeah.
and you've now got to adjust
Yeah,
accordingly.
of course you have.
Because if you just play Ali Malou and you think of a GTO approach to game,
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
not-
going to
yeah,
work.
exactly.
Because you're going to get exploited
Yeah,
by
yeah.
Ali Malou, and you're going to make errors against him.
Yep. He's like 10x opens and 12x opens and
He
stuff
puts
like
you.
that.
He
Yeah,
puts
yeah.
you in tough decisions
Yeah, of course he
because
does.
when he puts in like 10x, like if he puts a 10x raise in, all of a sudden you're going to be put in a spot where you've never faced before.
Yeah, yeah, of
so you
course.
don't know what to do. So as long as he's doing it with strong hands and weak hands, you're all of a sudden going to be playing a game with your head.
Yeah, yeah.
And all of a sudden it's going to be dangerous.
Just back to the action because Richard jamming his last 12 bigs with ace 10. He doesn't find what's needed on the flop. That's a great flop. Tons of
But
equity
he's favourite.
now.
He's
Yeah.
definitely favourite with ace 10 with ace of clubs. Not so much now. It's probably about 40% here.
Needs a king, 10, ace or club to survive. It's a king, so get the double up. So Richard doubling up through Adele, back up to 350k. That was pretty standard. Ace 10 folded to us on the button. 12 big blinds moving all in, and Adele calling with the eights in the big.
Another thing I love about the GUKPTs as well, it's so top heavy. I like it that
Yeah.
way. I wish more tours would do that as well. Just make it so top heavy. That way it gets the players travelling for it because they know, like, I'm not saying it's going to be worth their while. Obviously winning any tournament's worth
Yeah,
your
yeah.
while. But when there's so much more up top, it gives you an incentive to go and play if you think you've got an edge.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that way you'll get an extra like 20 or on top of the first prize you'll get an extra like 20%.
Yeah.
Usually in this field here, first prize would be like 80,000 if it was like a Poker Stars event. If it was like a party poker event, maybe it would be like 90 or 100,000. But the fact that it's a GUKPT, it's 122,000.
Yeah, 120.
Which is fantastic.
Yeah, it's great turnout. We couldn't believe the numbers we got as well this weekend. Smashed some records for this event, like 467 runners for a 1K. It's just unheard of in the GUKPT.
I would just love it if the GUKPT would just maybe run some sort of additional flight, like a 1C, and they could just make it like a turbo flight, and the numbers would just grow and grow and grow. I know there's not a lot of space in here. There is enough space, but you like to keep a lot of tables for the
Yeah.
cash games.
Yeah, that's
so
it.
that's understandable in a casino's perspective. I'm saying like that's always been the case. Like cash games has always been their main priorities because that's their bread and butter
Yeah,
to make the
yeah.
money. But like this place here can definitely, I think, if it put. I know you like to keep everything the same because it's the GUKPT brand. Like you like to close registration and don't keep it open too late. and
Yeah.
Always start day 2 at 12 o'clock, day 3 at 12 o'clock, and you've never adjusted and changed it to 1 p.m. So everything stayed the same. But if you just made like one additional flight, it would create an extra 150, 200 players. And even if you just made it like a turbo flight, it'd be amazing.
Yeah. I think the problem with like doing that on the Saturday as well, or even the Friday, we do side events as well. Especially at the Vic, we get such a turnout for the side events. Like the side event yesterday, had well over 100 runners, and it's just consolidating all the players into one room. It can be very difficult, but could be looked at maybe one evening a turbo flight. But it's the powers that be that make those decisions.
Or what about an online leg?
Yeah, online.
A 1K online.
Yeah.
That would be good for the website
Yeah,
as well. I'm
yeah,
saying like
that'd be great, yeah.
for the poker website. So
Tom's here.
I'm saying so you just
Tom from Gibraltar's here.
you just fire in a lot. You make sure you run a lot of satellites non-stop. £10 into £100, £100 into the 1Ks. Fire them up non-stop. Then make sure you're prepared. Hold the £1,000 game online leg. Same kind of structure, but smaller clock because you get a lot more
Yeah.
hands in. And if you get like 100, 200 players for the 1K leg, that'll fire in like 30, 40, 50 players
Yeah, of course it will,
into
yeah.
day 2.
Yeah.
And it'll create an extra 20, 30% onto the prize pool.
Yeah, personally, I think it would be a great idea, but if I made the decisions, like, I'd try and make it happen. But I think they have a set way of doing things, and it's the powers that be above that make all those decisions. But I really do think it would increase numbers as well. And
honestly, you might as well just fire in a 500,000 guarantee on this next year. I'm saying it's near enough made the 500,000 this year.
Yeah.
And as you say, it's like massive. It's the biggest one yet.
Yeah, it is. Biggest ever 1K field in a GUKPT. And we've been running, this is our, I think it's our 12th season or 13th season.
That's another thing with the GUKPT. They keep it at 200,000 because all the 1Ks are 200,000.
Yeah.
So they don't want to make one an exception.
Yeah.
But this one should be the one that's been made an exception because it's London. And London's the only one that holds the grand final, obviously, because there can only be one grand final.
Yep.
But this one should be made an exception in the sense of the main event should be made at least like 300, 400, 500,000 guarantee.
Yeah, I think we could easily put a 400k guarantee on this, and it would still get smashed every time. So button open, hijack open, button called with pocket sevens. Paul didn't elect to continue with just 8 high on the Jack 9 3 board. He checks once more, so I think he's just waving the white flag in this hand, and Jan is going to fire, and Paul will get out of the way.
Just shows you as well, like there's so much been going on this month, well last month. I'm saying like you had the PCA, then you've got the Aussie Millions, and you still managed to get nearly 500 players.
Yeah, I know.
That just that tells you like poker's not dead. I'm saying like poker's still growing, and there's the community in London poker wise. They've got so many French players here, so many Portuguese, Italians, and lots of Spanish.
Spanish coming force for this event.
Yeah, so like, and London's a good place as well in the sense it's very easy to get here from these places like France, even if you don't stay in London. It's just like a half an hour, 45-minute flight over from some countries, 1 hour.
Yeah.
It's
easy
so
to get
good.
to, easy accessible.
And as I said, if you do put a big guarantee on it rather than the 200k, even though you put the 200k on it, everyone knows it's going to get 350k, 400k. That's why people like myself turn up.
Yeah.
And Martin Jakobsen still comes over and plays, and Adrian Matios, when he's in town, he'll play. But by just having it there for other players that don't understand it will get 400 players. Will make more people come.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Just about, if you did do that, I don't know if you'd have enough space in the sense of you might get 300 people coming in here to play a 1A or a 1B, then all of a sudden it's fantastic, but at the same time, how do you accommodate?
That's the problem, that is the problem. Just catch up with some of the comments in the chat. Jim, there's no side event on Wednesday. Yeah, I know, Jim, we had the cash night on Wednesday, which meant it was even more manic. Cash tables going everywhere because of the cash giveaway for high hand every hour. Place was absolutely buzzing. Flip and goes would be an idea for the main events.
The thing about flip and goes is, if you were to make them like 10-handed and it'd be like £100 a head, I'm saying it is a bit expensive and people could get a bit addicted and they could be in for like 400, 500 just trying to get a 1k seat. You would probably be better off doing it from £10 to £100 than 100 into the 1k.
Got you.
That way people would only be losing tenors at a time rather than £100 at a time.
Yeah. What's the plan for next month or so then? I know you said you got the WPT in Barcelona. Playing any other tournaments?
I'm looking forward to Brazil. Party Poker are holding their Millions event in Brazil this year.
Okay.
That is one of their new stops.
You ever been to South America?
I've never been, so that's why, like last year I managed to go to 4 places that I'd never been. And that's one of the good things about being a poker player and travelling all the time. All of a sudden, most of the time it's repetitive. You go to the same stops, like you're always going to Barcelona, you're always going to London, you're always going to Vegas.
Yeah.
It's always the same stops. But the good thing about the tour is every now and again they'll add additional stops. In the last few years, Russia's been a stop. Sochi's been a stop that Party Poker have introduced and Poker Stars have introduced. So like I managed to go to Sochi with Party Poker. I managed to go to Montreal with Party Poker. I managed to go to like Mexico last year just as a holiday. So that was a new place, and I managed to go to the Aussie Millions last year, which was my first time.
Yeah.
So I managed to go to like 4 places last year that I'd never been, so that was good.
They're huge on their poker out in Brazil, though, aren't they? You see all online, so many players from Brazil.
Yeah, there's a lot. The poker community over there is a lot.
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, there's so many players, but unfortunately, the poker community is amazing, but the average buy-in isn't too good.
Right.
So, like, it's gonna be interesting to see what this 10,000, 5 million party poker millions generates. Obviously, they're going to generate a lot of satellite qualifiers, and Party Poker have just introduced another fantastic thing. If you go to every one of the stops, at the very last stop, they'll give you a £10,300 free seat.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
So if you go to like the 4 or 5 stops throughout the year,
and then
they'll just give you £10,300 for free.
Wow.
That's like unheard of.
That is
that's like 20
crazy.
odd % rake back, maybe even more.
Jim says the grand final should be £500,000 guarantee. We always smash the 500k mark at the grand final. Grand final this year, though, it's a 2.5k buy-in. It's up from the 2k last year, and we've got some information coming on that coming soon. I believe there might be a high roller event as well. Don't hold me on that because got to wait till the schedule's released. But it's going to be a great festival at the end of the year for the grand final.
See, that's another thing with the GUKPT. I know I keep saying stuff all the time. I'm saying, like, it's all positive stuff that I'm saying, but like, all the stops are fine. But all of a sudden, when you come to London, you should make this the standout one.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's the most accessible, and it's got the most amount of volume and the players and the money wise. It's all here. Like, they should expand it and open it up for an extra 2, 3, 4 days, and they should put in a high roller event in this tournament.
Yeah.
They should put a 5k in or a 2k in, or even just put in a 2k and a 5k.
Yeah.
Even if the 5k only gets like 40, 50 runners, it'll still be a success.
Yeah, and it will. And in the Vic, it will get that amount of runners.
Yeah,
like,
and the 2k will get like 100 players.
Yeah.
If you just do an additional, like, you could do like a 2k high roller and like a super high roller for 5k, and like open and expand this by at least 2, 3 or 4 days.
Yeah. I think that's what could potentially be happening this year. There's lots of talks about it. There's no schedule out yet for the grand final, so I know it's in the works, and we'll have some news on that soon.
Yeah, grand final would be perfect.
Yeah.
Actually, you could have the 2k main event. You could do a high roller for 5k and a 1k side event.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, be good. Dennis says Ludo are Party Poker not planning a leg in Glasgow this year.
Sometimes, yeah, they do a leg in Glasgow. They've done one in Hampden Park, I think it was, and it was like a Grand Prix, and they done another one in the Alire, I think. So I'm not too sure. The thing about Party Poker, they're doing so much just now, so it's hard to like put on all these legs. They're just doing WPTs, they're doing like millions, they're doing online festivals. It's just hard to like. And Dust O'Donnell are always holding those kind of buy-ins, and that's slap bang in the middle of the UK, so that's perfect for everyone to get to. So like, but I'll ask them and see if they are holding a leg in Glasgow. Hopefully they are.
So blinds have been up for 20 minutes. We're now playing 8k, 16k. Getting lost in talk over here. Trying. Hasn't really been too much action. If there is any action at the table, we will cover it. But if you are just joining us, joined by Ludo, 17th place finisher. 3.7k was it you cashed for?
4.1.
4.1
An extra £400. Yeah. Those will get some gin and tonics in.
Yeah. So folds round, well, it doesn't fold round actually, under the gun. Jan, ace 5 off, makes it 40k. Bit on the loose side for me.
Looks like it's going to do the job. Look at all this muck that's been dealt.
Yeah.
Well, ace6 will defend. Well, it's 2.5x, it might fold.
Yeah, that's folded, folded. Obviously we've got the ace blocker, but I just think we've got better hands to open under the gun there than ace 5 off. But
it done the trick. But like 2.5x is why he didn't defend. If he had made it like
2.2,
if he'd made it like 35k instead of 40, he would have defended probably. So that extra 5k done the job. I was talking to the boy because I was sitting beside him on the feature table.
Yeah.
The boy in seat 4 here.
Yeah, Alexios. Yeah, he's a regular here. He's final tabled a few events. I think he came second in the grand final a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he's a good player,
Yeah,
and also like I've seen his face a lot.
Yeah, he plays here a lot.
I try to think whereabouts he's from. Is he Italian? Is he Portuguese? Is he? I'm not sure. Maybe French. Didn't hear him talk a lot, but I did have a wee chat with him.
Let's find out.
Anyway, he was saying to me
Yeah.
that he came 50th in the World Series main event when Martin Jakobsen won it.
Right. Okay.
So that was how we got into conversation.
Right. All right.
He got like $125,000 for that.
And we got an all in here as well. Richard is going to be at risk with the pocket eights.
Against the man we were just talking about?
Yeah, man. Alexios with the jacks needs to fade an 8. And not the best flop for the 8s. Does have backdoor hearts, but other than that needs to find an 8. And there it is on the turn. Finds the 2 outer and now needs to fade a jack. It's a king on the river.
That is painful.
Yeah, finds a 2 outer on the turn, and Richard up to 550k. That's a big hit to Alexios' stack.
I'm pretty sure Dave Maudlin will be happy about that. I seen that he was talking to Dave on the phone. I glanced over and had a wee look. He was talking to him, I think, on WhatsApp.
Oh, okay.
I'm good friends with Dave. Dave's good friends with Chris Howden. They're all Geordie boys.
Yeah,
from
I know
Newcastle.
Dave. Really nice guy, Dave. Top bloke. Plays a lot of these events as well. You see his face.
So Kev Jackson thinks he's from Israel. Could
Greece.
be, obviously.
Greece, from Greece.
Oh, he's from Greece.
Yeah,
okay.
he's from Greece. And sure, he came second in the grand final a couple of years ago. Just get some clarification on that. Yeah, second in the grand final in 2015. Heads up against Ben Windsor for 118k.
If you nip down and find his 50th place, you'll have like 125,000 or something.
Yeah, 55th, 125k in the WSOP main event in 2014 when Martin Jakobsen did win it. Do you know Felix Sontheimer was here as well?
Felix Stevenson?
Stevenson, Sontheimer, I'm thinking of Stefan Sontheimer.
Yeah, he was here as well. It's quite funny because
yeah.
I'm saying like the two of them
Yeah.
loved the game. I'm saying like Felix is a really good player and he came second obviously to Martin Jakobsen. Insane. The two of them were in the building.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
Yeah, both of them stay in London, so as I said, I'm saying like you put on a tournament like this and it doesn't make a difference how much money
Yeah.
you've got in the bank. It attracts the players, they've still got that hunger. Martin Jakobsen especially, he's still got a lot of hunger for the game. Obviously he's an 888 ambassador, that's a big difference. He has to still like make an effort if he took the deal. So, but he still loves the game.
So we've got just over half hour left on the clock, 35 minutes you can see in the background there, and then players will be heading off on the first 15-minute break of the day. We have 15 players left playing 7-handed on this table, 8-handed on the outer table. You played much with Andy Garland in seat 3. This fella here. You played
I have
much,
actually.
yeah.
I've seen him down here a lot of the times. Yeah. Just can't recall playing a lot of pots against him.
Yeah.
I've been on this table a few times, but we've not collided.
Yeah, he had 1,500 chips yesterday when the blinds were 2k, 4k. He had less than half a big blind, and he span it up to over 1 million chips at the end of the day. He had.
That's sick.
Yeah.
That is very good. I'm saying that's the stories you want to hear.
Yeah. Got it in 1,500 chips, found jacks with half a big blind somehow. Flop top set, quintupled up, then doubled again, then doubled again.
Insane.
And here he is. It's a great story if he can have a deep run. He final tabled this exact event last year as well, Andy Garland.
When Andrew Hume won it?
Yeah, when Stato won it and Andy Helm.
So what is Stato doing? He should have defended this title.
Yeah,
but he's
I know.
in Australia, so it makes a bit of sense.
Playing the Aussie Millions.
He was playing the Aussie Millions, and I think he went to watch. He's a big fan of cricket, I think.
Right.
So he watched some cricket, and he apparently went to a Phil Collins concert. I'm not too sure if he eventually went, but he was looking for me to go. He was hoping that I was in Australia, and I was like, I'm not in Australia, because he knows I'm a fan of Phil Collins.
Did he send you a picture saying, take a look at me now?
No, that would have been good. That's kind of good, I like that one. No, but he was asking if I was in Australia so I could go to this concert with him, but I wasn't there, obviously. But he went to watch the tennis as well, so it was like a different experience for him. So I can see why he didn't defend the title.
Yeah.
It's -1 or -2 out there. Well, it was when I left the hotel. So like, I'm pretty sure Australia's a little bit
Yeah,
warmer.
especially it's their summertime over there, so. The table, I'm not seeing many flops unless it's an all-in pre. Adele, he's been opening a lot of questionable hands. This time King 5 off in the hijack makes it 40k.
He's what are the blinds? 8 and 16. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
8 and 16.
always 2.5xing it, always, which is like, it's good obviously, because as we just saw, it got A6 to fold the big blind, so he's just denying the big blind equity. A lot of people other players in the tournament that I've noticed have been like 3xing it and 4xing it, but that's the kind of mixture you get in these tournaments, like the recreational players. But he's a professional, this boy. I'm saying I'm not sure how experienced he is, but he's a good player.
Yeah.
So like he's just keeping everything very much balanced, and he's just 2.5xing everything. The boy here on his left is another boy that caught my eye. He's a good thinking player. The boy that's
Jan in seat 9.
Whereabouts is he from?
I think he's Dutch. I believe he's Dutch.
Yeah, if you look at his ending mob, have a wee look at his results. Curious to see, because he played a very solid game against me at the end of day 2.
What, yesterday? Yeah.
He's a very good thinking player. He thinks about how much you've bet into how much. So if I bet like half the pot, he's thinking about the combinations that he beats and the price that he's getting to make sure he calls it correctly.
Yeah.
So like, and then he'll make his mind up and fold. He won't mess about and just sit there and not think of anything. So he's a very good player.
That's funny. Jan van den Bogart is the name.
Is it not a darts player with the same last name?
Van Gogh.
No, there's
Van
another.
der Voort. Van der Voort, you might
Is
be
it Van der
thinking of.
Voort?
Yeah, Van der Voort is the old darts player. Got Van Gerwen and Van der Voort, Van Barneveld. Yeah, he's only got 33,000. He's from the Netherlands. He is Dutch. 33,000 in cashes, but like you say, that could play a lot of cash. Could play a lot of online.
I'm surprised at that. He must play a lot of online poker. I'm interested to know his screen name. He was a good player, and maybe his Hendon mob's a bit mumbo jumbo in the sense he might have like 3 Hendon mobs.
Yeah,
because they've maybe spelt his name incorrectly or put him down as a different country or something.
Yeah, could be. This could be him as well. Another 8k.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's a good player.
But I know some great players whose Hendon mob are no more than like 50k and they like play.
But on his Hendon mob, his first live tracked result was 2011.
Yeah.
So that doesn't make any sense to me. So if anybody knows seat 9, Jan
van den Bogart.
let us know if you know his screen name online.
It's got raised from Adele again, this time opening Jack 7 off under the gun +1.
He must just be thinking that nobody's playing back, so he's just playing a strategy of I'll just do what I want until somebody does something against me, which is good.
Yeah, he's not getting free bet, is he? He's just and on this board you expect him to take it down but continue. Good flop for his range.
The 10 Jack's calling. He's got a double gut shot.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, Richard's not going to be letting this go. Andy Garland gets out of the way.
I don't know, he might let it go actually, to be honest. Even though he's got the double gut shot, he might let it go. Because it's now becoming expensive. But he's not, he's going to call. Fair enough. In this exact spot here, he's going to probably win the pot with the 10 Jack.
Yeah.
He's going to go check. Because Jack 7 can't bet now. Because, like, he's got no equity. If he bets Jack 7 here, it's just dangerous. So, here we go. Hopefully he can find a check here, but I don't think he will. Even if he bets, he might do something silly and shove all in with the Jack blocker. interesting. Oh, he checked it back. He just gave it up. He gave it up with the Jack 7. I think the Jack 7 has, not just saying this, but it was a good attempt to bet that on the river, because when he checks again, it looks like he possibly
Queen
has a bad ace as well. And that's a bad card, the king, to face here. But he managed to just check it back with the blocker.
So 28 minutes left of the level 2 of the day, 22 of the tournament. Blinds now 8k, 16k. Stack's starting to get a lot shallower, and I think it's going to be a long day here at the Vic. Still plenty of play left. Ludo, will you adapt your game more towards exploitative in GUKPT than an EPT, where maybe you only more use GTO against stronger players? From Harvey.
Harvey's spot on. It's all about. It's mostly all about the buy-in of the competition. I'm saying, like, I've had most of my success, near enough all of my success, in 1K events. Big large fields with a mixture of recreational players and professional players. And it's always good because I think I'm one of the better players at adjusting against both styles. So I'll play better against the recreationals than better professionals than me, because I've had a lot more experience. And they kind of bury their head in the sand and don't adjust. They'll put their head down, not look up, and just do what is mathematically correct in a GTO standard point. I think I just adjust a lot quicker and a lot easier and know what you shouldn't and what you should do against like a certain buy-in type of player.
Yeah, it makes sense. It does make sense.
And you can't, like, in these 5k EPTs, I'm saying, like, I would probably say, like, nowadays, like 60, 70, 80% of the field are basically professionals. Even if they've only satellited in for like €200 or €500, they're still a professional player.
Thank you.
But that's a good question, Harvey. And as you get higher up the buy-ins, like the 10k high rollers at EPTs, that's near enough like you having to play like perfect poker. It's not very... You don't get a lot of recreational players in 10k EPTs. If you do, it's like 10% of the field, whereas in like a 5k EPT main, it's like maybe 20% of the field, 25%, and then all of a sudden in this 1k you'll get like half the field. And then in bigger 1Ks, like EPTs or Party Poker 1Ks, you'll get like sometimes 60 or 70% of the field of recreationals. Because at the same time, unfortunately, when you're playing like a 1K live, most of the time at these events, the 1K will clash with a 10k side event. So all the good top professionals will elect to play the 10k side event because that'll be much better for the hourly, rather than playing the 1k, because it'll be tougher for them to like make up the money that they would probably make sitting down at the 10k.
Do you ever see the guys that you started out with? Do you ever think you like, you know, obviously we saw you with all the guys that you started out with. The first time we ever saw you, you walked in as a bunch of, you look like One Direction walking in.
Yeah, do you know, that's quite funny you saying that. When you're sitting at the feature table, or if you're anywhere near the feature table here, obviously in the background we have...
the overview camera.
No, you've got the two screens that are continuously on a loop.
All right, yes.
And you're looking at them and you're seeing a young Jake Cody, a young JP Kelly, a young Steve Warburton. And like this is like from 10 years, 8 years ago, and it's making me laugh all the time every time I look at the screen because it's on a constant loop. I don't know how long the loop is, but it looks like it's only like 3 or 5 minutes, and you keep seeing the same thing, but it still entertains me because I'm laughing. But going back to the question that you've asked, I was recently up in Glasgow, obviously, and I went to one of my old local casinos that I used to go and play like £50 competitions and £30 competitions, and I managed to see a few old faces, but unfortunately a lot of the older faces that I first started playing poker with are like back in the day, like when I first started, like 15 years ago,
Yeah.
it was more of an old man's game. Like, not saying an extremely old man, but you know what I mean? People in their 40s and their 50s. And obviously they're now in their 60s.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
like, and it's hard to keep up with the game if you're in your 60s because you need a lot of stamina.
It has
Obviously.
developed so much.
But as you can see here at this feature table, seat 3, Andrew, is it?
Yeah.
He's doing fantastic. He's an older gentleman in this field, and he's doing fantastic. And you've got a couple other guys in that kind of category.
Yeah, because for the first 3 or 4 years we ended up going to Scotland. The likes of you, Macca, Feraldo, all these guys, just crushed it all the time. And as soon as you walked in, it's like, oh, because we're just walking down the stairs, you know. You know, it'd be interesting to see you all down on one table and just the stories now, because now you've obviously travelling all around the world nowadays. Feraldo's never in Britain anymore, and Macca, the likes of Macca and Colin, and you know, there's some cracking players that have come from Northwood Border, and you do support events wherever they are, like you're in London now, and it's
Didn't order one. I didn't order
one of the guys right there. Yeah, we'll shout him over.
Sorry, what were you saying there?
Getting you lot round the table, it'd be interesting to see how you lot still. You must have stories coming out of your ears, you guys. Now you've travelled for the last 10 years.
I've got so many stories. I don't know if I could tell any of them on this stream. I'm saying,
we understand.
Some of them are so funny. I'm saying like people staying out till all hours, drinking and then not going to sleep. I'm not really one of these guys that stays up all day, then doesn't go to sleep, then can drink again.
Yeah.
And like have a good time and have
fun. It wasn't one of the images of you on an EPT where you were slumped down the side on the back wall and you were trying to have 5 minutes.
Yes.
Was that a few years ago now?
I was reeling Jack Salter and he was heads up.
Yeah.
In the EPT, and it was taking ages, and I drank so much alcohol, and alcohol can make you sleepy, obviously. So I ended up lying down for a wee nap, and when I woke up, Jack got beat, and we had a piece of him because we bought some of the action heads up. So when I woke up, I got the bad news. I was like 18,000 out of pocket or something.
That's sleep, because you ate it. Do you blame it on the sleep?
I do not blame it on the sleep. I blame it on Jack Salter. No, only kidding on. Jack's been so unlucky. A lot of the times he comes second. But what can you do? He's still managed to get a lot of money in that tournament.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
He got like $1 million.
Well, there's been some fantastic scores from a lot of the guys that we started watching, playing the streams that we used to do, and even local games. It's great for you guys just to nip in every now and again and realise where it all started. Like, I always like the stories, like you mentioned Jake Cody. Like Jake Cody and Matt Perrins every now and again will go back up to Manchester and sit down in a £20 game, you know, just this is where it all started, kind of.
Jake's actually really good for that. I'm saying, like, he can sit and play any game, and he's got that hunger inside him, in that competitiveness, that he just wants to beat. Doesn't matter what stakes it is, he wants to win. And it doesn't matter what game it is. It could be tennis, it could be ping pong, it could be like be anything at all. I'm saying, like, he wants to win. And here comes a question from Peter Whitehouse.
Hi, Pete, one of our regular viewers. He's an elderly statesman. He's elder, Peter.
Are you saying us more mature gentlemen have no stamina to play long structures? I'm not saying that whatsoever. I'm saying when I first started playing, there was a lot more older guys, because poker was classed as like an gentleman's game.
And it was, to be fair.
I'm talking about the times have changed in the sense of...
Yes.
Like, the older guys that I know that still play the game now, they would rather play cash games because they can move away from the table when they want. When they've played for 2 or 3 hours and they're done and they're tired and maybe just getting a bit bored and they can maybe punt off their money, they can just decide to leave. Whereas if you're in a tournament and you're going to have to sit and play another 8 hours until the day's finished,
absolutely,
all of a sudden you're stuck for 8 hours. So you might do something silly and just give away your chips because you can't be bothered playing if you've got too much money.
Yeah. How many times have we heard Albert Sapiano saying, I'm bored? I'm fed up now.
That's my point. I'm saying, like, it's not about you not having the stamina, it's about you not having the concentration and like, you can't really be arsed with it, you know what I mean?
And then the next question is, what is actually old? Well, you're as old as you feel, aren't you?
I'm saying that, yeah, you're as old as you feel. At the same time, like, I don't know what exactly is old. I'm saying, like, I'm starting to feel old and I'm 31. But that's probably the way that I've treated my body in the last 6 years.
The game did totally change. Obviously, the guys coming in from the online section revitalised it, regenerated it. They had the bankrolls to start with, whereas 10, 12 years ago, people didn't have the bankroll to come into the game, where then all the new kids just walked through the door and they got bankrolls.
But that's because everything was done so much better at the start by all these big poker companies, Party Poker and Poker Stars. Poker Stars went totally against it, and they made it a lot harder for players now to like live the dream and get that big money. And like I'm saying, like Party Poker are trying to get back to that, and they want to like create that guy satelliting in from $109. Like Party Poker are running these phases into 109s into 1Ks into the 12K package, and then bang, you can win $1 million again. Like I'm saying, Poker Stars still do the same kind of thing, but it used to be a lot more. Like, it used to happen a lot more. And at the start, when I first started playing, you could do what you just said there. You could build up your bankroll quite easily, move through the stakes, and the game was easier, obviously. It's a lot tougher now. The guys, when we first started playing, the stakes that started getting tough was like 5-10, 10-25, 25-50. Now the stakes that are getting tough are like 1-2, 2-5. Even if you go lower, like 25-50 cent, people are working so hard on their game. It's so hard to build a bankroll because you've got to be fully dedicated, and the percentage of winning players is dropping by the second. So like, it's one of those ones. It's a catch between both things, as in the sense of like they used to be able to make something happen from such a small thing, and it used to be a lot more ongoing. It can still happen now in all sites, but not as much as it did used to happen.
No, it's the influx of the online guys just came in, and I just thought they didn't save the industry, but it certainly helped when the guys walked through the door. And it wasn't a case of just throwing the money around. It was a case of that they walked in, they got a bankroll, and they knew how to play the game. 10, 15 years ago, you walked into a casino, you knew the same 20 players, and you knew exactly how they played and all that. And it just completely. I remember the first time I ever watched Jamie Sykes, and it was the old gala in Leeds, and which is now the Grosvenor Casino in Leeds. And he sat down and he's talking about the 4 colour decks that they had. And he's talking the green trees, and we're all thinking, what's he on about? And obviously this guy had been playing online all the time. Final tables, and nobody got a clue how to play against him.
Because he was probably playing a very good strategy compared to everyone else.
Nobody had seen him before. And he was so unorthodox at the time, but now it's just a norm.
That's what I'm saying, everyone thought it was so unorthodox, but that was the correct thing.
That's right, It was like being ahead of the time, and everything just has to evolve.
Yeah, poker changes every single year. Every single year. The thing about poker as well, at this moment in time, online poker's super, super tough. Like on the likes of like Party Poker and Poker Stars, it is super tough at the highest of stakes. And the very good players, the Swedish players, the Scandi players, and the Germans, and the likes of Patrick Leonard, the UK good players. I'm saying they're taking so much out the high stakes community because they're so much better than. I'm not saying they're so much better than like the medium stake players, but they're working so hard at their game, it's unbelievable. Like getting that extra 1, 2, 3% edge is so much, it's so vital.
You're talking to yourself as you now class yourself as a little bit of an elder statesman. Do you find your patience wavering when you sat down?
Not at all. I'm like, I think at this moment in time, I'm saying like I'm as patient as ever. I don't do the silly stuff that I used to do, so I've learnt a lot. But if I've not learnt anything up till now, that would be pretty silly of me.
You won't be in the position you are now, which has been an ambassador for all your to be recognised for all the efforts that you have put in for the last 10 years. It's every credit. It really is. It is a game that's changing, and I think there's always something new around the corner. There's always something new that starts up, and I think a lot of problems with a lot of the poker players is they don't like change, and I think a lot of people just don't like change.
Well-
but most of the changes,
Yeah.
inadvertently, for the better.
Yeah, I'm saying like changes have to be made.
Yes.
If it doesn't work out, fair enough, you go back.
Absolutely.
But at least give it a try if you think it's going to accommodate and it's going to progress and
Yeah.
make things better. Like, there's a lot of things that Grosvenor don't change, I'm saying, like, and that's to their own, like, satisfaction of
I will listen to you
making things unique as possible.
Yeah, I was listening to you earlier when I was sat downstairs. I was just listening to you earlier about the changes that London could be completely on its own. It could be self-standing. It could still be part of the GUKPT, but it could be a 400k guarantee, or it could be a 1500 main event, and things. You don't have to have things centralised all across the country. Edinburgh wouldn't be.
Yeah,
you couldn't have a 1500 main event in Edinburgh, but you could in
like,
London.
Yeah, I'm saying like you shouldn't just increase the buy-ins just for the
No,
sake of it,
no.
because then all of a sudden you're going to punish like the players that want to play
Yes.
it, but all of a sudden it
Which is
becomes...
also why there's a 500 event in London.
Yeah, which is perfect. I'm saying
Yeah.
like, so like if you were to like, let's say for instance you were to increase this from 1,000 to 1,500 or whatever. I'm not saying you should. I think it's perfect as it is.
Yeah, me too.
I'm saying you've now got to accommodate for the lower stakes players and make sure you feed them as much as possible in the sense of giving them a better opportunity to now get in the 1,500 and do a lot more work behind the scenes for the grassroots of poker. Put more satellites on, do more promotional work, all that kind of stuff. Give away a lot more giveaways.
Yeah, because people wondered why there was a 500 event in London when the 1K is so successful, and obviously the grand final, which is 2K, which is 2,500 this year. Why would you have a 500? But there aren't. Just because it's London doesn't still mean everybody can play the 1K. So the 500 will bring in people that might not be able to play the 1K, but would definitely play a 500, and that was the people they were aiming at.
Yeah, and also like going back to your point, like that I made as well, and that you've brought up again. I'm saying like London could be the standout.
Yeah.
In the sense that like you could just say, okay, we're going to extend the event here by 3 or 4 days, and we can accommodate for every type of buy-in.
Yeah.
And we'll have that £250 side event which was on last night.
Yeah.
We'll have the 1K main. We'll have another £500 side event, and we'll have like a 2K high roller. Like, and just accommodate by extending it by an extra 2 or 3 days. That way as well, it makes an effort for the people that are travelling, like myself, and a lot more of people like me that come all the way down to London. I'm not saying it's a long journey, but rather than come down on the Friday or the Thursday and possibly not make the day 2 on the Saturday and only be here for 2 days, that way we'll make a big effort and we'll be here for the next 2 or 3 days, because there'll be a 500 side event, there'll be a 2K high roller. So like it's one of those ones, and it'll maybe attract people coming from like Scandinavia, because that way it's worth their time and effort, because there's 4 or 5 tournaments on the card that it's worthwhile going to attend, rather than just go, I'm going to have to travel all the way there for one event, and if it doesn't work out, I'm away back up the road. So it's one of those ones.
It's the 50th anniversary of the World Series this year.
50th?
Plenty of events going on. Are you over there?
I don't really make up my mind until like shortly
the
before.
day before. Shall I go to Vegas? Yes, get me there.
I've been the last 6 years apart from 1 year. So I'm like, what, 85% sure I'm going to go?
Yeah. They've got a 50th. They've got the thing called the Big 50.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, 500 buy-in million guarantee to the winner, which is pretty impressive. They reckon they'll get 30,000 runners for that.
That'll be a doddle. I'm saying, like, I'm being honest, like, when you put it in the sense of like 500 and a million for the winner, I'm saying it's just too easy at the World Series. They should do something different. They should do something like 1K, 5 million to the winner. That'll probably still hit.
Yes. We've been totally different. Vegas is just a different anomaly, isn't it? It really is. So if you're just tuning in, Ludo unfortunately finished in 17th for 4,100. 10's not been able to hold up, unfortunately, against the Ace Queen. And we are on 15 players. As you can see in the clock, the background, 9 minutes to go until the end of this level and the first break in play. And on return the break, the blinds will be 10,000, 20,000. We're running ante of 2,000.
There was another thing that I noticed in the prize structure. It's only a tiny little thing, but the way that prize structures should work and have always worked, and I'm pretty old school with this, is whatever the jump was previous, the jump has to be the same or bigger.
Yes.
And
I see what you mean. Like from 16 to 15, it's 500.
No. It's kind of working out perfect from now.
Yeah.
But from the 42 players paid, up until this point, there was one jump that shouldn't have been there. So from 18th, as you can see here, what I can see, I'm saying, it's like 4,100 and it jumps 500. Actually, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
So, I just noticed another glitch. I actually thought it was fine here, but it's not. So it jumps £500 for the next jump, and then the next jump's £400.
Yeah.
The jump next should always be
higher,
more,
yes.
or else the same. Should never be less.
No.
So, like, whoever's done the price structure,
Yeah.
you've got to have a look at that, because, in my opinion, most poker players that have played for a long period of time would probably suggest that that is incorrect.
And invariably on a GUKPT, they always say that the min cash is always double the buying.
Well, another thing that I like about the GUKPTs is the min cash is a good jump.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's not like 1.5x you're buying.
Yeah.
It's 1.8x,
Yeah.
which is the way it should be.
Yeah.
Especially when it's a re-entry. Because you could be in for 2 bullets that way.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That way, if you min cash, you've near enough got your money back.
If you do encourage re-entries, then the min cash should be bigger. Like, it's normally 2x, so maybe it's just slightly changed.
So also, I like the fact you only pay 9% of the prize pool as well because of the re-entries.
Yeah.
And maybe look into the future, up to yourselves as a GUKPT brand, I'm saying, like, but maybe just pay out the unique runners. Oh, what do you think about that? That way it'll be a lot more top heavy. Rather than 122k up top, it'll be like 150, for instance.
Obviously, they'll be paying they were 200 and I think there was like 90 re-entries. So say there's 467 runners, say there's 250 uniques. Yeah?
I think there would be more than 250 uniques. If there's 90 re-entries, there would be like 360 odds or whatever. So you could pay 36 instead of 42.
Yeah.
That way you would get an extra what?
Yeah, out of the
6 times 1,800, you would get an extra whatever.
There'll be about 320.
So 320.
That's what I'm guessing.
So you would
I
save.
think BK can actually tell us what it was actually.
You would get an extra like 30k odds probably, maybe a wee bit more into the prize pool, and that way you would just pay out the unique runners because.
But then wouldn't that be harder to cash?
343.
343.
Yes.
So they pay 34.
Yeah.
Instead of 42. So yeah, then the min cash would be probably 2.5k.
Yeah, it'd be good.
That'd be 2.5x.
That way it would kind of accommodate for people being in 2 and 3 bullets. I'm just saying, like, it's nothing that I think is needed or whatever. I'm just saying it's an option, especially for re-entry tournaments. I think it's always a good option to look at that kind of policy of only paying out the unique runners.
What are the best areas of your game you should be working on as an intermediate player? You're currently having lessons with Dario Kini on satellites.
That's the thing. If you're having lessons with Dara on satellites, unfortunately, all your focus is on satellite play, which is totally different from tournament play. Which means if you now talk to somebody about tournament play, and at the same time in the back of your head you've got this satellite play, and if you don't adjust correctly, you can make a meal of some of the hands you play in satellites because you've been playing tournament poker, and then vice versa. So it's all about experience, and it's all about getting all that knowledge in your head and then making sure you use it in the right kind of situation, whether it be a sit and go, whether it be a satellite, a tournament, or an ICM situation on the bubble, or whatever. Like, so there's all sorts of different aspects at all times. So that's a hard question to answer.
Good to be able to change your mindset from like satellites, sit and goes onto from like a lot of cash players who play tournaments. I think most people can instantly tell that they're a cash player, but because obviously the cash play are fixed. They want to play every hand, or they're in every hand at a cash table where, you know, what tournament poker are. All right, you're a little bit more active than a few, but some players can sit there and not play a hand in 2 orbits. You know, it's a different mindset. And the satellite strategies as well. I like Dara O'Keefe. He just wrote a book on it as well. I think he's just wrote a book on it as well, the satellite strategy.
Dara puts a lot of time. Dara's a big ambassador for poker. He dedicates a lot to poker. The work ethic he has is unbelievable.
Yeah.
And a lot of people should be thankful for him. I'm saying, like, I just read his blog recently when he done a blog about... I mainly read it, I'll be honest, because he kind of dissed Daniel Negreanu. And in my opinion, Daniel Negreanu's fantastic for the game.
Yeah.
He has been for a long period. But up until the last few years, I totally agree with DK Lappin, and I totally agree with Dara O'Keefe on this one. He's went off the rails when it comes to the way that he thinks. So, like, I read his blog on that. It was very interesting, good blog. And it talked about his previous ways of life.
Yeah.
He was a marathon runner, and I think he worked in, like, Singapore or somewhere like that, maybe Malaysia or something. Not too sure, but he talked about other personal stuff that happened in his lifetime, and kind of put a good a viewpoint towards what he was talking about, the subject of, like, Daniel Negreanu, and he put it towards his life from a previous experience. So that was good.
What do you think about the kind of lifestyle that Asif Waris has got as a poker player? He plays all the satellites. He gets himself seats to all over the world. In his own words, he fannies about at the poker tables and then just enjoys himself for the rest of the holiday.
Well,
is that
without players like Asif? I'm saying, like, the poker world wouldn't survive.
No.
Then all of a sudden, we wouldn't get all these players, like, looking for that dream. And Asif totally deserved his package, his platinum package from PokerStars.
I just wish they'd told him a few days previous, because he invited me.
Did he invite you?
Yeah, but it was like 3 hours to him going to the airport. He rang me up. He went, "What are you doing?" I went, "Not a lot." He went, "Well, I'm going to the airport in 3 hours' time. Are you coming?" I'm like, "What?"
they did hold it back for a while, but that's obviously, it's a big package. It was like a 30,000 package. All these packages are expensive, so they can't just hand them out willy-nilly. I'm saying, so, like, I understand the point that they gave him it very late.
Yeah.
So, but at least he got one.
Oh, absolutely.
And I'm saying, like,
Mr. Persistence.
Yeah, so players like him, for sure, deserve the package. There was another good one that I seen on Twitter, where a guy from America, his wife got him, like, booked him into the Rio for the World Series, and got him, like, a voucher for, like, one of the events. And it was beautiful to see the video. It was on Christmas Day or whatever. It was lovely to see the video. And then all of a sudden, Joey Ingram, who does Twitch, and he does a lot of Twitter stuff and all that kind of stuff, and he streams a lot of stuff on YouTube, and he's very good for the game as well. All of a sudden, they gave him a package previously, but he didn't want to accept the package because he's totally against what PokerStars are doing at this moment in time. So he wasn't sure if he was going to accept the package, even though it would be totally silly for him not to. It was a free 30,000. So even though he would be going back in his word, 30,000 is a lot of money to decline. So all of a sudden he put it on them and said, if you give this guy a package, I'll accept the package.
Oh, sweet.
So it was a no-brainer on PokerStars' point of view, and they did give him the package, and they gave the other guy the package, and it was all good. So it all worked out perfect.
This is the last time before the break. Thanks ever so much to Ludo for spending time with us in the comms box. I hope you enjoyed the insights of one of the best and most much travelled players we have on the British Isles. He's a superstar in his own rights and an ambassador for party poker as well. And he loves the game just as much as we do. It's the last stand of the break. As you see, the break clock is on. Quickly, travelling to where next?
I might do Manchester GUKPT, possibly.
Yeah.
But the next stop for me is WPT Barcelona.
Excellent. Fabulous stop. Yeah. fabulous stuff. I liked how you were also talking about different stops on the tour, like you're going to Brazil, and nice of them to stick new venues in and new towns, new countries and stuff like that.
That's the thing, yeah. I'm saying, like, poker does need as many new stops as possible, because I've been on tour for like 6 years. It's very repetitive.
Yeah.
You're always going to Barcelona like 3 times a year, which is obviously fantastic. But at the same time, you do want to travel the world as much as possible, because that's one of the reasons why I do travel a lot. Just want to see as many countries as possible. So it's good that they add additional stops every now and again.
Looks like Richard's going to win this with a bet 55 and a Jack 3-8 flop. Looking at the board, great insight to Ludo's thinking, and great insight to
Harvey Norris. I answered this question. Did you copy and paste this and put it back in?
Yeah, we've done that. No, I think that was the last one on that one. We've answered that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on a break now. So we're on a break. Ludo, thanks ever so much, young man. Go and spend some time at the break. I think Colin wants to know if you're going to check in for a steak. But
we chicken dinner.
Ludo, thank you very much, young man. Thank you very much indeed. We will see you back here in 15 minutes' time. There is a break.
Is this, you're on about this in your second year when you go back? Oh, okay.
One, 1.2, 150, 170, 187.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, it's not just like... Right, one, do that. Yeah.
Seat one is back there, right?
What? Come on.
Okay, 3. I'm sorry, sir, well, yeah, will you just stand there while we do the table swap and then you can come back, okay? Perfect. Ready? 3? Yep. Pardon? 4. 5's empty. On both tables? Yep. 6. That works. Yeah.
Your attention, please note the following players for the new one more holder on table 21.
8.
Huh?
There was like 10 seconds left.
Doing that, Henny. Why are you doing
Myself,
that? Look at the 20
Lee,
seconds.
Gria, Andre, Ephraim,
I know I can't make it.
No, that's 9. 21.
Can you do some work?
Yeah,
What work?
it will be.
Knock anyone out?
Of course I did.
I don't think you did. Literally not one.
I went to the shop, shut your face.
I was going to go.
Yeah, it was already too late, barely had anything left. Should go in the previous break. If I wouldn't go, it wouldn't be. Ross was rushing to the shop. Aria was in the staff room. Kept following me. Where are you going? What are you doing? Which shop are you going? What are you buying? What are you buying? Told him I'm buying some bakery. You mean pastry? I was like, no, bakery. No, it is pastry. Started to make English lesson.
Yeah.
And then Ross. But I was at seat 6. Yeah. On my table as well.
Are they right? You know what I'm like?
Oh, you want to check them?
All right.
Doesn't say anything bad, you say something. Okay, look, quick. There he is.
It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great.
Does not look angry.
Can you grow your hair
He's
like
very
that?
skinny.
It really did.
I was looking for it, but I didn't even recognise it. Like, he's in-
I did it for a few seconds. Yeah.
How did you know it's him?
Someone said after, have you seen PK on there?
He looked like an emo.
Why did interview?
That's what he did. He threw it downstairs and it was proper emo.
Right. 400.
Yep.
Yeah, by the way, Raj was showing me some pictures of it. So what, he said he saw you on the street? And like,
No, because they used my phone to like over here. When I asked
what, in Norwegian advertising?
do you know me? It's very funny.
I mean, every picture of records like that.
What?
Okay, grab all this stuff for me.
Yes.
I'm going to quickly change the
Every
table.
picture of him.
Okay.
Come on, I want to know.
He said every photo of you, you're smiling like it's the happiest day of your life. But the opposite. He said every photo, yeah, it looks like you're going to kill someone.
It's only one.
I do it on every other time. Just
us. Smaller stacks is good for us.
Can read them better.
People with lots of chips think they've got lots of chips, but if you make it smaller, it's they don't understand that they've got to try and get more chips. Oh, you see two over there. Two. Yes. Yeah, you'll be able to see it. Here's your chip.
Event players, you have 2 minutes remaining on your break. Please retake your seats. Players in the main event.
So your jacket, I'll give me a boot over.
You're on this seat. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3. 340.
Not too bad.
Ah, your seat 1.
I think so. Can you confirm?
Ah, yeah, your seat 1. Yeah.
Let's double check.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's for sure. Please, please. 1, 2, 3, 340, 350, and 400. Right?
Not bad then, eh? Yeah, they can't do this. Void. You've got to fill the gaps.
Thank you.
And we're back. Good afternoon, everybody. Back for the second session of the final day. 15 players remain, down to 2 tables. We're 7-handed and 8-handed on those 2 tables. We've got a new featured for the next session. Just going to run you through who we've got at the table. In seat 1, we've got Yazan Madanat. Seat 2, Chris Kaji. Seat 3, Andreas Orthodox. Seat 4, Chris Howden. Seat 6, Atanas Pavlov. Seat 7, chip leader, Zach O'Sullivan. Seat 8, Zach Chessis. And in seat 9, Sohan Bazoo. So thanks to Ludo, who came in for almost all of the first session. He busted fairly early in the day, 17th for 4.1k. Everyone now has 4.6 locked up. And we got another couple of hours of poker as we get underway for the first hand of the session. Afternoon, everyone watching on Twitch and in the chat box and YouTube as well. We are on Twitch now, so if you do want to interact with Tower and myself, and you do usually watch on YouTube, you can watch on Twitch, twitch.tv/GUKPT. So Andreas with pocket 10s here, first hand back after the break. He's in the hijack, he'll definitely be opening here.
How good was Ludo?
Yeah, it's great. It really gives you like a good insight on not just like his thought process of the game, but things happening in the poker world as well, and ways to improve tournaments. And really good to chat to. Really enjoyed it. Different as well to get such a player of that caliber like in the booth for over an hour and chat about all different things regarding poker.
And just because he's associated with party poker and in the constructive things he talks about, the London leg, making it different to every other leg and stuff like that, he just talks common sense. Top lad.
Afternoon, Gary. So Atanas pulling out the free bet here with pocket 4s off of this stack size. We're playing 10k, 20k now, so rather than just shipping his 8 big blinds, he's just elected to free bet to 120k, and Andreas here got no other option but to put it in, it's sub 10 bigs effective, between 8 and 9 big blinds. We've got pocket 10s, we can just comfortably move all in here. You may be a bit wary of why Atanas has just 3-bet and not moved all in. That might be going through under his head, but we've got 10s here, way too strong to fold for 9 big blinds effective. So he's going to have a little tank, but after a while you should see him move all in, and Atanas has to make the call. Well, he looks like he's actually, from his body language here, like it looks like he's leaning more towards fold. Just doesn't seem happy about this spot. Yeah, should be getting it in, but I'm gonna go with fold here, guys. I think he's gonna fold. Just looking at his body language here, he's really not happy about the spot. But we just can't be folding 9 bigs effective with pocket 10s. We're just way too high up our range. But just from picking up on some sort of live reads here, he really looks uncomfortable, Andreas. It's another 133k of his stack to put it in, so looking at just under a third of his stack. That might be going through his head, but you've got to be thinking about winning the tournament. The GUKPTs are so top heavy. You want to put yourself in contention to take the tournament down, and passing 10s in this spot, it's not what you want to be doing. I know what's going through his head. He's thinking, why is Atanas just 3-bet here and not jammed? And maybe he just thinks he's weighted to more nutted hands. Because I think if we saw Atanas jam, he would have just snapped it off. But the 3-bet may be confusing him. Just looking at him, he looks really uncomfortable here, Andreas. And there's a ruling going on. I can't hear what's going on at the table. Hopefully Tower can let us know.
Is Raj waving the red card? Is it a clock?
That's a clock. That's what's going on. Yes, they 3R UK. I think that's what's going on. The 3-bet looks a lot stronger rather than the shove. But then again, he's 3-bet nearly 3/4 of his stack, so it's an effective shove.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Roger just showered.
I can't. I said about a minute ago, just looking at Andreas' body language, when you see someone like this, a lot of the time they are leaning more towards fold, and I really think he's going to let this one go in a spot where I don't think many players in this field would be folding. And there it is, there's the fold. It's a big fold from Andreas, and Atanas, if he runs deep and gets a big score and watches this back, he will be thankful for that hand.
Was the 3-bet leaving like 2 big blinds behind the line the issue?
Yeah, he had 2.5 bigs left behind, but it's 9 big blinds. We've got pocket 10s, so it's less than 9 big blinds. We've got pocket 10s, like,
yeah,
just happy to get it in there. And sit down.
So 3 players over the million mark at this moment in time. Jan, who we saw on the feature table the first session, 1.28 mil. Zach on 1,123,000, and Andy Garland's still on 1.1 million, even though he lost. He said he said to me at the break, I lost loads of chips on the last hand. I didn't believe the guy had the flush. I think he lost 150k out of his 1.3 million he had at the time. You know.
We got Steady Eddie in the chat box.
Hey, Steady Eddie, how are you doing, buddy?
1 GUKPT main event, 1 cash, not bad.
1 for 1.
1 for
you
1.
don't get much better than that.
He's never playing another one after that, he said to me. Afternoon, Eddie. So blinds 10k, 20k now, running ante of 2,000. Stacks are really starting to shallow up. I expect to see a few bust outs this session. Maybe get to the final table bubble. I don't think we will reach the final this session because average stacks still is around 30 big blinds. Folding round to Zach. Raise and take.
Raise and take.
Coming up today, we've got the live stream free roll. That's going to kick off at 6 o'clock. We will be giving the password out for that shortly, so make sure you're tuned in.
Yeah, I think you can register from 5 o'clock, can't you? So we'll give the password out at 5 p.m. Yes, there's only a 60-minute window to register. There's also a 60-minute there reg as well. So.
And then we've got our first ever,
the big one.
Yeah, GUKPT main online. And that kicks off at 6 o'clock. 3 hours of late registration, 10k guarantee, 110 buy-in. And hopefully we'll see a lot of people who are tuned into the live stream, watching, playing that tournament.
So I'm 15. Down to a winner. Good to see Chris Howden have chips. He was saying yesterday, I've always when I get to the final 3 tables, something like that, I've always got 10 bigs and that's it.
You know, that's Ludo's pick for the win. He said, he said Chris was playing very well when he was playing with him yesterday, and he said Chris does play a lot of cash, not too many tournaments, but he said he's a very good player. And impressed Ludo.
Yeah, so, quite a big cash player as well.
Yeah,
Chris always plays cash up in Stockton. Was one of the guys that always helps out when we do the charity event up in Stockton over Christmas.
So Zach in seat 7 makes it 90k.
And good afternoon everybody on Twitch as well, tuning in for the first time on Twitch.
Afternoon, Joey. Afternoon, Granular Terror in Twitch chat.
Granular Terror. Good afternoon. Wherever you are watching, whichever part of the world you're in, hope you're having a great Sunday.
Folds to Chris on the button here. He's got 5-4 off. He's going to come in for an open though. We'll see players open very wide range on the button once folded to them. But you've got to be careful of stack sizes at this stage of the tournament in the small and big blind. Like, I think if we saw the small and big blind sub 20 bigs, we would have just seen Chris elect to fold the 5-4 off. But deep enough with both Andreas and Chris to decide to open this hand and play a pot in position if he does get a defend from the big, as he does. So Chris going to defend the 8-7 of clubs, and we're going to take a flop heads up.
Queen 10-6, 2 diamonds.
So gut shot for Chris and both Chris's, Chris Kadji and Chris Howden. So goes check check, which I'm really surprised about. No, not check check, graphic error there. It's a fire from Chris. Got the slow and cold bottom of our range on this board, so never a bad thing to bet it. Never going to be good at showdown. See if we can take the pot. As he does. It's a nice little pickup. So there's the short stack, Zach. So says 4 stacks, sub 15 bigs. So it could be a lively session for all ends. So folds to Yazan. Yazan entertained us a lot on the featured table if you did watch yesterday. Playing out of the box, some unorthodox lines. And it's obviously served him well playing that style because he's here in the last 15. Haven't lost a playoff for a while now. Started the day with 20. We've lost 5. But it seems like play has slowed down a bit in terms of bust outs. £122,000 going to the eventual winner, and we will have all the coverage until that moment throughout the day. So passed all the way around to the blinds. Atanas with 9-3 off. It's a walk for Zach, the chip leader.
So still on 15. As you can see, the clock in the background is a good indicator for us to see when the blinds are going up. Good afternoon, everybody in either chat box. Great to have everybody involved, and I think we can only get bigger and better now. Twitch is involved.
Yeah, I think it's going to grow massively this year.
And when Jay's sat in his boxer shorts using Twitch as an online stream when we was playing the Grosvenor events, well, what can we say? They just better be clean.
Well,
Mum.
I don't live with Mum no more, so won't be shouting her up the stairs for a cup of tea, unfortunately. Atanas on the button, Ace King. This is easy jam for him. It's a fist pump jam. We've got 11 big blinds, just under. We've woke up with Ace King on the button. It's an easy shove. Loving this spot. And there's the all-in. And Zach will fold in the small. And other Zach, I've got Zach O'Sullivan and Zach Chessis sat next to each other.
6 players under 20 bigs at the last break. There's 4 on our table under 15 bigs. At what point does it start to explode, do you think?
Well, it has to. It has to. Eventually, we have to start seeing bust-outs. It's just the way it's going to happen. Stacks start to shallow. Like 10k, 20k now. There's 9 million chips in play, so there's only around 450 bigs in play, and we've got 15 players left. So around 30 bigs is the average. So like with the few, we've got a couple of big chip leaders in the room, and then a few short stacks, a few medium stacks. But this is the session where you've just got to ride the variance train. With your 15 big blinds, you find the hand, you move all in, and hopefully you hold or get lucky and put yourself back in contention to win it. As we see Chris with the pocket 4s in the seat 2, just comes in for a limp. Oh no, it's Yazan under the gun that's limped in with a 9-8 off. We saw this a lot from Yazan yesterday. Saw him limp Jack Deuce of clubs under the gun, saw him limp Queen 6 suited under the gun. He was limping a lot of dubious hands under the gun, and it seems like he's going to continue to do that. As we see Andreas with Ace Queen of Hearts, he's now going to come in for a squeeze after the 2 limps in front of him. Makes it 65k. We can maybe go a pinch bigger here with 2 limps in front of us. Sort of give ourselves a bit more fold equity. Because with all this dead money in here, we are happy to take the pot down with Ace Queen. And Yazan now with his 10 big blinds, he's actually limped for 20k off an 11 big blind stack with 9-8 off, which should not be doing. And now he's even peeled the raise from Andreas, leaving himself just 8 big blinds behind. But Chris has to call now, has to call with the 4s after this action in front of him. If he can find a set, Andreas is deep enough for us to make the call if we do find our set. So, middle pair for Andreas here. Go either way, you can continue or you can check this behind, flopping middle pair. There's not really many bad turns for the Ace Queen in this spot. And it's just a continuation bet, and he's taking it down. And got some news from one of the outer tables, Tower.
What's happening?
We've just lost one. Victor Alukin.
Where?
It's gone. He was in seat 1 on the outer table.
Oh, man.
He is busted in 15th place.
Well, he was 24th last year.
Yep.
He was 24th, in fact, it's our seat number 1. Yazan Danat is on his way to balance the tables, means there's 14. Oh, man. Victor Lukin, 24th last year, 15th this year. Junior was 4th last year.
Yeah, so Victor taking home 4.6k, and we're down to 14.
Well done, Victor. I think that's one of the best things we can see, isn't it? Because we can see both tables
it's great
in the background. If anybody does stand up on the outer tables, then we can see him being eliminated. But I wasn't lucky when we saw Victor leaving the tables. Unlucky, Victor.
Miko 1, what Chris on the table did Ludo think would win cash game player? That is Chris Howden in seat 4.
Oh, there we go. It's Chris H now. So Chris Howden and Chris Kadji in seat number 2.
Atanas here, 12.5 bigs, pocket 8s. This is, easy jam.
Zach Chessers, big cash player, Ace King. It's his tournament life, or just about his tournament life, isn't it? Look at them stacks, they're just about exactly the same, apart from a one chip. But they are both all in, so one of them's going to end up with $500,000. But which one?
Yeah, this is a huge flip equity-wise in terms of money. It's a big flip.
Chris Howden, ace-7.
Yeah, Chris ain't calling.
He started the trouble, and he folds the ace. He folds the ace-7. Eights against ace king. Who wins the races?
I'm going to say Atanas because he's got more equity. He just stood up.
Oh, he's back down again.
Oh, he's back down again. Yeah, so the ace king for Zach and the eights for Atanas. This is a big flip at this stage of the tournament.
Jack 9 Jack.
Some
more
counterfeit outs for the ace king, and 9 would now do the job.
It isn't, it's a 3. So a 9, a king or an ace to fade. And it is. It's another 3. So the 8's double, which will leave Zach Chesses, because we've got 2 Zachs on the table, and 2 Chris's on the table. Zach Chesses is down to 1 big blind. Somebody else has done that, haven't they, on this tournament?
Yeah, Andy Garland in the background there. You see him in seat 3 on the outer table.
Yeah.
If you haven't heard already, I'm sure you have. Had half a big blind yesterday, back end of day 2. Quintupled up with jacks, doubled up, doubled again, yeah. And then finished the day on 1 million chips, and he's still in the tournament from half a big blind. Incredible story that would be if he can go on to take this tournament down.
Even to final table for like 7.9. If he got to the final table and finished 9th. It's just incredible when you considering you should have been out before the money.
So Zach Chessis in C8 left on fumes. I think he has around 2 big blinds. So I'm sure we'll see them go in within the next couple of hands. He's in the cut off this hand.
Fourteen players left if you're just tuning in. Good afternoon. London leg 1 of the 2019 GUKPT Festival.
It's an open from Zach.
Yeah, they're in, aren't they? Zach.
No, it's
no, it's the other Zach. Sorry.
Yeah, Zach makes it 130k. Opens to 6.5x at this stage of the tournament. You don't see that very often.
So 14 players. We won't see the action on the out table, but if anything does happen regarding eliminations, you'll see the person standing up.
Saw a lot of Zach O'Sullivan on the feature table yesterday, and he was opening 4x and 5x with some hands. He's obviously kept that strategy. It's got him this far, so he's going to continue using it. And
they're in.
Zach Chessis.
That's actually not bad.
Gets his last sub 1 big blind in. With King 9 suited. I'll take that hand when I've got 1 big. I'm more than happy to get it in, and with the cards will be on their back, because if it folds round to Chris cannot fold because he's already got a big blind in. Cards will just go straight on their back.
Does he make it up?
Yeah, the thing is, there's the important factor here. There's a pay jump.
Yeah.
There's a £400 pay jump on the next bust out. So if I'm Andreas, I just complete, hope that Chris checks his option, and then we can check it to showdown. But we can see Chris has woke up.
Chris Howden, he isolated, so he got rid of He got rid of Andreas in seat number 3.
Yeah, he's woke up with Jack, so that's fine to us. So, but I'm fine with the complete with 9.5 off there, just for the reason we can check it down and get that £400 pay jump most of the time. So Zach, to find a comeback, needs a king. That's not a good flop. We haven't got any runners really either, except running straight. That's no good, so we're drawing to just a king, otherwise we will be down to 13 players.
King needed for Zach Chessers, and it's not, it's the 7 of spades. So we lose Zach Chessers in 14th place.
He takes home 4.6k for his troubles.
Well done, Zach. 4,600 and finishing 14th out of 467.
And that leaves us with 13 players, everyone now locked up 5k. Every position now there is a pay jump. So no player getting paid the same amount.
Yeah, I like that.
With the last 13 left. So starting to get to the business end of the tournament, serious money, 122k up top. You lock up 7.4k just for making the final table. And we're down to 13.
So Chris Cadgett in the cut-off raises to 45.
Yeah, we're not folding the freezers, Atanas.
Nope.
Fine with the open from Chris with one of the biggest stacks at the table, especially this stage. Start applying a bit of pressure. Once folded to us in the cut-off. We've got a king blocker in our hand.
Jack 9, rainbow.
Fine to open. We do need to, on boards like this, make sure that we are continuing hard for dry board texture. There's going to be so many hands. Atanas is going to be folding here to a continuation bet in the big blind.
So about 40,000 and a call, 4 diamonds on the turn.
So we'll see Atanas check, then see if Chris is going to double barrel here. Personally, I don't think it is a good spot to double barrel. It would probably work on this occasion, but if we're double barreling here, we're just sort of targeting like the deuce X that Atanas has in the big blind, because Atanas shouldn't be folding 9x and jack X in this situation. So I think Chris might just wave the white flag and check. Maybe we can fold out some gut shots like Queen 8 and 8-7, those type of hands as well. They'd fold. But Jack X and 9x are going to be calling a lot of the time. But he does elect to fire the second barrel. Big bet as well, 140k. So he's made it this size. So this size would actually put some pressure on the 9x hands as well. They'd be in a very difficult spot here. So that's probably the thought process of Chris, hoping to get rid of them 9x and deuce X, and obviously the middling pairs that Atanas does have in this situation. Very difficult for him to find a call here, especially with freeze. And there's the fold. So nice play from Chris there. Doesn't seem like the best double barrel spot, but when you go such a big size like that, that was around 3/4 pot, you can really start applying pressure to 9x hands and gets out the way. And we can credibly rep all the jack X, the jack 10s, the jack kings, jack queens, and then we got all over pairs as well, pocket 9s. There's just so many value hands we can have in that spot.
Gary Clark's been to a few gigs this weekend, which is why he's not been with us too much, but he's back now. And he's woke up Sunday afternoon and thought, oh, what's on? Oh, I know. I'll check out the GUKPT. Next event after this one,
Manchester.
Who's going to make my tea tomorrow?
What do you mean?
My cuppers.
I don't know.
You're not going to be here.
I know.
Oh man, we should move in together.
I'm alright. What? Yeah, when I'm twitching, Tower in the background, walking through in his dressing gown. Alright. Yeah. I can just imagine it. Yeah, imagine it now.
Yes.
So we've got a hand here, Chris opening the button. Wow, what's gone on here? So we see Chris open to 45k. Zach free bets to 400k.
Wow, with 10-4.
With 10-4.
Has he misread his hand?
Out of the big blind.
And Chris, I think he just said call, which is why, because he thought it was more.
Oh,
is
it's
it the 10
a 10
as well?
on the flop as
Is it
well.
the 10? Is it the 10? There's no way. I don't know if Chris meant to go all in pre, but it's just getting called. Ace Queen against 10-4.
And he's gonna
wow.
hate what he sees.
Wow. 10-4, 3-bet pre to 400,000.
Needs an ace or a queen to save his tournament. This is a huge pot.
This is monstrous.
And it's a jack, so we're going to lose Chris from the tournament.
Chris Howden just turns around and wanders off. Well,
so just for everyone that may have missed that hand, because it did happen so quickly, it was folded to Chris on the button. He opened to 45k. There was a free bet out the big from Zach
to 400,000.
400k, 9x just over, and then Chris. I think he was meant to move all in.
Yeah,
but
I think the size of the yellows that were in, Chris must have thought that it must have been all in, so he just said call.
And it went as a call, leaving himself 200k back, and then it's all gone in on the 10-5-5 flops.
I don't think once he's made it 9x, Zach's folding anyway.
Yeah.
For the extra 200.
Oh, it's a sick one for Chris.
Wow. Wowzers.
And we said yesterday when Zach O'Sullivan was on the featured table, shades of Ali Malou is 5x, 6x opens and like doing really strange things, especially in that spot. Like I don't actually mind the free bet against a button open against Chris, because Chris is a good player. He'll be opening a wide range, but just free bet to a normal size like 140k if you think Chris is going to be way like folding to a lot of free bets there, then we can free bet to a normal size. But making it 400k, it just doesn't achieve anything. If Chris has got a hand he's going to continue with anyway, we've then burnt off like 600k, whatever Chris's stack was. But I just can't believe what's happened there. And Chris is heading to the rail, and Zach up to nearly 2 million chips. Over a fifth of the chips in play. Chris taking home 5k in that 13th place, and we are down to the final 12 tower.
Wowzers, 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 wowzers.
That is a sick spot for Chris.
I think to play so well and to get there and to have enough chips, like he said to me earlier. He's always had 10 bigs and he's always had sub 10 bigs to get when he's down this level. He's watched Ludo get knocked out, and he's watched Jacobson get knocked out, and Zach Chessers, and wow, the old 9x with a 10-4.
Yeah, well, what we saw from Zach O'Sullivan yesterday on the featured table, like, it doesn't surprise me. He obviously has his own way of playing. It's very unorthodox, not standard, and in this case it's worked out for him. Long term it's probably not going to be profitable. Making that play there with 10-4, well, it's not going to be profitable, and in this game sometimes you can get lucky and get you a little bit of luck.
So Cole Pilkington strikes again. Nice one, odds there. Thanks for. We loved the shirt, by the way. We loved it, and it was a great run in the GUKPT. Well done for a great run.
Yeah, great run. Always
watching the live stream after busting very late yesterday. Thanks for the messages, great coverage, and thanks for the compliments about the shirt. Top man.
And the other thing as well, Zach O'Sullivan, he had 1.2 mil to start the hand. If we lose that hand there, we're back down to 600k. We're below average. We're in such a good spot with our chips. We just don't need to be taking spots like that with 10-4 offsuit. We can find a much better spot. And it's just unlucky for Chris, because on another day Chris would have 1.3 million chips and be right in contention to win this tournament. But it happens, that's poker. Anything can happen in this game.
Absolutely.
And it's how you take it and how you get back up. And I'm sure we'll see Chris playing some more events this year, and wish him all the best. Another great run. As it's Zach getting involved again. King Queen suited on the button. Let's see if he goes for a standard size of around 40-45k, or if he sticks to his 3x, 4x, 5x opens.
I think that's just a call, and the player is all in. Sohan's all in. Ace Jack.
Yeah.
Now Zach's got King Queen suited.
Yeah, Zach's
calling this, isn't he?
Zach's not folding.
There we go. Calls this one as well.
So we could be losing another player here if.
So Sohan Ace Jack is 60-40 to win the hand and stay alive, and that'll do at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good flop.
No real outdraw. We've got backdoor.
There's one of the back doors, Tower. So now mountain of outs. Any club, any king, any queen to fade.
And it does.
So the Ace Jack of Sohan will double up. Back in the game, up to 400k, back to 20 big blinds. Yeah. And no one really short with this table now. Sohan the short stack, so this is where we could hit a brick wall for a while in terms of bust outs.
Yeah.
And just got some news in, Tower. As you can see, they're
What's our news now?
They're playing five-handed on the outer table. Yazan Madanat, who we saw a lot on the featured yesterday and was just moved from this table, was busted in 12th place.
Was he?
Yeah, we got the hand as well. Yazan got his last 12 bigs in with Ace Jack. It was called by the Ace King of Rich Harrison. Board rang out Ace Jack King on the flop. And better two pair for Richard, held by the river, and we lose Yazan in 12 for 5.5k. So we are down to 11 players. One more bust out, and it will be final table bubble time.
Wow!
And just like that, Tower.
Yeah, you've gone pretty. We said what level will it ignite? We are now down to 11. We have a 5-handed feature table and 6 on the outer table. Wow, this is. So I remember when Richard Harrison folded those aces and we're like, what?
Yeah, I remember the aces hand yesterday from Rich.
Yeah.
You'll probably see that if you miss that hand, it will be going up on the Grosvenor page as a featured hand at some point today. So if you did miss that fold from Rich with the aces yesterday, I'm sure you can catch that on our social media page. And here are all the social medias. Grosvenor Poker on Facebook, at Grosvenor Poker on Twitter, GUKPT on YouTube, and now we are on Twitch, GUKPT.
Got to talk quicker now.
Yeah, got to talk quicker.
Now we've got the ending back in.
I've got a shorter window.
But to land it.
But the Twitch is now up and running, and
so we're on 11. Just under 20 minutes to go of this level. We are on 11. Password a free roll. Can you Can we open the client and see if we can get into the free
I'm
roll
on it.
now?
I'm on it, Tower.
Are you on it?
I'm on it. Let's
You'll
have a
get
look.
on it.
Oh, my avatar's there.
Oh, yeah, we've all got new avatars apparently.
Yeah.
You'll see the Tower's avatar in the 1 cent, 2 cent games tomorrow. Hey, they're tough, them. They're tough to beat, them 1 cent, 2 cent games. I actually don't know the password. James Rain says, what's the password for the free roll? I actually don't know it.
I know it.
I couldn't even tell you. And if Jay doesn't tell me, I'll not be able to get in.
What we'll have to do, I'll wait till Tower does the T-run, guys, and I'll tell and then I'll share the password.
That's the kind of team I've got. There's no I in team. But there's a me. Oh dear. Let's see if we can get in. If we can get in, I'll give you the free roll password. If the we'll give you the password. Can you have the prize breakdown? Yes, of course you can, young man. If I can find it. Brew boy, you're not wrong. That's me.
There you are, Pete. Prize breakdown should be coming into the chat box for you.
There you go. £122,460 up top. Not a bad effort. How much did the guy folding all in?
Well, after I start choosing my shop front Tower, I'll let you know. I'll let you know after I've stopped choosing my shop fronts whether we can get into the free roll or not.
It's usually vehicles, isn't it? No. Ah, brilliant.
So folds to Atanas on the button. He's going to raise the Jack 8. And Sohan going to defend Queen Jack in the big blind. And we will see a flop. Action flop here, guys. Both players flopping top pair in a button versus big blind dynamic. Atanas out-kicked in this spot. Expect him to continue here with top pair, and we'll have to see how Sohan proceeds. You expect him to just flat, but he is going to move all in, and now Atanas is going to be in a tough spot. It's a big rip though. He's ripped 345k over a 35k bet. And the problem with this jam is it's very hard to get a worse hand to call. Like, I actually think Atanas is going to lean towards fold here with the Jack 8, because on a Jack 5-3 rainbow board, like, what hands are we beating here with Jack 8? I don't expect Atanas to ever do this with a 5 or a 3. 6-4 suited, getting that price should just take their direct odds and see if they can make a straight. So there's not really a bluff I can come up with, especially at this stage of the tournament. So then it's hands like 5-3 suited, Jack 5 suited that he defended, getting a good price. and then better Jack X that he just wants to go with. But the problem with this is it's very, very difficult. We only get action from better hands a lot of the time. Atanas, with probably the worst Jack he's ever going to have in this spot. He may open Jack 7 as well, but it's just about hands that we're beating here. And the problem with the jam as well is Atanas has all the overpairs in his range. He has aces, he has kings, he has queens, he has the better Jack X, he has the king Jack, he has the ace Jack because he is the pre-flop opener. And it's such a big shove as well. 345k over 35k. It's a very, very big jam.
And still folding.
Yeah, I personally think he's going to fold. I fold in this spot. I think a lot of players left in the field fold in this spot, and that's what doesn't make this jam a good jam, because like Atanas here folding Jack 8, like what we meant to get value from here is Sohan. Like if he's folding Jack 8, I'm assuming he's folding Jack 10, Jack 9. So it's just like what hands are we trying to get value from? It's like he's shoving just for protection, but it's better to just flat and keep bluffs in Sohan's Atanas's range. Because by shoving here, like now Atanas can exclude all 5x, 3x from our range, hands like 6, 7, which we're just not going to have. Whereas if we flat, we still have all the 5x, we still have all the 3x, we have the ace 4s, the ace deuces, the wheel draws. Like, it just keeps our range a lot wider, but from this jam it's just really defined now. Wow, he does flick it in and make it the call.
He flicked it in?
He has made a call.
Wow,
it's a big, big call.
That is enormous. Both jacks, they both hit the jack. The kicker was the problem. He thought about it, thought about it, thought about it. And Atanas eventually makes a call with top pair, but Sohan has a big, big chance to get back in it.
That's a great card. Chop opportunities.
It's not the Queen's playing.
Unless a king or a... There's a queen.
There's a queen. The queen still plays.
That was a good card on the turn.
We have the king or the ace for the old chop.
Yeah, king or an ace would have chopped it. But
now then Sohan back up to 800,000.
Yeah, and Atanas down to just 6 bigs. It's just... It's just like, what are we meant to be beating there with Jack 8? Like, what's he supposed to have in that spot? Like, is someone really... shipping their tournament life in with an up and down like 6-4 suited? I don't think so when they're getting that price on a call on the flop. It's just so much better to make the call. So it's just coming up with a hand that we beat. But in this case, the jam worked out perfectly for Queen Jack, but I just think long term players are going to be folding a lot of hands there that we're in front of, and only continuing with a better hand.
There's one person in the free roll.
One person in the free roll? Who's that?
How'd
you get the password?
I guessed it.
You guessed it?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Guessed it.
Guessed it.
Guessed it. So, anybody who wants to enter the free roll, it doesn't start until 6 o'clock. But the free roll password is Rake Race. All lowercase. RAKE-RACE. Rake Race.
Rake Race, no space.
No space. Password is Rake Race.
I got my phone's with Dave on charge. Alex, Tom Clapp.
So I'm heads up at the minute in the free roll. Loco 18 is it. Give me plenty of chance to get into the £200 free roll on Grosvenor Poker.
Yes, Taylor's Richard Harrison is still in. He's on one of the outer tables.
He is.
As we see Atanas get his last 6 bigs in with ace 9. Won't be getting action from Andreas though.
Your attention please. Second call for following players. You two are still captain table 29. Your attention please.
So I'm plays at my local casino. We'll be at the 25-25 this weekend. If you know where the 25-25s are next weekend, then you can guess which Grosvenor Casino Zohan plays at. Next week, 25-25 is at Portsmouth. Portsmouth is beautiful. Down there, what's that big tower called that's like stuck in the middle? It's a funny shaped building in Portsmouth near the harbour.
I don't think I've ever been to Portsmouth.
Have you not?
Can't
It's
help,
lovely.
Can't help you on that one.
Sorry about the ignorance of not knowing what it's actually called. What is it? Not what is it called? It's like a big. It's just like a tower thing that sticks out, and it's near the harbour.
So we've got an open from Sohan here in the cut-off. Atanas with ace-5 suited in the big blind. The old GTO aces. Great shoving hand. Reason being, ace-5 suited, you block aces on your 3 combos of aces, and we have at least 30% equity against every other permutation in the deck. That's why it's such a great hand to shove with. Because then when you are called, as long as your opponent don't have aces which we block, you're gonna get there 1 in 3 times.
Oh, the clock's on. There's a bounty just about to start, isn't it?
Yeah, bounty.
75 bounty?
Yep. He just lets it go, Atanas. That could have something to do with the pay jumps. Unaware of stack sizes on the outer table, but if I'm Atanas, I am looking at the outer table, see if someone is like 3-4 big blind short, because then we can lean more towards fold. With a hand like ace-5, we are going to have our opponent dominated, so I can get behind it if there is a really short stack on the outer table.
Sean says, is that tower called Philip? Yeah, it's Spinnaker Tower. There you go. Spinnaker Tower. Thanks for that. It was supposed to be the Millennium Tower, but it was 6 years late. There's Britain for you. There's Britain for you. Chris Kadji wakes up with the boots and the aces. Zach O'Sullivan as our chip leader on 1.7 mil. Calls with pocket 2s.
Oh, this could be bad news for Chris if it
well,
boosts.
any 2 on the flop, and that will be it. Oh, that's alright then. 8, Queen, 8. Zach's option. He checks. He goes check, check. Jack of clubs on the turn.
Registrations are being taken into this afternoon's 75 boxing tournament. The top competition will start at 4 p.m. You've got 50,000 starting stack with 30-minute clock, 2 hours for unlimited re-entry. Seats available on the second floor cases. Thank you.
Only a public suite.
Ice. Dominated. Ice what? Oh yeah, dominated.
I don't want any funny moves with your same size, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you know me, mate. Don't teach that shit in school, do they?
So the aces win the hand. Chris Kadji takes a few off Zach O'Sullivan.
Thomas, yeah.
The other Zach Chessers was eliminated. So too Chris Howden. We had 2 Chris's and 2 Zacks on the table. That got a bit confusing. Yeah, Portsmouth have their 25-20. Who stood up in the who stood up in the background? There's a stand-up. Is that Michael?
That's Richard Harrison.
Sorry, Richard Harrison.
Sit back down, it looks like.
Is it?
Oh,
no.
Coat. Oh, sit back down.
Yes. Richard Harrison sits back down eventually. So we have ace queen against ace 3. It ends up all in while we were watching the other table with Richard Harrison standing up and sitting down and standing back up again.
Yeah, needs to fade a 5 or a 3. And that is a 4 on the river, no chops there.
No.
Queen does play.
So the ace queen doubles.
So back in the game with the double up. And that's us back to 15 bigs now, right back in it.
Yep.
Brad, Paul Siddell is still in, I believe, but
yes.
Yeah, Martin Jakobsen has busted. Lost him earlier on in the day. Ludo also busted from the tournament. 17th for Ludo. And we did have him in the booth with us earlier for a couple of hours. It was great to talk to him, get some different insights on the game, about the poker world, what he's up to. And really good chat we had. If you did miss that and want to hear it, you can always watch it back on YouTube. GUKPT on YouTube. All our live streams do get uploaded to there.
Diamonds in the soles of the feet. So we're on 11. 11 players left. We are heading towards the break. Is it a break? No.
No, we've got another hour. Another hour, and then it will be the break.
Yeah.
This is level 3 of the day, level 23 of the tournament.
I suppose we could be looking at the next break, could be the final.
Yeah, that's very true. Because if we lose one more, we can't have a break until we make the final table.
That's right. Ace King 2 is our next flop.
So Chris flops the best of it, flop in middle pair. I like the check from Chris on this particular board with a king. We're usually way behind or way in front. So I like the check. And gets a bet out from Andreas. And we'll take a turn. Turn is the 3 of spades. So it goes check, check. Will draw picked up for Andreas. 9 on the river. Check from Chris and check from Andreas. And Chris will take the pot with his king. Yeah, what he said, Brad, about very top-heavy tournaments, he said he likes them because he believes that he's got a nice edge on the field, and that's why he enjoys it being very top-heavy. Like, it may be different opinions for other players, but when you're as good as him, like, and he have an edge on the field, or
I
at
think
least
I think it was also regarding that it's not 15% of the field, or 18% of the field like you get in some tournaments that he's played in. It's normally a straight 10 on the Grosvenor. This payout structure was 9, so I think he was talking about payout structures in general. Obviously, the better you are, the less you pay, the better.
Yeah.
Andreas in seat 3 with the Jack 5 in the small blind as it's folded round.
Their blinds now are up 12k, 24k. The stack's really starting to shallow. You see there, Zach, the chip leader in the room, 1.7 million. 70 odd bigs at this stage of a tournament. Really in the driver's seat.
Took you 3,000.
So we're on 11, a table of 5 and a table of 6. Well done one and all for getting this far. 12.24 running onto your 3,000. Andreas raises up on the button to 45,000. That can't be right. At 12.24.
Yeah, it must be 50k or 48. But Atanas with 11 big blinds, pocket queens in the small. What a dream, facing a button open.
75 is the raise. Oh, whoa, here we go. The ladies.
Now back on Andreas, and he makes the call. And Atanas, who was down to 5 bigs after calling off with Jack 8 against Sohan, has a chance to be back up to near 600k. Just needs to fade a 7. They say it's always coming 7, but not on this flop.
Nope.
6-6-4.
Fade a 7, and we get a massive double.
10 on the turn, doesn't change a thing. Needs to fade a 7. And it's a 9.
And does.
Atanas.
The man who was down and out.
Yeah, 5 bigs.
And he's now back up to 600k. And puts Andreas down to round about 15 bigs, 316,000 with the blinds at 12.24. If you want to get involved and you're on Twitch and you want to get involved with our free roll, Grosvenor Poker is the client. That is a £200 free roll, and the password is Rake Race. It starts at 6 p.m. It's the GUKPT final day free roll.
Is Alexius Zervos out, or is he just having a stretch?
He's having a stretch.
He's having a stretch.
So if you're going to get involved in Twitch, it's the first time you've joined us on the GUKPT circuit, welcome along. But we do have a £200 free roll. You will need a Grosvenor account.
Yeah, and if you haven't got a Grosvenor account, really easy. You just type in Grosvenor on Google, go on the Grosvenor Casinos link, you can download the client, or you can play it via a web browser. Under poker, you'll find the GUKPT tab, and there'll be a live stream free roll. And Atanas is getting the hands now. It's a real turn of events for him. The aces on the button. And a raise and take, no action with aces. That's always a tell. If someone's got a strong hand, after the hand's over, they usually hold their cards like they want to show them and then put them into the muck. Like Atanas just done there. Couldn't believe he didn't get any action with aces, but If you said to him 15 minutes ago he would have spun his 5 bigs up to over 600k, he would have taken it. As we slowly get closer to that final table, 11 players left. If we do lose one more before the clock's up, 52 minutes left on the clock, we will not be going on a 15-minute break. We will play hand for hand until we make the final table. But with the stack sizes around the room, very likely we could lose at least a player. So Andreas under the gun, Jack 10 suited.
So we're on 11. Atanas, the man on the move and moving upwards. Zach's got all his chips in one pile now.
Yeah.
He had them spread all over the table. Good job there's nobody in C8. They're spread everywhere. He now put them all to the right hand side of the box, which is good. Atanas gets out of the way. Zach with ace 8. The blinds are 12-24. This could be anything between 50 and 200. What we're making it, Zach? Just a min raise. It says to 50,000. There you go. And 50,000 is good. Gets it through.
And we've just lost one on the outer table, I believe.
Where?
There's only 5. It looks like Adel Ben Masood isn't at the table.
Where was he
Is
sat?
Radji coming over? Sat in seat. He was sat in seat 8, I believe. Sat in seat 8. There's no chips there, so Radji's having to walk round. I'm assuming we're going to be going hand for hand here. So we have 10 players left. Just got some confirmation. It was Adel Ben Masood in 11th place. He's taking home 5.9k. So that means we are on the final table bubble, guys. 10 players left, 2 tables of 5. Everyone locked up 6.4k and 1 away from making the final table, the 10 remaining players. As we see it folded all the way around to the small, gets out the way, walkies for Andres. It's been fairly quiet, Andres, but he has only got 13 bigs. Never nice when you're short stack. Good thing about a short stack though, it's hard to make mistakes. It's a lot easier to make mistakes when you've got all the chips.
Tell the truth. Probably about 7. Antis. Not a footballer.
What's your sport?
Rugby.
I'm sure I played snooze, mate.
It's not my sport either.
Fucking hell. Jesus.
Oh, what's yours?
Anything to do as well. Play best of 3, who plays the bowl, Jeff?
I mean,
come on, mate. 24 quid.
Brad asks, who is the chip leader? Chip leader is on this table. Zach O'Sullivan in seat 7. Got the lot at the moment.
Andy Garland is still over $1 million on the outer table. Yeah, Raj does deal in the Bahamas. Raj is freelance and does all the floor and deals in certain events all over the world because she's a well recognised and well considered talent on the floor stuff.
So Andreas just limping the 8-5 clubs here. And Atanas should be jamming. No, he's just come in for a raise. 15 bigs effective. We've got ace 10 blind on blind. It should just be a fist pump jam. We've got Andreas covered.
Please have a look and take appropriate seats. Your tournament will start shortly. Thank you.
There's the chip stacks. 1.7 mil for Zach. Zohan on 7.22. And at the bottom it says blinds 12.24, running ante of 3,000.
Your attention please, Mohammed Manafi for round ball.
Yeah. Yeah. Set.
England's supposed to play well yesterday, I didn't see
They did, yeah, I watched a little bit while I was leaving.
What's Richard Harrison doing?
He's getting up tower because
what's happened then?
We have lost Richard Harrison from the tournament in 10th place. 6.4k he'll be taking home for his troubles.
Wow, we missed the hand.
Missed the hand.
We missed the hand, but we are now on the final table. We didn't get the information. But it is Richard Harrison out in 10th.
And it's final table time. So we...
£6,400 for Richard. He bubbled the final table.
So we're going to be taking a 15-minute break. Around that, should be 15, 20
we'll
minutes.
leave the pictures on.
Yeah, get the final table set up and we'll see everybody in around 15, 20 minutes.
We will, yeah.
Ready for the final.
As
Cheers,
soon
guys.
as we get a draw, and as soon as we get a seating draw, we will stick it on there. We will be back. We'll leave the pictures on. As soon as you see them coming round for the final table, you will see the players sitting down in their seats. We're off for a coffee, and we'll be back in less than 20 minutes.
Thank you, mate.
No worries. That was quite quick. Not too bad. 3:30 final table. It'll be long, yeah. Later than that, I think. There's a lot of chips. Average 40 big blinds is still a couple short stacks. It'll be long. There's a lot of chips. What's the shortest stack on your table? Which one? The 10-4? He was just telling me then.
Wow.
Were you dealing? Take him out? Did you go see him? Yeah. Did they say? Sweet. I'm going to go take him off.
Your attention please, packets done, you will want to hold them.
what seat they're going to be in, okay? Tennis.
Tennis, 3. Seat 3.
Yeah. Zach.
Zach, 5.
And Sohan.
Sohan, 4.
4.
4.
Andrew Garland. Alexis. 4. And Jan. 8. Just wait. We'll move them to the correct seat, and then we're going to move them, okay? Okay, so these 2 anyway. He's seat 6. Yeah.
I suppose like one guy's without it.
No, you can't. He didn't do it in one motion. He left chips behind. He might have wanted to go all in, but he didn't. You did the right thing. Yeah? You have to be fair. You have to be fair. And
You know, this was sometimes some of the dealers act like
you
he's
can't.
settling.
It's got to be one motion.
Yeah, but if he's verbally saying.
If he verbally said, then okay, but he didn't verbally say. So you did the right thing. Don't worry about it. I would tell you. I was standing right there. I heard what you said to him. If I thought you were wrong, I would tell you. Could you put this jacket, please, in seat number 3?
We can do it together. You want to grab the other side?
Everything I want to grab.
Get too slow.
Out of my face.
Get too slow.
I'm tall, that's why. I'm tall.
So that's what we can do.
Viene scendendo
Because
il
you're tall, that's why
livello.
you're slow.
Yeah, you know.
I don't understand. I don't think this team is matching.
In seat 4, please.
Viene scendendo il livello su,
He doesn't know who that is.
Lionel Messi.
Is that a footballer?
Yeah.
See?
Good guess. Good guess, babe.
I heard his Messi name before.
Good guess.
He's quick. Look at the goalkeeper for good.
Right? I was well proud of myself.
Tall people are slow then.
And he kept going with questions.
Yeah, because people are usually like, oh, they are they're not bad.
Physical, I'm not fat.
They're like slot.
Call me slut.
No, what's the name? It's slot.
I knew what you meant.
Anyway, why are you going home today?
Why am what?
Why are you going home today?
I don't know yet.
Stupid.
But the Rocks keep doing this. They always book the travel for tonight or make me rush to go home. I don't know. Because it's still a working day. We should work properly.
No, that's not even why I'm asking. It's just we don't even get. We have had one night to chill out. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know. Just Andrew Guy.
Seat 9. So I've had a lot of amazing reports about your dealing. Some very nice feedback.
Nice.
Very good. From the staff.
Viene scendendo il controllo dello stazione
Not you. From him.
Probably
What's being Hungarian got to do with it?
Because they are all Hungarian and they hating.
It was actually, it was the British guys.
chuck it at his face. See if he can catch it.
Let me know.
Lots of this.
100.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I want to finish for 9 o'clock, so you know no pressure. 9 o'clock,
She's leaving at 6. Don't tell her. Tell Andre.
Andre, 9 p.m. I want to finish by 9 p.m. No pressure.
Like in black. Like
You
in
get
black.
them by 9 p.m.
Sweetie, bring me a couple of 25Ks as well, yeah?
Remember black food. 5 hours, 10 hours. 4 hours.
You deal with it?
It's up to you. I would always go 10, but if you've got the staff, then sure. Yeah, sure. I reckon you will. Oh, do you know what? That's dumb. Why would I ask for 25Ks? Because I can just... I'm an idiot.
Yep, you're right.
That's not a big news. Not a new news.
How many charges?
There's a charging box just down the stairs.
I've got my charger here around the corner.
So much.
Yeah, and...
Round the corner. That's what you sound like, though, honestly. Honestly, I swear, I'm not even joking.
I feel like you want to get battered.
You're on the stream, I'll sue.
She's got the midget voice anyway.
Yeah, doesn't she? Just obviously doesn't. Don't know what's going on, Raj.
I do, Paul. It's got it on the system right there. PK, tell me you've done a chip count already.
No.
2, 3, 4. Are you gonna add to this, or will
To
I
what?
give 125?
Yeah, add 3 25s to that. And look, Paul's here now. While Paul's here, change that 200 with him. He's seat 1. Are you seat 1,
2?
Paul? Yeah? Yeah.
Right, so add a tray, so now it's 200. 400. What are you laughing at? 1, 2,
What am I laughing at?
300.
I'm laughing. No, more than. Oh, right then.
4, 5, 6. 6, yeah?
Look how nicely I've stacked these chips, and now PK needs a frigging count.
Your attention please, Francisco Santos for 1 month.
Start. Are you ready?
I'll start over it then, yeah. $1.375. 1.375, yeah.
May I have admission list? Registrations are being taken into this afternoon's 75-75 bounty tournament. The top competition will start at 4 p.m. You've got 15,000 starting stack with 30-minute clock, 2 hours for unlimited re-entry, seats available on the second floor cash desk. Thank you.
726. Have you counted 3? No.
No, 4 counted.
4?
4, mate.
I can't, it's 4 me.
Yeah.
360.
Right.
553.
Attention please,
553.
Francisco Santos for 1 holder.
Yeah, about 7 minutes. I'll call it. Don't worry, I won't start till you all get it.
553.
687.
687, just 5, please.
Wait, 1.641. You checking my work, mate?
you joking?
So you miss it. C1, 1.375, yeah. 726,
Let's put this in front of the correct player, shall we? Minga, what are we doing about this table?
Collapse it.
Who?
I think he should need one under his bomb as well. Or not? If I would get something like this, I would buy a 4 of them. Yeah, so under the bomb and the back.
Why no red to the casino?
No, he's blowing it up.
Ah, it's right there.
Yeah.
But I think this is sitting, not connected.
The attention please, ladies and gentlemen,
It's for his back. Yeah, it is for his back. That's why this thing is on. To put it on the chair.
Well, this I guess you're thinking, right?
Yeah. I don't know what's happening there.
I'm going to see
There's all these shoes going in there. They make a seam down there.
Just move the rail in front. But it's not to the left.
Is that 2 bucks?
Yeah, I think so. No.
He's not charging my charges there. Lauren, just off that system there, can you get me the correct chip counts just to their names?
Yep, can do.
Oh, just 2, yeah.
Attention please, following players from your 1-1 hold of starting table 22. Kozar Almarsi, Colin Bond, Kari Kozari, Rafi Henderson, Andrei Ifri, and Omar Shapur. New 1-1 table 22.
Coming here.
I didn't think it was you.
I'm going for breaks.
Yeah, he said one and then he was like, oh wait. And I asked him a question about going and then I forgot. So I just walked off.
Would be good if we just tell each other how to
I said, did Andre pass? I said, did Andre pass the message about finishing half 5, 6? He was like, yeah. So it's on the 50.
Anyway, why are we going home tonight?
Instead?
No, I mean just, well, now as we have the tickets, then we should go, but I mean just...
I'd rather get home tonight.
Yeah, but I mean, we always do this like, it's a working day as well, and then we always rush home, and then we don't do the hours properly.
I'm sound. Like, we worked a lot, mate. You don't want to burn yourself out. We had 3 days off and then we're going to do 10 days.
I know.
So... This guy's making me laugh. Well, it's probably not him anymore. The guy with the 10-4. He was picking up chips to raise his button. And the big man goes, what are you doing? And he goes, what the fuck do you think you're doing? And he puts in loads of chips.
The guy with the sunglasses was doing my head.
Yeah, I'm trying to knock him out.
Me too, and I did.
Did you?
No, just...
Brad, just look at it.
I didn't pay attention at all. He listened to the music so loud that I could hear it. Probably
Yeah, it was
proper
ridiculous,
deaf.
right? I'm missing she.
I just don't understand, like, how can they...
Are we on about the same guy?
Yeah.
Ball guy.
No, he wasn't.
Attention please, Kari Kozari, Kari Kozari,
I think it was French with the, something said on his top, like point,
Where was he sat at that?
constant on seat 1. Because from here he moved that there. He was sitting on the table, seat 1, and then the whole table moved here. And then we moved on player and moved him back there. Seat 1 with sunglasses on and a very loud music.
I was on about the ball guy. He's annoying me on the face. Have you checked Google?
Yeah. He's doing my head. He didn't pay attention. Once he and then
Oh, another one, yeah.
let's say something.
Yeah, the one who didn't really, he didn't know how to play.
And he chopped loads of chips.
Final table, that's all final.
Yeah,
So
I know.
I had to sort it out how much is that they put the change on. He didn't put it in properly.
You're going to get them to do this first or the photo?
Do you want to be in the photo? No, you be in the photo. Come on. You be in the photo.
Yeah, we want someone pretty in the photo. Face. Guys, can I ask you to fill these forms out for me before we take the final table photo, please? Pixie, I just need you to fill out the form that's at your seat.
Am I 6?
I mean,
Where is the...
Ah, my favourite seat.
Oh, it says there actually.
Yeah.
My favourite seat, can't you bet? I'd have it if I'm sitting in my favourite seat. Right, I've got off it. I should have all my details.
Tell the format, mate, please, mate.
Yeah, I'm about to get.
Cheers. One there, one at the front.
I think it was one less.
Your attention please, need 8 for one to folder. Your attention please, Sergeant Patel for one to folder.
Why, you want to be on the picture?
We don't really need our phone and our stuff, right?
I would like the phone number too. No, I don't know anyway. I don't know if it's important or not.
What will you spend your winnings on? Mind your own business, you know? Is that right?
Strippers.
There you go. I know a couple of people have wasted all their money with the top strippers, but you know.
Going back to you.
Sit here, bro. Sit here, mate.
There he
The
is.
main thing, the Gabbo's here, mate.
I think you need this as well.
No, it's everyone has one. So when you
These
when you
mine,
want
yeah?
to go
I want
on,
to make
you
sure
put
before I
it.
take it.
You don't have to
Oh, I think they put it in there to change it to
Oh,
hundreds.
sorry, mate.
Well, that
These
was
mine.
the idea.
You don't have to put all this down, sure.
Darling, who owns these chips here?
Sorry?
Who owns these chips?
Yeah, you do.
You,
All right,
and I'm
but-
going to change it for you.
Okay.
Oh, did you take them
I
out?
took these
all
down,
this
yeah,
down,
yeah,
Take them
yeah.
out. Take them
I
out.
was going to say,
Not allowed.
put it in front of me, I'll take it,
So,
sweetheart.
it's 400.
Is it?
And then yours is 300. That's 600.
Your attention all players registered in this afternoon's event number 7, 75-75 bounty. Your random draw has been done and is now displayed on the screens. Please have a look and take appropriate seats. Your tournament will start shortly. Thank you.
Your attention please, Josh.
Oh, you gotta fight. Can't win without fighting.
Your attention please, Mohammed Manafi for one to folder.
So guys, we're going to take a final table photo first. So
Linda's in the front.
guys, you just stay in your oh sorry, just stay in your seat.
Yep.
And the rest and two, yeah. Where is he? Okay, and
2 and 8, please.
okay. Well, Jan, you're not
Do you want to jump in here?
signing for it, right? So and Sirhan, same
Hey,
thing. You
did we
didn't
have to
sign
sign? Not sign.
No.
No, you said no. You
Oh,
can
yeah,
change
no,
your
it's not.
mind.
No, I don't want to get into it.
Alright, so
It's a sensible one.
so guys, can I ask the rest of you to stand up and stand behind over there? It'll be alright. You can stay in your seat. Just shuffle it round this way just a little bit.
You don't want to be in the photo.
You just go back. Behind, yeah.
Your attention please, final call for Mohammed Manafi. Mohammed Manafi for one to folder.
What's he?
So as you can see, players are taking pictures, photos for Crime Watch. And then we will be beginning the final table here in London.
Good afternoon, everyone. 467 entries. We are down to the final 9 players. Featured.
In seat number 1, we have Paul Siddle on 1 million.
In 2, we got Chris Kaji
on 700. So they're right. 726,000. Atanas Pavlov 553.
Soham Bazu 754.
Second in chips, Zach O'Sullivan 1.64 million.
Andreas Orthodoxou with 360,000.
Alex Zervos on 687.
Jan van der Bogen on a 2.3 million chip leader.
Leader. And Andy Garland, 943,000. The man that had a small blind and was all in with the blinds at 2,000, 4,000 yesterday afternoon.
Just about to start. Playing for that first place prize of just over £122,000. Who's your pick, Tower? If you had to pick one of the 9, who are you going for?
I'm going for Zach O'Sullivan. Your choice, young man?
I'm going to go for, even though he's fairly short, I know if he gets a stack, he will be right in contention. I'm going to go for Alexios Zervos in seat 7.
Okay.
He's my pick. He's been here a few times before on one of these final tables. Have lots of experience, and going to go for him for that reason.
And heads up, Paul Siddle.
And Andrew in seat 9 with 943. Okay, did you all hear me?
Yes. Let's do it. Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to the final table here in London. Sit back and enjoy. For the first GUKPT of 2019, we are now on Twitch.
If you are on Twitch, don't forget to hit that follow button, and then you'll get a notification every time we do stream and go live.
Yep. So on.
And before it kicks off, let you know about the free roll. We've got at 6 o'clock, if you're not in that already, on the Grosvenor client, we have a £200 live stream free roll. Password is Rake Race, no space.
So let's go. First hand of the final.
Alexios straight into the mix with ace 9 under the gun plus 2, makes it 52k. It's a raise and take for him straight off the bat. Andreas here, ace king of spades, playing a stack of sub 15 bigs under the gun. Should see the triangle move into the middle, and he will be all in. It doesn't look like he's moving all in though. He's just raising here, Andreas. We've got sub 15 bigs, we've got ace king under the gun, and perfect spot just to shove. But he's made it a large size here. He's gone more than 3x with the ace king of spades, maybe just to deter the big blind from calling wide. Now Chris pocket 9s in the cutoff, facing this 3x open. He's just having a quick check of Andreas' stack. It's a difficult spot for Chris here with the 9s, but you expect to just see him flat 10% of his stack and take a flop. but it's got to be maybe some alarm bells have gone off. Andreas thinking, why has he opened off of a 15 big blind, sub 15 big blind stack? You may think he maybe weighted more towards nutted hands.
So first flop, heads up, Andreas in seat number 6, Chris Kaji in seat number 2. 4, 4, 10 is the flop.
And this is one of the problems with just opening ace king off of this stack. We're only going to flop an ace or a king 1 in 3 times. And the times we don't, we get ourselves into a bit of no man's land. Boom. But he is just going to move all in.
Moving straight in.
And now action on Chris with the pocket 9s. It's a difficult spot because Andreas is repping hands like Jacks Plus here. But really grim spot, second hand of the final table. Chris with the 9s. He is behind. He is in front, sorry. Andreas behind. But I think Chris is going to fold here. I really think...
I'm feeling the fold.
Yeah, I think Chris is going to let this one go. He's asking for a count.
Yeah, I'm feeling the fold. When you're doing it with ace high, he says, yeah! Have we got ace high? Yes! Yeah, he's already said, well, if he's got the gut to say, are you doing it with ace high, he's already thought he has. And in that mind, he should have been calling. But he didn't. $43 of us in the free roll. Grosvenor Poker, thanks to Ian Needleman. Ian, looking forward to watching the final and also signed up to Grosvenor Poker, got a small bonus and going to play the free roll. That's the way to do it. Anybody else want to play the free roll? Then it's on at 6 PM. You need a Grosvenor Poker account and then use the password RACE in the 6 o'clock game, and also at 6 o'clock the first ever GUKPT online £100 with 10,000 guaranteed.
And if you don't have an account, it is very easy to sign up. Grosvenor Casinos on Google. Click the top link or one of the top links. It will take you to the Grosvenor website. Take no more than 5 minutes to sign up, and then you can get yourself in the free roll. Chance of winning £110 token. Got a raise here from Jan in C8 with Jack 10. Makes it 55k. Andrew's going to peel the King Jack suited. That brings Zach along in the small blind, and Andreas 8 deuce of hearts in the big blind. Should be getting out of the way. He's just seeing how much the raise is, how much he's getting on a call, what price he's getting. 31k to win at 216k, just under 7 to 1. So it is a suited hand. We are getting an attractive price. He has flicked it in. Problem with this hand though, we can just put ourselves in a lot of gross spots with a hand like ace 8 deuce. I know it's suited, but
10 Jack 6 is the flop. Not a bad flop for Jan. Top 2. He out flops Andy Garland, who's got top pair and a decent kicker.
I'm not. You need that foot and a half behind you.
Space.
No less space.
Space.
Got action here.
So Jan, Zach, with his second pair, bets 100.
So
Jan makes it 250 with 2 pair. And as I said, Andrew Gorman has been out flopped.
Yeah, Zach donk lead in this flop's going to save Andy some money. Because if this flop was played in a more standard fashion and Zach just elected to check, Jan would have continued and Andy would have made the call.
Yeah.
And then Zach probably could have got out of the way with his ace-10. But the donk from Zach has actually saved Andy Garland a lot of chips. And Jan flopping at top 2. Takes it down, nice pickup.
Good afternoon, Sarah. Great coverage as usual. Hey, you know us. And good for the Teessiders. Yeah, they were very unlucky.
Your catcher, please, Igor. Mama Holden.
So Jan opening ace-9 suited under the gun. Paul with pocket kings. Free bet to 175k, little over 3x. And action back on Jan.
Will he want to see a flop as chip leader? Ace-9 suited.
I think if he had a hand like 10-9 suited here, he'd probably pill. But the thing is with ace-9 suited, like Paul's like 3-bet range, we're going to be dominated a lot from hands like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack suited if he decides to 3-bet them. So he does get out of the way. I like the fold there after opening. Fine to just let it go once we have been 3-bet. And Paul with the pocket kings takes a nice pop. Uncontested. But it's got when you are peeling 3-bets out of position, like you've got to think about your opponent's range and are we dominated a lot of the time, and with a hand like ace-9 that is going to be the case. I'd much prefer to see a peel with like a 10-9 suited type of hand, 9-8 suited, or a small pair. Ace Queen for Atanas.
Well, what an opening. We started lively on the feature. Ace Jack just slips them in the muck.
And Jan with an ace in his hand, going to defend getting this price, closing the action. Heads up. So a flop of deuce, 4, 6 rainbow. Jan taking the lead, finding bottom pair.
Paul will plug it in. Jay, just plug Colin's iPhone in for a minute.
So ace do for Jan. He checks, it goes check, check. Check to the river. And on showdown, the ace deuce hits. And he hits his deuce, he hits the kicker. Yeah.
Under the gun, Paul with ace jack. He should be coming in for an open.
Yeah, but he's going on the scroll up to won't be able to charge it here.
No, he lets it go. Discipline lay down there from Paul. Letting the ace jack off go under the gun. Proper old school that. And Chris then opens the ace-9 suited. Atanas with king-queen and 20 bigs. He lets it go.
So Zach eventually gets out of the way. Andreas Queen 10 in seat 6. He's going to want to see a flop. Yes, he is. He says thank you. And the twos of Andrew Garland in seat number 9 make up the big blind. 3-way to the flop. Eight jack is the flop.
So the deuce is still actually the best hand here. A lot of the time Chris is going to win this pot though. It's a good board to continue. Hard for our opponent to catch anything on a paired board. And he does continue. And Andreas, he does have a gut shot and backdoor hearts. We make the call here. We leave ourselves with 300k, which is a pot size bet behind. He is going to make the call. No, I thought he was reaching for chips. He just gets out of the way. I can get behind that, and Andy gets out of the way as well. Andrew Garland in C9. And it's another pot for Chris. Chris Kadji from Cardiff. Biggest poker win before today, 8,000. Chance.
Nine players left out of 467. 122,000 and change to the winner. Queens for Kadji in C2 under the gun. Raises it up to 50,000.
Folds all the way around the table. Jan not going to be. I don't think Jan will call King 10 here against an early position open.
No, snap fold.
Yeah.
Like that.
Andy Garland, though, a lot of players would fold in this spot, but I don't think Andy's going to let the Ace 9 suited go.
Which he doesn't. But Paul on the big blind does.
So we will
heads up.
See a flop.
What a flop for Andy Garland.
Yeah, it's a great flop. Checks over to Chris. I think Chris is going to check behind. He does. He picks up a pair on the turn here as well, Andy.
So now he's going to find out. 125,000 is the bet. And a call.
And we'll see a river, which is a 4. So you should see a check from Andy, and then Chris snap checks behind, and he's going to take it with his queens. If I'm Chris there, I'll try and go for a bit of thin value, maybe with our queens, like quarter pot bet. I expect Andy to be leading most of his king X that he's called out the small blind, like king jack, king 10 suited, those type of hands. But just check behind, happy to take what was in the pot already.
Bring it on, Jake.
One.
Put it on.
Raise 52.
So Alexios opening in the hijack makes it 52k. Chris defending the big blind.
No, not anymore. King 9-5 is the flop.
So Alexios still with the best hand. Check from Chris. That's 75k from Alexios, and that should be job done. Can't see Chris continuing here.
No. So we started the day with 20 players.
We are down to the final 9.
First player out this morning, well, we started at 12, was Mitch Johnson in 20th, and then Stephen Chandler was quickly away in 19th. Martin Jacobson, the World Series main event winner, was out in 18th, with Ludo finishing in 17th, coming into the chat box for an hour. Always good to listen to the mind of Ludo Gaelic. Patrick Uzen was then 16th. In 15th went out was Victor Ilyukin, couldn't get to a final table like his son did last year. Zach Chester's out in 14th, and then a bad one for Chris Howden, who was out in 13th. In 12th was Yazan Danat. 11th was Adel Ben Messoud. And 10th, and the final table bubble, was Richard Harrison, which puts us out where we are now. 9 players left.
Chip leader Jan opening the Queen 8 suited. Paul got a nice 3-bet bluff candidate here, but looks like he's just flatted. Especially against Jan with all the chips. He should be opening pretty wide. We're second in chips, and we can 3-bet him when he is going to be opening from late position. We've got position on him, but we've smashed the flop here from Paul's perspective, flopping top pair, nut flush draw.
Ace 10 Queen is the flop, 2 spades. So we've got a flush draw for Paul, and second pair for both Jan and Atanas. Bet of 105,000 from Paul in C1. Atanas gets out of the way. And Jan comes along for the ride.
Ooh,
Now,
deuce of
interesting.
clubs on the turn. So Jan now picks up a flush draw. Both players looks red on the river.
Check. It goes on the turn. Paul has a check mark at the side, but he elects to check.
Yeah, I like the check from Paul. There's no need to go for value there. Like, you expect Jan to check a lot of his ace jacks, ace kings on this type of flop, his ace x as well. So I like the check behind from Paul there. Very hard to get called by worse if we are value betting. It'd be razor thin if we do go for a value bet in that spot.
I hope you knock out.
So folding round in turn. All the way down to Andrew Garland in... No, even he's got out of the way. Right now to see one in the cut-off. Paul Siddle.
Chris with ace queen on the button. He'll be raising it up.
It's in 50. And that'll do it. Well, no, we could see a call in. 5-6 suited. We could see a... Definitely want to see a flop.
Yeah, he's not folding here. Sohan, well, he shouldn't be folding. Getting this price with the suited connector.
So we see the flop. King 6.
Actually out flops the ace queen of Chris as well. Still, Chris is going to check behind. He thinks he's got enough showdown with ace queen. He's just happy to get to showdown with his hand. A jack on the turn, and we see a check from Sohan. Interesting spot this for Chris, whether to delay continuation bet or whether to check behind. If we are betting here, I guess it is as a bluff. We're trying to fold out some smaller pairs, some 6x, those type of hands. Maybe it's just to deny equity to hands like 7-8, 9-8, hands that have a smidge of equity and that you don't want to give a free card off. And yeah, he does get the best hand to fold. It's a nice bet from Chris. Go either way on that turn. You can check behind or fire.
So we're on 9 players, just tuning in. Good afternoon. 6 PM on the Grosvenor Poker Client. There is a free roll.
And there's also the first GUKPT online main event, £110 buy-in, 10k guarantee. And if you have a deep run in that, points from that event do go towards the National League. Lots of information about that on our website. But essentially we're giving away 15 GUKPT passports for 2020. Great opportunity for everyone that does support the tour. Andreas pocket fives under the gun and lets it go.
Let's it go.
Jan, ace jack.
Here comes an open. Makes it 55.
Zach in the big line with pocket eights. He won't be going anywhere. He's going to make the call. And we'll see a flop heads up.
That's not a bad flop for Ace Jack.
Yeah, it's a great flop, but he's even got the backdoor hearts as well, just in case. But what we've seen a lot from Zach, I was just about to say, he likes to donk lead a lot of flops.
150.
He's donk led pot with pocket eights here, and if we're Zach, should just be flat in here, especially if he's had information on Zach and knows that he has a higher donk frequency. Oh, he's raised.
350.
He's
With the
raised.
stone cold Katangas. Where was the flat?
Yeah, just got a flat in this spot, especially against this specific opponent who's had quite a high donk frequency. Like, he's been donking a lot of hands on flops when he's not the aggressor. He's just been leading into his opponent. And Zach really would have preferred to see the flat in position there. I'm not sure what Zach was up to, leading for pot with 3 overcards to the 8s, but Jan might have left a bit of value on the table if he did just flat, but then again Zach might have shut down.
A nice steady start to the final. Welcome on board, ladies and gents, wherever you are. Hope you're having a great Sunday.
No better feeling than getting aces on a final table, especially one of this magnitude. It's Chris in the hijack. He's not going to get any action though.
Unfortunately, no action before him and none after.
If the Queen 3 was suited, I think we'd see Andreas make the call, but Queen 3 off, just got to go into the muck as it does.
So out come the cards yet again. Good luck, Andrew says a Rosary Murphy. I'm not sure if you heard that he come back from one small blind, but he might have told the Fat Doggers quite a few times. Folded all the way around to the button. Tentative start, and then one says I'm all in. Andreas, the same hand as well. The same hand. But he wins 2 shorties. 15 and 16 blinds. With the blinds at 12.24, running on to 3,000 for the next 15 minutes. Cheers, Mikey B. In the Twitch chat box, there's the payouts for 7,400 locked up and £122,460 up top.
Folded all the way around to Andreas on the button. He's playing a stack of 15 big blinds. The right play here is just to move all in, but what we saw from Andreas earlier with 15 bigs, just opening the ace-king, I think he may just open again. Should be shoving though with this particular hand once folded to us on the button. We're the short stack at the table, but as predicted, he is going to just come in for a steal. Plays so much better as a shove.
He's at 77. He'll 3x. And he wins.
Either play, same outcome.
We've got, the password is Rake Race for the £200 free roll. Get yourself on Grosvenor Poker. The guys giving us £200 to give away £110 token for first place, 30 for the next two, and then 5 is for final tabling.
Your attention please, Eddie Sheriff, one to call.
So it's folded all the way around to Alexios on the button. He's got pocket threes. Playing 30 bigs, fine to open, makes it 75k, and Jan with ace-jack suited in the small blind here.
And as chip leader.
As free bet. So what's happened here is...
Don't think he's 3-bet to 62.
Alexios has open button, Jan's 3-bet out the small with ace-jack, and now Alexios is shoving. And this is why Alexios is my pick to win this tournament, because you need to take spots like that, understand that it's button versus small blind dynamic, and the small blind doesn't always have to have a hand here. In a hand like pocket threes, we can fold out better hands as well. Like he's going to be passing his sevens, his eights here. Like we're only going to be crushed against like nines plus, and then we're flipping against all overs when he does call. Like we're going to be in a flip situation, and we're going to have heaps of equity, fold equity, when we make this play. And even if we do get the call from Jan in this situation, as you can see, we're going to be flipping. But it's a great play here from Alexios. 30 big blinds. He's playing to win this thing. He's not bothered about laddering for a 1k or 2k. He wants to go for the top prize, and it's a great move from him. And really like it. Like to see it. 4-bet rip with pocket threes for 30 bigs. Like you never see him do this if he opened from under the gun and it was small blind at 3-bet. He'd probably just then elect to fold, but it's the fact it's button versus small blind dynamic, and ranges are going to be a lot wider. And Jan now in a spot, 30 bigs with ace jack. I think if he had ace queen, he'd call ace 10, he'd snap fold. This is right on the line. And then player dependent as well. How well does he know Alexios? Does he know Alexios will have a lot of hands here in this certain situation?
Does he make the call? I don't think he does.
I don't think he does either. Usually, body language just gives a lot away. Like a lot of the time, you can tell if someone's going to fold or call just from their posture at the table and emotions coming from them. And this looks like a fold. Like the way he's acting, the facial expressions. He's uncomfortable. He's not happy with the position, and there it goes into the muck. And Alexios mucks the pocket threes, but it's a great play.
Yeah,
he's just picked up so much dead money there, and like it a lot.
Do you think he calls with ace queen?
Yeah, ace queen's a call. You got to call with ace queen, especially against Alexios. But ace jack, I just think it's right on the line in that particular spot.
Someone's going to get found out in a minute. There's ladies all over. Yeah, take it straight through, mate.
Blind down. Hey, Jack Super. Find out in half an hour.
Yeah.
Oh, what a
It's 10, I think, or worse.
Yeah, I like Gibraltarian's view on that. I'll have to ask Andy to actually change it all. I don't know how to do it myself. I'm not up on Twitch at all, unfortunately.
You will be soon.
I will be soon. I'll be streaming and everything.
Yeah.
So King 3 for Andrew in the small blind is folded all the way around. Nobody's taken the initiative yet, have they?
No, not really. To be honest, Jan has been opening a lot. He opened Queen 8. He has had some legitimate hands though, the chip leader at the table. But Jan is probably the player that's been most involved so far. So you can see in the background there, 7 minutes left on the clock. And then we'll be heading into level 24. Level 25, sorry. Blinds 15k, 30k. When the clock hits 0. Ace 9 suited, under the gun, +1 for Sohan. He lets it go into the muck, get behind that fold. And it's folded round to Jan in the cut-off, 8-6 off. Lets it go. Andy Garland looks like he's going to be opening on the button though. He's reached for chips.
This is 65.
An action on Chris here with King 8 in the big. 36k to call. 3.5 to 1 on his money, but he gets out the way. Lets it go and pick up for Andy, raise and take.
That's the way it's gone so far. Not a raise folding.
first for the new number holder on table 22. Nicolas Kuzna, Sandy Shadiku, Jonathan Weeks, Eddie Sher, Fabio Cesare, and Adrian Malika, number holder on table 22. Nicolas Kuzna, Sandy Shadiku, Jonathan Weeks,
What
I want to do next year is put the speakers right on top of the roof.
Train arriving at truck platform.
Yeah. Everybody folded, yeah.
So the race folding continues at this moment in time. Nobody's taking initiative.
Sack open into over 4x there with pocket nines.
Yeah, he's done that a few times.
Yeah, it's using very strange sizes.
Yeah, if you want to get into the free roll, the password is Rake Race, and there's also an online 10k GUKPT event starting at 6 as well.
Alexios coming in for an open. 7-6 suited under the gun +2. Makes it 55. Chris on the button with King 10. Lets it go. So folded round to the blinds. Atanas in the small makes the fold, and looks like there's a defend from Sohan in the big. He defends the 9-8 off, and we will see a flop. There's some action flops here with these two hands. That's not one of them, but Alexios does take the lead. And you expect him to continue on this board as he does, gets it through.
So race folding at the minute on this final table. Blinds up in less than 70 clicks.
So pulling the hijack, it's going to open a King Jack. Makes it 55k. And it's a raise and take from Paul.
But remember, like I said, the password's about 10 messages up, Mikey. Yep. Rake Race is the password for the 6 o'clock game. There's also £110 GUKPT online event. Late reg for that is until 9 PM. Should be a busy one.
Jan with King Queen suited under the gun at +1.
Oh God, focus fully. So very steady start to the final. Chips being passed around. Nobody's taking the initiative just yet. But they are playing for chunks. £122,000 up top. So the blinds are up, 15,000, 30,000. Paul Siddle's gone for his toilet break. I don't think he can pause the clock for everybody who'd want to go for a toilet break. Yeah, anybody who's not at the table, it would be good if the dealer put them into the box so we could actually see. We get to see a flop, 10-7. It's 10-7. It's not, it's 20 past 5. But Alexios flops well with Queen 7. After Chris had initially raised in seat 2.
Well, Jan, he's going to continue here with just ace high. He does have the 8 high flush draw, 8 of spades in his hand. Gets a fold from Chris, and Alexios won't be going anywhere, catching middle pair. And we will see a turn card, which is the 3 of hearts. I expect this to go check-check a lot of the time. Jan may just take a free card, and there it is. See if he can catch a spade or an ace on the river.
It isn't, it's a 9 of hearts.
So Alexios has got a check here, as he does, and now Jan got 2 options. We can fire a bluff, or we can check behind. If we are bluffing, we got to think of a credible story and what hands would we check back turn with, and then value bet river. So I think he's just going to wave the white flag on this one. And there are some hands that we beat, but looks like he's going to take the initiative as chip leader.
175.
Now Alexios in a spot here. Got to come up with some value hands that Jan would take this line with. Maybe some overpairs with a spade in them, a hand like ace-10 with the ace of spades. A lot of the time when he checks back turn and value bets river, if it is for value, he will have a spade in his hand, and that's why he checked back turn, because there's not really any bad rivers for him. But it's like hands like ace-10 with the ace of spades, king-10 with the king of spades. Those type of hands he has for value. There are some one-pair hands he'd value bet here. And then he can have nines. Nines make sense. Pocket nines with a 9 of spades, or maybe even just bare pocket nines that bet with just the 1 over card. He could have rivered a set. But then he can have a lot of bluffs as well, just like some bare ace of spades, bare king of spades, and then in this case just a complete airball. Ace 8 blocks the flush draw, blocks some straight possibilities, and that's all running through Alexios's head now. Hands that he has for value and what bluffs he can potentially have here, and he does get out of the way, and it's a good bet from Jan. He's getting snapped off by a 10. That bet is pretty much only targeting 7x and like the deuce x, and then all the better ace highs, I guess, with a spade in them. But a nice little takedown from Jan.
$25 Portsmouth next week. Good luck if you're going to play it. I'll come down to Portsmouth and play 25-25 when it's warmer. It's a bit fresh at the minute. $25 in Glasgow that's on right now. Collected 33,300. So well done one and all for playing the 25-25. They're down to 21 players. Keep you informed about that as we go on. As we see at the table.
Andreas moving all in, 5-4 suited. Last 11 bigs, gets it through. Ace King for Zach in the hijack. Will be raising here.
It's 65.
I've noticed with Zach, when he has a hand like Ace King, Ace Queen, like Ace Jack, them type of hands, he makes it it the standard size. But when he's got a pair, he seems to make it like 4x/5x. And if the table are getting fed information, he continues to do that. It can be exploited. It's just about picking up on these little things, taking notice of your opponents and
Andrew
how
defends
they're
the
playing.
big. And we see a flop. Ace 7-7. Zach connects. Goes check, check. 6 of spades on the turn. And Andrew bets 2-2-5.
Wow. Is that right? 2-2-5?
Yeah.
And Andrew betting like 1.5 pot here with Jack 10. Leaving himself 400k, which is sub 15 big blinds. I'm really surprised to see this from Andy Garland here. Maybe after Zach checks flop, he just never thinks he's got ace-x. And on these sort of paired boards, these ace XX that pairs the board, You will find a lot of people checking their ace-x on them boards because they're either way in front or way behind to 7x, and it is a good spot to have to check hands like ace-king, like Zach's done in this spot, because you can induce bluffs from your opponent, and it is a bit deceptive, but sort of making it this size, 1.5x pot, I just don't know
Should
what
it just be a flat? We've been so big to start with.
Pardon?
Well, it looks like a race coming in.
Yeah, no, I don't like this from Zach either.
No.
I don't know what Zach's doing raising here.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5.5.
Yeah, the problem with the raise is when Andy Garland makes it that size, it looks quite polarised, like to a 7 or just the bluff like he did have. And if we raise, we're going to get all the 7x to continue, and if all the bluffs to fold, and we had Andy Garland drawing dead in that spot, it's just so much better to flat and let him barrel off on the river and just call off river if we're going to continue. And raising there against a 1.5x turn bet, it just seems a bit crazy. You think about hands that Andy can have. Andy Garland, short stack now, sub 15 bigs, the story of yesterday.
Absolutely. So 30 minutes to go until the free roll. Good luck, one and all. Rake race is the password, and 30 minutes to go until the first GUKPT online £100 event, £10,000 guarantee.
So Jan, all the chips and legitimate hand here, pocket jacks in the cut-off, definitely be raising. And Chris going to defend the big blind with King 10. See a flop.
Flop a jack, 5-2 rainbow. Flop top set for Jan.
Yeah, Jan is going to be checking. No, he's not checking here. He's going to continue, and Chris will snap fold. But on the board like this, when you flop top set, like it's fine. But is Chris counting out chips here?
He is. He's counted. The better 65 and a call.
Chris is floating with king high. I guess we can continue if we know we're going to get our opponent to float a lot of hands.
That just about kills it.
Yeah. Check from Chris. What I was going to say on a rainbow jack 5 deuce spot, we've got 2 jacks in our hand, so it's so hard for Chris to have a jack X type of hand. So when we continue, it's like we're only getting called by like some 5x. Deuce X, which aren't many hands, and will draws. Now action on Chris. And this is the problem with floating out of position. After we call one street and our opponent double barrels, we just have to let it go. We can't get too tricky, especially on this board, which is a lot better for Jan's range. It's a better board for the opener's range than it is for the big blind range. But we've got all the ace-X as Jan.
And he gets out of the way, so he increases his stack a little more.
Well, there are good
And
spots.
gets over to 3 million, 9 million chips in play.
Yeah, third of the chips.
And he has a third of the chips in play. Can anybody stop
Jan the man?
Jan the man? He has a third of the chips in play. Jan got in via one of the live satellites here in the club.
Sevens here for Sohan under the gun. We're playing a stack of 17 big blinds, just under. I can get behind folding here as Sohan, but he's going to come in for an open off of 17 big blind stack. But we just got 8 players to get through. We can't withstand the heat of a free bet off of this stack size. I would have been fine with him just mucking it, but he has decided to make it 75k. Now Paul on the button with ace 10. And does get it through with the sevens. Evening Lee, thanks for that. We have got a free roll that starts in less than 25 minutes. That kicks off at 6 o'clock on the Grosvenor client. Password, Rake Race. Get yourself in. £110 GUKPT token going to first place in that. It's a £200 free roll. There are other prizes being given out. Good luck to everyone that is going to be playing that. Queen 8 suited for Jan. Makes it 65. Now Paul with ace 10 here in the cut-off. You may see him elect to free bet this hand. Jan's been opening a lot of hands, so he's going to be opening quite wide, and ace 10, not a bad hand to put a free bet in with, but he's just going to make the call and play a post-flop in position. Full process behind that is obviously you can't withstand a 4-bet. But with a hand like this, it's good to get the betting lead in position. You can take it down a lot of the time when you are called with your continue. Or you can just flop trip 10s. And Jan with a piece as well. He flops a gut shot backdoor diamonds. And the turn looks painty. King of diamonds. This could get interesting here. Jan turning a flush draw now to go with his gutter ball, and not only that, the king on the turn's a good card for him to rep. He's going to have a lot of king X in his range, being the pre-flop opener, so he's going to barrel for 200k. And now action on Paul. He's got trip 10s here, although the board is starting to get a bit dicey. He'll make the call, and we will see a river pot already over 750k. It's a 9 on the river, and this is white flag territory for Jan. On this particular river, it's just very hard. You think about Paul's range, he's called twice, he can have 10x, maybe some 9x, like some 9-8 suited, 9-10. But he's going to fire the third barrel here. Once we fire the third barrel here in Jan's shoes, we're only representing 10x or pocket kings. They're like the only hands we can have for value on this particular run out. So I just think he's going to wave the white flag and shut down on this river as he does. He does check it over to Paul, and now Paul is going to put a bet in. And we'll see a quick fold from Jan, I'm sure. Just thinking about like bluffs that Paul can have here. There's not really too many, because the bet was so chunky on the turn that you expect Paul to fold most of his like draw hands, like his flush draws. So it'd only be like combo draws, like pairs and gutters, flush draws and gutters, flush draw and a pair. And eventually he does get out of the way, but it's just not a good river card to be barreling off there. And Jan, aware of that?
Evening, Lee. Good to see you last weekend, young man. Mr. Lee Wiltshire, in charge of the A-Part. It was really good. Good to see you, young man. Sorry we didn't perform very well. It was the rest of the team's fault.
Rest of the team's fault, he says?
I think you went out before me. Well, you went out before me. I can't remember.
How many points did you get for your position?
Not many. Not the point.
0. How many did I get for my position?
Oh,
Exactly. I didn't put on a sterling performance dressed in pink.
We still don't know if Rails turned up for day 2. Because I texted him and he's not replied a week later. No, he's not replied since. Not even know if Rails turned up for day 2. Paul Siddle, the Westcliff champion, as in he's had about 41st places in Westcliff. Aye, we have an all-in. A Tanis. Small blind.
A7.
Raised it up, and then
8.5 big blinds folded to us on the button. Fine to rip in here, the A7. And yeah, I like the fold there from Sohan. And Zach going to ask for a count.
258 to call. Are they in? They're in.
They're in.
They are in. Zach has called.
So we got our first all-in and a call of the final table.
We have Ace-7 for the all-in player, Atanas. And we have Zach O'Sullivan calling with King-9 suited. 60-40.
So Atanas has to fade a king or a 9. That is a great flop.
That's one of the best flops you can have.
Just needs to
when you're all in.
Yeah, just need to fade running clubs now, or running kings or 9s. Oh, it's a club on the turn.
Easy.
It's never easy. Oh, don't do it to him. It's a queen on the river. So Atanas, after the sweat on the turn, gets the much needed double up back to over 500,000 chips.
$20 minutes to get into the free roll. The password is Rake Race. Get in, have a lot of fun, enjoy it. £200 of the free money to give away. Thank you. There's us.
Unbelievable, Jeff.
What?
You are unbelievable, Jeff.
No, you're not. Just tell the audience what you've got. I got you a cup of tea and I got you a lemon tea, as you both requested.
And what have you got, Tower?
I walked in the back and the lady said, would you like an iced cappuccino with whipped cream and chocolates on top?
Yeah.
And I went, She says...
Oh, she just randomly asked you for that?
Yeah, randomly
Actually, yes. And if it was picture in picture, then I'd just be able to show you, but you just have to believe me that there's two jealous guys sat here.
Well, no, if she asked me that, I would have said, as long as the team can have one as well, I'll take you up. I'll take 3 of them. That's what I would have said.
Jay's not in yet. No, he's not, unfortunately. We're not too. We might not let him.
We got Much Ado About Nothing hand here. Andy Garland going to move all in. Zach are going to make the call. And it's going to be a chop by the river most of the time. No one wants to bust a big tournament in this fashion. Everyone rooting for the chop. I know the Fat Dog Poker Clan won't be, but they'll be hoping Andy can find some spades or clubs. But that's it. Done on the flop.
That'll do. No need to pause. No need to do anything else. We'll chop it up. Oh, 1 pair. Yeah, me too.
Top kicker. Yeah, me too.
Terrible that drink, by the way.
Yeah, it looks terrible, Tower, the way it's going down that quick.
It's an iced cappuccino.
Nando's table 7. Yeah, exactly. Fucking large, it up. On a house white.
Every time, yeah? Okay, sorry. Okay. That's alright, not bad, you.
At the moment.
So we've the 10k online GUKPT, £110 in, 10,000 guaranteed.
Yeah, guys, it's a 10k guarantee, and we've only got 11 registered at the moment. So get yourself in that, because if we don't hit the guarantee, there will be an overlay. So try and get yourself in if you can play the 110 main event 10k guarantee. That's on the Grosvenor site. That kicks off at 6 as well. Good luck if you are playing it. If you're not, there are satellites running for it as well. Actually, you can try and bink yourself on 110 to see.
I might stick a bounty on Boothie because I think he might play it. But as for me and Jay, not for us. Now, if you are sat wondering what kind of game to play, the 10k GUKPT, the online version, is an £100 comp, and it's 10,000 guarantee. At the moment, there's just 11 runners. So nothing's changed really. JF, Paul and Zach. Andy's just dropped down chips, but that is the only change. The rest are exactly the same as they were when we started the final table. So well over an hour into the final table and still no eliminations. 9 players making it to the final, 7.9 locked up.
Raise a 60k from Paul. All the way around to the blinds. Jan in the small. He's got ace deuce. He's going to make a. He's in the big blind. Okay, makes more sense. He's going to make the call with the ace deuce in the big. Defended. in a dominated spot. Won't want to see an ace on this flop.
Ace, king, 10.
We'll see a check from Jan. Action on Paul. Bet of 60k. Jan is going to make the call. Needs to find a deuce to go ahead here. 10 would actually chop this up as well. 4 diamonds on the turn. So a diamond would now do the job for Jan. And it comes a 4 on the river. So this is going to be a chop. Paul's going to bet. Jan will make the call. But we can go for thin value here. Try and like get some calls from some King X out of the big blind. But in this case, Jan will make the call with an ace and they will chop it up.
Chop it up, boys. So JV getting a little bit fortunate once it pairs. 10 minutes to get into the free roll rake race. Here's the bounty. Here's the password.
So we've got 27 minutes left on the clock, and then I'm assuming we'll be on a 15-minute break. We've played 11 and 3/4.
I wouldn't be surprised if they took their dinner break.
Dinner break.
If they all ordered food.
Atanas with ace king here, playing a stack of 18 big blinds. I'm happy I can get behind the rip and just move in all in, but looks like he's just going to open. And Andy Garland gets out of the way and he takes it down.
So Andy Garland is now 10 bigs and short stack.
And when we come back after the break, blinds are going to be 20k, 40k. So it's nearly more than a 30% increase on the big blind. So stacks are really going to start to get shallow then. It means there's going to be around 230 bigs in play.
Hey, Tony, how you doing, pal? Where have we just come back from?
Albert Hall, took the mother-in-law to see Totem.
Beautiful.
Great show.
When was the last holiday?
I was last weekend at Tallinn.
Oh yes, minus 17.
Yeah, we'll go Black Benidorm at the weekend, Northern Soul weekend.
Oh, brilliant. Might come with you. Good old Tony, living the dream. Played a bit of poker in Tallinn where it was minus 17.
You should hear him on the karaoke, Frank. Tower singing last week in Blackpool. I never saw that.
Well, you know, you got to entertain the troops, haven't you? We weren't on form, Frankie. We weren't on form, but we did all right. We did all right. We did a bit of Freddie. I think they should have a karaoke stroke poker competition.
Well, like the chess poker they do as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic fantastic the APAT events. They really are. They are really, really good events. I think there should be 2 or 3 team events, or during the year, all over the country. They're just great get-togethers, and it's what poker was all about when it first started.
So 5 minutes before our free roll kicks off, as well as the GUKPT main event online, and password for the free roll is Rake Race.
Find it in the main lobby, 6 PM. It's the GUKPT final day free roll. It's called the live stream free roll. It starts at 6 PM, and it's the only free roll that's in the lobby right now. Yeah, they find it in the Grosvenor Live lobby, the All lobby.
And the GUKPT main event online, only 14 entries so far, 5 minutes before start. Currently overlaying over £8,000. So if you are about tonight and you have got the £110 to flick in, that tournament is going to be great value. So make sure you have a look.
So Ian's downloaded the client, he's got himself a little free roll, and off he goes. Good luck. Well done, Ian.
So button open from Paul, raise and take. Atanas getting out the way in the big blind. Haven't seen no action yet on this final table. There's been no real talking points, no hands. The biggest hand we saw was when Paul flopped trip tens and Jan turned straight and flush draw, but elected to give up on the river. How did you get on in your APAT tournaments? Ask Gary.
We propped up the bar. We didn't do very well. I think we were 23rd.
Yeah, I'll never forget. I don't when I'm at, playing at a poker table. I just like to put my music in, or without my phone. Put my phone on do not disturb, no distractions.
Yeah.
And then I remember looking at my phone, and I had about 74 messages. They all said the same thing: bar, 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 bar.
They were team talks. You missed out on.
Yeah, that's what happened.
That's what they were.
I weren't at the team
you missed
talks.
out on very substantial team talks.
What did that team talk consist of? You having a double?
Yeah. £100, £110 token for first place, £30 tokens for the next two, and then £5 tokens for the finalists. Get yourself in, have a lot of fun and good luck. I've not got the client talk myself, unfortunately, but there's not a lot we can do. We're concentrating on the final here. We are still on 9, nearly 2 hours since the final started, and we're on 9 still. Oh, Andy Bay lost heads up against Tristan. Yeah, Tristan did well. Great events. I think there should be more team events, I must admit. I'd be at every one if there were. I really would.
15-minute break. Just to inform everyone in the courtroom, you can still enter the tournament. You have 15 minutes. If you wish to do so, please make your way to cashier and enter the bounty 7575 event number
All
7.
announced.
Oh, we're gonna have we're gonna have the first.
We're gonna have a double up.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have hopefully a double up for Andrew. Always nice to see the best stand.
Paul Siddler's got his stack to 2.2 mil. So I think he calls.
Yeah, he does. He has to call it. It's just 10.5 bigs. We've got ace queen.
Yeah.
Well ahead of Andy's perceived shoving range, or what he should be shoving.
Yeah.
So action going to be on Paul, who should just be making the call here with ace queen.
Your attention please, all main event finalists, you have 3 minutes remaining on your break. So finalists in the main event, 3 minutes remaining on your break.
Sorry, this is going to be the third all-in and a call on the backs of the final table.
Yeah. And it looks like it'll be the third double up for the short stack.
Paul's folding. He's folded.
He has folded and decided not to.
Ace queen.
Gamble with the ace queen off.
Yeah, ace queen. Just
He's
over
got spidey senses.
Just over 10 big blinds, and he's past ace queen, and
he shows ace king because JV Jan has called with a king 10. The chip leader himself, Jan, calls with king 10.
Oh, it's a 10! And we've already seen an ace go into the muck, so it looks like we're going to lose. Andy Garland, he's found a heart draw. Needs an ace or a heart.
Here
on
comes the
the
7
river.
of hearts.
It's
an ace! It's an ace! This man just doesn't know when to quit. He doesn't know when to quit.
Andy Garland, still alive in the tournament, gets the much needed double up. Well, what a river. Looked like he was heading for the rail, but yet again survives.
Wowzers. Wow, 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 wow. So he gets a lot of chips back. You can see dwindled down to 10 bigs. He's now on 20 bigs, obviously.
Good luck to everyone. If you are on the free roll, I'm just about to take my seat. On my table, I've got Heisenbrook, 7 deuce versus Kings, Richie T, Dolly Day, Burrow Boy 1969, and Hot Wheels. So good luck, everyone, on my table.
What you folded that for?
What have I folded that for?
Unbelievable, Jeff.
Lexios pocket 8s makes it 65 to go under the gun. And Sohan, who's been fairly quiet, elects to peel the ace 10.
Ace queen 2.
Flops the best of it as well. Yeah, it should. I'm really surprised Sohan here with 13 bigs, Alexios, aggressive player. If we want to go with it, it plays so much better as a jam. And in this case, he probably would have got the full double up because Alexios would have had to have made the call with the pocket eights. And Sohan takes a smaller pot down.
Dennis, did you see Raj at the PCA? Did you go to the PCA? How did you get on, young man? Or was you watching? Yeah, Raj was at the PCA. Raj was working the floor and also dealing at the PCA
at the same time.
Well, she is that good.
I know.
14 minutes to go until the end of this session and a 15-minute break. First 2 hours of the final, and 4 all-ins and 4 wins, 4 double-ups for the shorties.
Paul with pocket 7s under the gun +2.
Paul Siddle in C1 raises to 60,000 with the pocket 7s. Atanas. Oi, oi.
This is only going one way, Tower. Well, it should only go one way. It's been very strange play on this final table, but it should be moving all in here. Yeah.
The triangle is in.
We've seen lots of strange pre-flop plays in sort of shove spots, re-shove spots, people not taking them. But this time Atanas does do the right thing and moves all in. Andreas can't call with King Jack. Alexios gets out of the way and it's back onto Paul, and he will know 7s against an 18 big blind shove. It's got to go into the muck, as it does.
Dennis was watching the stream. Yeah, Raj was working.
Evening, Tristan. Unlucky yesterday.
Yeah,
Busting.
just fell short.
Yeah, just shy of the money.
Unlucky young man.
Where's Andy Hill's been this week? I haven't seen.
At a wedding.
Ah.
He played all the side events, he was at a wedding.
Haven't seen or heard from him, so I was wondering, gone missing. But I'm sure we'll see him back up in Manchester. So Paul under the gun +1 with ace queen makes it 75k to go, and he's clashing with another big hand here. Zach free bets the pocket 10s to 375k. That's a huge free bet from Zach here. Makes it a full 5x. Literally free bet 5x, and Paul's just going to get out of the way. Huge sizing. Gets the job done though.
Oh, Tango Fan is out of the free roll. Good luck if you are playing the free roll. Rake Race is the password, and you can lay reg until 7 PM. And also the £100 GUKPT online event, 10,000 guarantee, has just started. Late reg until 9 PM. First one, the Vrant support Grosvenor. They support us and throw money at us left, right and centre. We are still on 9, 2 hours into the final.
Yeah, 10 minutes left on the clock.
And we are still on 9. 4 double ups for the short stacks.
Oh no, Craig Dawson in the chat.
Uh-oh.
He busted me last weekend.
Did he?
Yeah. Busted me out of the comp in Blackpool.
Well, that's no good.
Yeah, I know.
How can you let a man in a yellow t-shirt beat you?
I don't know.
Yellow t-shirt he had on.
Like I say, I need to buy a trampoline, start practicing my flips more. Can't seem to win them at the moment. Pocket fours for Chris under the gun +1 makes it 65k.
The lot's in the middle.
And Alexios shoves ace queen.
Well, looks like he's folding the twos. Folding the fours.
And that will be that.
And that will be that.
I'll go with 5, not 4.
8. Maybe 8.
I've seen small pairs. But you know you got that.
Have 18 bigs, I don't have like 10.
Wait up. Any luck with a chicken salad?
Yeah, wait.
How old is the four in there?
It doesn't matter. Chicken is getting slower.
Chicken takes longer.
You gotta catch him. You gotta check. It doesn't matter.
So there is a break imminent. So 7 minutes until the end of the session. Maybe put something in the tea at the break and see what happens after the break. 4 double ups for the shorties.
Attention all bounty terminal players, please start making your way back to the tables. Your terminal will zoom in over 3 minutes time. Thank you.
Flop of 4, 5, 6. First bet will win, and it's Jan, the chip leader, and he wins another. $18 starter, the £110 online. Get yourselves into the 10k guarantee.
Yeah, Craig, it was good to see you and play with you as well. I know we didn't really get involved much in many hands other than the bust out hand, but it's nice to see you at the table.
Your terminal will resume under 90 seconds. Thank you.
So Alexios with King Queen here in the hijack makes it 65k. Surprised to see that from him. He's the type of player that usually just shove here, but he's actually picked up a call and has Chris in a dominated spot. And we see an Ace King Queen flop. So Alexios flopping the bottom 2. It's actually a really good flop for his hand. in the fact that Chris is always going to jam ace queen, ace king, so we're like only losing to jack 10 here. It's like the only hand we can be behind to. It's an ace on the turn. He won't like that card though, Alexios. It's probably going to go check check now, as it does, and we'll take a river.
Which is an absolute brick of the 3 of spades.
And it goes check check, and Alexios will take the pot.
So under 5 minutes to go until the end of the session, then a 15-minute break.
Welcome back. Your turnout will resume with blind levels of 200, 400.
Evening, Jason. Jason Shellham tuning in.
There are 56 of you remaining. Registration to the tournament is now closed. Players, best of luck. We will shuffle up and deal. Thank you.
Ace 10 for Sohan under the gun. Playing a stack of 20 big blinds. This is a nice still spot here with the Ace 10, just coming in for an open rather than shipping. And the fact that the big blind defends fairly wide nowadays, be raising for value as well. And does fold all the way around to the blinds. Chris gets out of the way. And action on Atanas, who lets the 6 deuce go. A nice pick up for Sohan.
So there's 65 on Alexios. Pocket 5s.
Fortnight times. The free roll password is Rake Race.
Yes.
There is now a late reg, I believe, on it, so you do have till 7 o'clock to get yourself in. So Jan, what is going to be the last hand of the level, opens the Queen 4 of Hearts from under the gun +2. He does have all the chips, trying to take advantage of that, opening very wide. And looks like Chris has a decision here in seat 2. Chris with Ace Queen. Three bets to a 175, and now Jan just has to get out of the way. And we will be on a 15-minute break, guys. Password for the free roll is Rake Race. No space. Rake Race.
So that's it. We are on a 15-minute break. See you back then. We'll leave the pictures running back at 18:33.
Let's have a chop. Let's have a chop now, I don't mind. Chop it all up.
How to, man? 5 beers. How to shop. What? How to shop. You bluff me? Go faster. Yeah, I bluffed you, but I mean, I should. I should call you. Listen, it's first hand. You understand? I'm going to give you benefit of doubt, but I got nice. You're probably ahead. I know you're ahead, but I know you're probably called into a shove if you haven't hit the ball. Okay. No worries. Plus, I don't put you on jacks, queens, kings, or aces yet. So you're more than likely going to fold. I've got no choice. He's done nothing wrong. No. I know, but I'm just telling you because you're going to see. I've left you as well, so don't worry. I know what you had. What did you have? Right there.
Checking me off. No, we've got a chippers for thousands, yeah? 1,000 chips. This one will be fine.
I rate these on mistakes. Oh, you were ahead. I think you were ahead. Okay.
What?
Still on 5, 2.
Nothing, mate.
Nothing, mate.
Jeden się wyjeżdżał, pola na chodu.
Two, 4, 4.5. My God. 45. I obviously think they're 1k chip, 100 chips. 45. 15. 15. One's that. This is my, look, Indian shuffle.
Jeden się wyjeżdżał, pola.
Shows the heels have got sticky hands.
Shall I do it?
Oh, I did.
Oh, space.
350 and 6, Dave.
350?
Yeah.
Marco, round that corner on the floor next to Dave's chair is some 100k chips. Can you bring them to me, please?
I've got Jack Moore.
This is going to be a bit out because of the chip race now, so.
895.
Right, 20, 40, 60, 81, 200,000. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, just let a peek and let it into account. $1.950.
Yeah, bang on.
I know, everyone's waiting for me.
2.245. 2.245. What's it?
635.
Oh, you are full of it. 755. Yeah.
756.
Give or take a little bit. Yeah, that's the chip race though, isn't it, mate?
seat 9, 635.
635.
Yeah.
615, seat 2. Yeah, 3.
Yeah, out 3.
Hang on.
He just corrected it.
Oh,
He's
shy.
literally just corrected it and he's like, bang on, bang on.
Hey, you're miles out, not miles out yet. 1,000, 2,000.
I remember you Blackpool, you were miles out.
Speaking of
Seat 4, 595.
2,000. What touched it? Come and look.
I've changed it. 1305 for seat 5.
585.
Do it up. I understand this Scottish
1309
accent.
I've got.
1305.
Come on, man, that's class.
That's class, man.
50% of the time I just miss.
Attention, Tony Bravo for Wonderful.
I try to get the gist.
The gist of
And
what
I
they
go
say.
along.
1, 2, 3, 400. No, keep it until he comes back. No, don't do it, Thomas. I thought you guys started drinking the wine without me yesterday.
Two. Minimum. That's minimum.
I expect the request to be.
Did you understand what he said?
Yeah.
Thanks, Dallas. Better than Raj. I know, you say I know.
Oi, oi, oi. Someone needs to come and clear this shit up.
Extra gravy. Got it. What? Got it. I've seen something, haven't I? I usually get mixed vegetables. But when it's chips, Right, you ever had roasted tomato? Roasted fat mayonnaise. Alright, of course. Loads of salt. Stick in the head.
Attention please, correct camera, soon for one holding.
Attention players in this afternoon's bounty tournament, you are now on a 15-minute break. Just to inform everyone in the card room, you can still enter the tournament. You have 15 minutes. If you wish to do so, please make your way to cashier and enter the bounty 7575 event number 7. Thank you.
Have your attention please, all main event finalists, you have 3 minutes remaining on your break. So finalists in the main event, 3 minutes remaining on your break.
You know what I mean? Just because it lasts so long. I think 37,000 You would be? Yeah. It's not big out. That's not big out. That's not big money. So it might be 37, you could be at the top.
Attention please, enter call 141.
Can I have your attention please? This is the final call for main event players to take your seat.
Attention please, let call for Matthew Coleman for one holding.
Over in front here for that 10 No, break it. Turn your head back. Yeah. It's so big. Don't concentrate in the road. Just turn it. Luckily it wasn't that bad. Yeah. It is.
So here we are, yeah, there we are, the break is just about over, we are still on 9. Stoneface, good afternoon.
Evening, Stoneface.
Dave Avish says, anybody going to the Goliath, it'll be his first Grosvenor event. There will be thousands there. I would guess all the chat box will be there at some point, Dave. It'd be good to see you there. Make sure you come and say hello. I always like to put faces to names once with people watching the live stream. Good afternoon, Twitch. Or good evening, wherever you may be. Oh, we have still got 9. Seat 1, Paul Siddle. In Seat 2, Chris Kaji. Atanas Pavlov in Seat 3. Sohan Basu in Seat 4. Zach O'Sullivan in 5. Andreas Orthodoxou in seat number 6. In 7, Alexis Zervos. Jan
Van der Bogen
in seat number 8. And Andrew Garland in seat number 9.
And speaking of Jan, he's got all the chips and he's woke up with Kings. Makes it 85k to go. Goliath, a long time away. Will come round before you know it. We will be there with all the action for the whole, is it 10 days, Tower? We're there?
Yeah,
10
well, we're
days?
there on the Friday setting up. You'll normally turn up when it's done, but so we don't mind. We still love you. And then Monday morning, once it's cleared up, that is it. Within half a day, you don't realise we've been there for 10 days.
Yeah.
And the 150 poker tables have gone. But it's a super event. But obviously a lot more details of the Goliath will be given during the year. The blinds are 20,000, 40,000. We are on 9. Who's going to be the first not to double up? We've had 4 short stacks double on the final so far.
Ace 4 suited for Andy Garland here. He's playing 15 bigs. This plays much better as a shove, but he's made it 2.5x. It made the big blind from defending as wide as you expect the big blind to defend, but Alexios with the nut low, going to get out of the way.
Evening, Byron. What's the idea behind this paying out in vouchers for overlaying comps? The Birmingham Deep Stack is paying out nearly over 3,500 in vouchers alone. I suppose because Grosvenor are guaranteeing comps, and if there is an overlay in that comp, then they'll want you to spend the overlay back in a Grosvenor casino at some point. It's nothing new. It's not something that's not been done before, it's just the first time Grosvenor's done it. If you think other companies guarantee a certain amount and then take out 10 seats for the next comp, then that's exactly the same. You're just taking out the voucher. That's a voucher.
Yeah.
It's just a voucher for the next comp. It's not something new. It's just new to Grosvenor, that's all. I suppose the client that's running the competition, if there's an overlay, they want you to spend the money back in a Grosvenor, in the casino that's giving the overlay away. Can't see any problem with it myself. The only other alternative will be to stop guarantees, and then people just wouldn't play. We are back, and we have an all-in. Alexios. It's Andreas with 10s. JV has the chips to call, and he does with ace 5.
Yeah.
Jan calls.
It's only a 7 big blind shove, and it's a button, so
60-40.
Yeah, I'm going to make the call.
That's nice.
Yeah, well, it's not that nice because Jan actually with more outs now. It's not the best of flops, although we flopped top set. Needs to fade a spade. Ace doesn't change anything, so needs to find a spade. It's a bust one. No good.
No, he got it's the only spade that can't bust him.
So Andreas will double up, makes a boat on the end.
There's another double up. Just a 5.
And you look at the stacks, we've got 6 out of the 9 players sub 20 bigs.
It was interesting enough. Yeah.
Your attention please, for all German want to hold it.
It's irrelevant. Yeah. I was here. You never won them, so.
Your attention please, for all German.
So the 10's double. The ace-5 did call.
And Zach with pocket aces in the hijack. Just the min click to 80k, so still standing by my theory when he's got the small pairs, middling pairs, making it 4x, 5x, and the more nutted hands, he seems to just min click or a bit more. And Andy Garland's going to fold in the big and no action for Zach with the aces.
Cheers, Mikey B. Thanks for your kind words. Good to be back on the circuit for 2019. You're watching the final now, and we have had 5 short stack double ups during this final so far.
Free roll password is Rake Race. Roy, haven't got too long to enter that. It's got 19 minutes left of late registration.
John Nebber says, what's a decent first comp to play? That's on Twitch.
So, John, if you've never played a comp before, best thing to suggest if you've got a local casino, maybe not even a local casino, there's a lot of like pub league poker now, just to sort of get to grips with the rules, get an understanding of a live setting. And I know like some pubs have like little £5, £10 tournaments, and start playing them, and then once you feel comfortable, venture into a casino, play like the daily 30-pounders, 40-pounders, and just first grasp the game, get experience.
He's done a £50 down at the G. He plays online like £30 ones. Need a decent one, live but friendly. Try the deep stacks that have just started. Your daily the deep stacks. They run over a weekend. Check out on GUKPT.com where they're running next. If you don't mind travelling, Poker Compass is a very good app to use. It tells you what the local comps are, or even national comps around the place. Have a check on Poker Compass, and it's a very good app. And it tells you where the legs are playing. 25-25 Portsmouth next week. Don't know how far it is from Thanet to Portsmouth.
Probably about 2.5.
That's a £225 buy-in. The VIX monthly on the 7th of Feb. That's a £300. That's probably a little bit too big. So yeah, there's plenty on there. If you just check out Poker Compass, it is very, very good.
Just downloading it right now.
Yeah, it's very, very good. Tells you just about everything.
So Jan in the cut-off, ace-7. It's going to open.
Good evening, Rachel. Rachel Hesp, just joining us. Good to have you on board, Rachel.
So it's another raise and take it. Not been hardly any action so far on this final table. Something needs to give eventually. You can see their stack sizes. There's actually only 220 odd big blinds in play.
I think you should try the deep stacks. I think you'll be quite surprised with 30,000 chips, 30,000 starting stack. The Royal one says, do the Grosvenor in Blackpool still play local tournaments? Yep. Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Just the Wednesday and Thursday they don't have. And all details are also on the Poker Live app, which is run by Grosvenor Casinos. Poker Live is another app that's just for Grosvenor events because it's run by Grosvenor. It's called Poker Live, and that tells you everything that's going on in Grosvenor. You can basically click on it and it's connected to the clock that you see in the card room. So what happens is every time there's a buy-in, then he updates it automatically, so you can tell how many runners there are, what the guarantee is, what the buy-in is, how many chips you get, how many runners there are already sat at the tables.
So
very good.
We've got an open here from Andy Garland. He's actually opened just under 4x, 3.75x here with the King 6 suited. And he's put Atanas in a bit of a spot, ace 10 in the big hand. A lot of the time, you'd usually see him just shove over and open with 13 big blinds. He may elect to play this a bit differently now, facing this size from Andy Garland. If Andy just opened the more standard size, like 85k, 90k, I'm almost certain Atanas would shove the ace 10 like you're supposed to off of this stack, 13 bigs. But he may be reading a little into this sizing here, 3.5x. Maybe he just doesn't think he has any fold equity with a hand like ace 10. Just probably doesn't think Andy's ever folding after making it this size. So he's got two options here. He's got the fold option. Oh, he's going to call. He's going to make the call. I know it's a base. It's an effective all-in, which is he left himself one chip back, which I like. Against that size, some players may just elect to fold, but he has just taken the spot and moved all in, and a quick fold from Andy Garland.
John Lowe in the chat box says, why was the Swansea deep stack cancelled? I didn't know it was, so I can't really answer. Only thing I could surmise is if Cardiff wasn't well attended, then that may have a decisive decision on it. I'm not sure. I didn't know it had been, to be fair.
This final table started at 4:25, 2 hours in, nearly 2.5 hours, and we're still yet to see a bust out. King Queen for Andreas. He's playing a stack of 15 big blinds. Should be shoving here, but we've seen some strange things so far in this final table. Seems like players aren't playing as standard as you'd expect. So I'm hoping to see a shove from Andreas here. 15 big blinds, King Queen under the gun +1. But he's not going to shove. It looks like he's just counting out raising chips here. It's literally dead at the moment. I'm waiting for it
Makes
to come
it
back.
100, raises to 120. King, Queen. Atanas, 100,000 to call. Could we not flick this in?
Well, Atanas is playing just sub 20 bigs,
No.
but he's going to get out of the way. And ace 10 for Sohan in the big blind. So two legitimate hands in the blinds here, and Sohan playing a stack of 13 bigs.
Well, he's made the call. He has made the call, so ace 10. Sohan calls. Andreas with the paint. And it comes 10 high, but it comes club, club, club for the king of clubs for Andreas. Top pair, top kicker for Sohan. And he moves the triangle in. And a call. We can't. Well, Andreas has him covered. So if he hits a club, we would lose our first player.
Yes, Andreas, not the player at risk. It's Sohan. So Sohan needs to fade a king, queen, or club. It's a good turn. King, queen off club to fade. It's a 7.
It's a 7. There is no elimination, but I'm guessing Andreas is now going to be on absolute fumes.
And straight away, like if Andreas just plays that hand standard, Sohan I think passes the ace 10 in the big. If he just opened shoves for 14 bigs, 13 bigs, whatever it was with king, queen, Sohan may elected of just to pass the ace 10 in the big blind the way he's been playing, but because we've just opened and how often the big blind does defend nowadays, like when you do just whiff a flop, I know he picked up the club draw in that case, but you just don't know where you're at in the hand. You've already invested a chunk of your stack. It just plays so much better as a shove rather than an open off of these like sub 15 big blind stacks. There shouldn't be hardly any hands that you're opening. It should just be all in or fold most of the time, and then you just can't make any mistakes that way. If you know your shoving ranges, know the hands you should be shoving from what position, you just can't make a mistake, and then it's all in the hands of the old poker gods that would have much preferred to see a jam there. And I think Sohan would have probably passed the ace 10 how he's been playing. And important when you are jamming to know whose big blind it is, know who's behind you. If people are over folding, it makes it better to shove it as well.
We've got a special dictionary. That's what we've got.
Guys, probably should mention there's a huge overlay at the moment
Get yourselves in if you're
online main event. £110 buy-in at 10k guarantee. Go check it out online. Be a great value tournament if you can play it tonight. If you've got the 110 to flick in, try and get yourself on that, and looking like there's going to be a juicy overlay. So if you are watching and you're at a loose end tonight and you fancy a bit of online poker, have a look at that.
Flick it in and let us know how you do. While you're watching the live stream, because the live stream could be on for quite a while. We are still on 9 and we've been playing nearly 3 hours. But we do have a short stack all in. Andreas, who is all in with king 10, is against ace 5. He needs to hit to survive, or Andreas, orthodox out, the 29-year-old from London, will be the first eliminated. And it'll be for 7.4.
Yeah, that's a bad flop. Needs to find a king or a 10. There are some turn cards that makes him dead as well. That's not one of them, because
that's not bad.
Can find a 9 now, or a 5 to chop it, but it's an ace on the river, and we lose our first player from the final table.
Not only lost to the straight, the ace on the river.
Andreas
did it.
Orthodoxou taking home 7.4k for his troubles.
No, it's alright.
Yeah. Enjoy the comp. I expect to see nothing less than Ace King suited winning another comp for Seattle Scott.
Yeah, good luck, Scott.
And enjoy the Super Bowl, young man. And enjoy the Super Bowl. Super Bowl Sunday starts in 4.5 hours time. Scott, big Patriots fan. Good luck with the Super Bowl, and enjoy your evening and make some money. And we'll see you soon.
Yeah, Cassius Clay, thanks for that. I know it's been a very bizarre final table. I think what could be the case, maybe players, other than I know Alexios has made a few final tables, Paul Siddell plays a lot, but the rest of them just might not be used to a big final table. They might have 600k in front of them and looking at it as 600k.
I think you can also tell the way the chips are strewn everywhere from each player.
They're probably looking at it in terms of chips, like I've got 600,000 chips, I don't need to move all in, rather in terms of big blinds, how they should be looking at it. But it just could be an experience thing, maybe it could be the first big final table for a few of these guys. And that's why we're seeing some unorthodox lines in pre-flop play with certain holdings. As we see Jan open under the gun, King Jack.
Is the lot in? That is the lot, by the looks of that.
Yeah, Chris moves all in with pocket eights. Rightly so as well. Chris has actually played very well as well. Chris seems like he knows hands he should be jamming with. Like in this spot, I think a few other players at the table may have just flattered in the hijack, thinking I've got 650k, I'm just going to see a flop, but Chris, rightly so, moves all in for his 16 big blinds with pocket eights over and open from the chip leader, and he gets it through.
Ian Needleman he watches the live streams all the time, does Ian? He's downloaded the client for the first time. He got a bonus for downloading and putting money in as a deposit bonus, and he's in the top 10 of the free roll at the break.
Easy game.
Tell you what, the way that man runs. We are on 8 players in the final. The Royal one says, whilst I realise the importance of the current chat, I would like to remind you all why you're missing the vital question. What is the best ice cream lolly?
It's got to be a Zap.
A Zap?
Yeah.
I mean, are you old enough for Zaps?
Yeah.
Are you?
They're my favourite.
Hello, Mr. David.
Am I old enough for Zaps, he says.
Are you old enough for Zaps?
Sohan over the million mark now, makes it 95k with ace 10 in the cut-off. Zach with 7s on the button here. He's going to make the call, and both blinds will get out of the way with their particular holdings. And we're going to take a flop heads up. Ace 10 for Sohan, Zach with the pocket 7s.
King 4-2 is the flop.
Check from Sohan, and now Zach is going to fire. Can feel pretty confident about his hand once it's been checked to us. Probably in about around 100k. Okay, 225k, just under pot, and gets the job done. Big size in there, yet again from the man in seat 5.
The push-up wins hands down. That's just a sucky thing, isn't it?
I don't even know what the push-up is.
What's the one that you had yesterday?
Feast. Feast's nice, yeah, I do like
That's
the feast.
It. Hands down. Man, I've seen that. The Solero wasn't bad.
Yeah, thanks for that, you two.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
I remember that.
Sorry about that.
Brought the ice creams in. There was one feast, one Solero, and about 70 banana lollies. These two grabbing, and I'm left with a banana one.
First up, best dressed.
Yeah, that's it.
We're on the final of the GUKPT here in London. It is a great tournament. We're down to 8. We've lost one player. It's nearly 3 hours old, the final table, and we lost one player. We had 5 double-ups. But we are now down to 8.
And good evening, everyone. If you're watching on Twitch, we are new to Twitch now. It's going to be used, hopefully, all year for the tour. I love this from Zach. I actually really like this. He's played very strange so far, the final table, but it's been an under-the-gun open, and he just flats the pocket aces in the cut-off. Getting a trappy. I think this is the third time Zach's had aces on this final table. He's definitely had them at least twice. And we'll see a flop.
Jack 6 deuce. Rainbow. Top pair for Chris.
Wow, so Chris...
This could get him into a little bit of trouble. Blinds are 20-40, so he's sub 20 bigs.
About 6.
Yeah. Check calls are 60k.
Oh, a spade on the turn as well. So Chris now with top pair and a flush draw. This flat from Zach Bree could get him a lot of chips. Because if he's barreling again here, Chris isn't going to fold unless he goes for some huge sort of sizing. But there's no situation where Chris is going to fold this hand to a turn bet.
250,000 is the bet. Yeah, the lot's gone in. He's grabbed all the triangle and the call from Zach.
Wow, this is a big pot. 1.8 million in the middle.
This is huge, and it's Chris Cadgy's tournament life.
He has got a lot of outside, can find any jack, any 9, any spade. Chris Cadgy, the player at risk, needs to find a jack, 9 or spade. And it's a 4 of clubs on the river, so we're going to lose Chris Cadgy in 8th place. He'll be taking home £9,100.
Well done, Chris.
And we are now down to 7. Everyone has locked up 11.5k.
Well done, Chris. 37-year-old from Cardiff, and has just cashed for 9,100, beating his previous poker win. Final tablist 7 years ago in Manchester, and has now finished in 8th. We're down to 7.
Yeah, but there's the merit, guys, of like flatting aces. You know, not necessarily kings or queens, but with aces, it's like no real bad flops for our hand. Like we can get like the 6, 5, 7 of spades come out, but you can really win big pots. Like that deception factor pre-flop. Like a lot of players don't factor in aces when you just call an open instead of free betting. So it is good a certain frequency of the time. Like don't do it always. Like a small frequency of the time in specific spots to flat your aces. And in that case, it worked out perfectly because if Zach did free bet, he would not have got any action from the Jack 9.
Base 80,000. Pass. Pass. Pass.
So Zach raise and take with the ace queen. Are you guys using OBS or Streamlabs? Ask John Bar 1991 on Twitch. John, I'm quite oblivious to what those two things are, so I'm going to go with no on that answer. So the online 10k is currently adding £5,000. You've got another 2 hours to get into that. I can't stress enough, it's going to be great value. So if you are about tonight and you can play the online main event, our first ever one for the GUKPT, get yourself onto it. And if you are competing this year and you're going to play a lot of Grosvenor events and you want to get yourself in that national league and a chance of winning one of the 15 passports we're essentially giving away this year, points from that tournament will be going towards the National League, so that's something to bear in mind as well. So it's been a fairly slow final table so far. I've not seen much action other than the all-in prees. There's not been too many talking points. Best hand we probably saw was just the hand between Zach and Chris. There's the chip stacks. Chip leader Zach now 2.5 million. Couple of shorties. Alexios and Andrew both sub 20 bigs. Blinds are 20k, 40k for another half hour, and then they'll be going up to 25k, 50k, which then means we will have less than 200 bigs in play. So something will give eventually on this final. So Jan, 9-6 of hearts, makes it 85k. It's going to be folded all the way round to Zach in the big blind. Zach getting a nice price. He's getting exactly 4-1 on a call. 8-7 off is a hand that you expect someone to defend. But he just lets it go and still gets through from Jan with the 9-6. And you can find us on social media, on Facebook, Grosvenor Poker, on Twitter, Grosvenor Poker, YouTube, GUKPT, and now we are on Twitch, GUKPT.
Why don't you go in the restaurant and I'll go to this one. And I'll come back here. So if that bus doesn't definitely. Definitely come back.
Pocket fives for Paul in the hijack. Expect him to come in for a raise, as he does. Looks like Atanas has a decision, but he lets the 10-9 suited go. And Sohan with King-Queen on the button. He's going to make a call. He wants to see a flop. Zach in the small is going to call the deuces, and Alexios now getting a ridiculous price in the big blind. It's actually 40k. Oh no, 60k to call from Alexios. So he's getting 6-1 on a call here with 4 deuce of diamonds. He may choose to invest that 1.5 big blind to see if he can catch a piece of the flop. I can get behind either option here. I can get behind passing because there are some bad reverse implied odds with this type of hand. I can also get behind the call option because there are a lot of flops that we can check raise jam as well with this particular holding. And he opts for the latter. He makes the call.
Flop time. Jack 3-9 rainbow. Hits absolutely nobody.
Yeah, the fives of Paul. That's still the best hand. I'll be very surprised if this doesn't check through. But it looks like Zach is counting out chips. No, he checks.
Get that back to peak, I'm just going to go across the house. Can't get it plugged in anyway.
Why would you need to upload it again?
No, I've literally got to play a game. The one that's down in the restaurant, so it's like nowhere near yet to put it in.
And it does check through. 7 of clubs on the turn. Doesn't change a thing. The fives of Paul still the best hand. And
you'll see me Friday.
Expect it to check round again. Maybe Sohan, once checked him twice, might fire, but he's going to fold. Sorry, he's going to check.
10 of diamonds on the river.
And Sohan rivers the nuts, but there is no way that he is ever getting paid in this spot. Well, Alexios here, he's going to take a stab.
Yeah, he's going to try and nick it at the wrong time. 140,000. He's going to leave himself 10 bigs.
Actually, I like this bet from Alexios. I know we can see he's betting to the nuts, but I like the lead here on this particular board. We're betting 140k into 435k. We're giving ourselves a good price to get the bluff through, and we've got more 8x calling out of the big blind than any other position on the table. So he can credibly represent 8x, and we can put like 10x, get 10x to fold on the river. Hands like that, then we just got the bottom of our range. We know we're never going to be good with the nut low. So I like that he's chose to bet here. I can see that it's not going to work out because Sohan has the nuts, but it's actually a really nice lead spot. The way the hand's played, we're going to have the most 8x there. It's hard for our opponents to have any sort of 8x hand, and Sohan raises, and we'll see Alexios fold fairly quickly.
Indeed, they both do.
Yeah, just because someone's bluffing into the nuts, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad play. Just because we can see that he's got the nuts there on the river, it's a good lead from Alexios. He's definitely winning in that particular spot. It's just unfortunate that sometimes they're going to have it. You can't get every bluff through. It's mathematically impossible.
Final table, GUKPT London. If you are just tuning in, good evening. If you're joining us on Twitch for the first time, hello!
Hello on Twitch.
And if you are on the GUKPT website as normal, and hello, how are you doing? Don't forget the 10k online is running right now. £110 buy-in, 10,000 guarantee. It's a GUKPT online special, and there is an overlay at this moment in time. Late reg till 9 p.m. Race to 100,000. Does Paul with Ace Jack suited. Atanas folds the pocket threes.
Yeah, and I don't think Jan's going to defend this hand.
And that should win. It does. No bad luck stories for the both of them. No bad luck stories. Just not their weekend. Not to be. Hot chocolate. Did you play the free roll, Andy? No. Thought you might have played it. If you're still in the free roll, then good luck.
Yeah, good luck everyone still in the free roll, and good luck everyone in the £110 online main event. 10k guaranteed in that. Currently we're adding £5,000, so try and get yourself in if you can tonight. It's a great value tournament.
King 10-7 is the flop.
Yeah, so both players catch middle pair here. Sohan has Zach outkicked, and Sohan is going to continue. And we can't fold to one bet, catching middle pair as Zach, so Zach should be making the call. As he does, and we will see a turn card. 10. It's a 3.
3 of diamonds. You're a rotter, you are.
I felt like
wanting a 10 on the turn.
I really felt like a 10 was coming on the turn there. I really had one of them gut feelings. Case 10, boom. But it's a brick, and now Zach leads for 525k. Just under a pot size bet here. Betting 525k into 675, so it's a really chunky bet, and it actually gets Sohan to fold the best hand. I'm not the biggest fan of that lead. I know once again we can see it worked on this occasion, but Sohan has all the King X, like he's never folding a King Queen, King Jack, Ace King, those type of hands. He has aces in his range. He can have set of sevens. There's just a lot of hands we can be barreling into there, and I don't really see what that bet's supposed to achieve. I don't think it was a bluff to try and fold out a better 10. It's just a very, very strange lead for me, but it just worked out in this occasion. And it's going for Zach at the moment when he's making those sort of plays. It's just gets the bit better hand to fold. shoes there.
Still on 7 in the main event. Blinds 2040. We're going up to 2550 in round about 15 minutes time. Good evening, Stumpmeister.
What
a great name. We are glad to be back. It was a long winter.
Yeah, it was.
We're going to need something to do in December soon.
Yeah, I was starting to get bored.
Getting stuck.
So Jan continuing his aggressive style. This time Jack 7 off. He's going to open. Get some resistance from Atanas in the big blind. Rightly so, defends the King 10. But this is going to be Jan's pot. Although the King 10 is 72% favourite equity wise, Jan with the betting lead and position. I'll be very surprised if this pot doesn't head his way. Here comes the continuation bet. Bet of 80k and action on Atanas. And Atanas gets out of the way. It just seems like no one's playing back at Jan on this featured table. They're happy to just, when they whiff a board, if they flop a gut shot, they're happy to just fold to his continuation bet. No one's like putting in a check raise, putting the pressure back on him. He's just seems to be walking over people at the moment. No one really making a stand.
So, new dealer, will it change things? Will it have that spark that we need?
We need something to happen, Tower.
We do.
It's been
we do.
Don't really know the word for it.
Fill in the blanks.
Yeah.
There will be sparks at some point.
Yeah, there has to be. It's just
there always is.
Paul moving around a little, getting a better view of the table. It's in seat 1.5 now. Jan again going to be opening, this time Jack 10 suited. Actual hand that should be opening. Andy Garland flicks it in. Last 10 big blinds with the pocket eights.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh my.
Sohan flicks one in as quick as you like because the boots are waiting. These boots were made for walking.
Yeah, Andy Garland, he's had about 9 lives already this tournament, and he's going to have to do well to get out of this one. It'd just be incredible if he survives yet again, but
I wouldn't be surprised if he hit quads.
He can't carry on like it. You just
I
can't.
wouldn't be surprised if the elderly man
it's an 8 on the flop.
He's got the name written all over the trophy.
He just can't lose at the moment. Get it in good, get it in bad. Needs to fade an ace still though. It's not over yet.
Rather be lucky than good.
Yeah.
And if you're both, then you have a great combination. The man is not down. He's down quite a lot, but he is never out.
This
is it a 1 outer, 2 outer? Is it a 3 outer? Is it A miracle jack flop with the case jack to survive. He has been down to one small blind, and now he just doubles himself up to 20 big blinds and back in the game.
He just won't bust. He just will not bust. Andy Garland, smile on his face, gets the double up, run into aces. Well, you were right, Tal. New dealer, maybe a bit of spark there.
Yeah.
First hand.
Yeah.
There we go. That's the perfect word, actually. Cassius Clay, lackluster. I think
Lackluster.
it's just missing that bit of something. But Andy Garland. Still in the tournament. I know he's probably got a big cyber row watching from somewhere, and they're all going to be cheering, seeing that 8 on the flop.
John says, someone get that guy a lottery ticket.
Alexios all in through his last 12 bigs with King 10 here. Really surprised Paul didn't think about that with the... Oh, there we go. The King Queen's back. But he's going to muck it. Yeah, I think if it's like a cut-off jam, he probably calls with King Queen there, Paul, but it is an under-the-gun shove. Maybe just got a bit of a tighter range. He did have Alexios in a dominated spot, but he was not to know that. Anna Esch. Is this live? I thought it was down to the final table an hour ago. Yes, we kicked off the final table at 25 past 4, so
3 hours ago.
Exactly 3 hours ago. So the final has been running 3 hours. It should be a long final table the way things are going. Could still be here in 8 hours time, 10 hours time. You don't know with this game.
Yeah, this is live as we can be, and we're having a fabulous time in India, but you are live with us in London. I don't know what time it is with you, and which part of India are you in? We've been playing the final table for 3 hours.
We have lost 2 players, nearly just lost 3, but Andy Garland finds an 8 on the flop. So Atanas folded to him in the cut-off. He chooses to open Queen Jack. Zach is going to make the call in the small blind with 10-9 off. Very loose pill here from Zach out of position. And the other thing as well, Atanas is playing around 18 big blinds, so it's not like we're really deep as well. And
Ace 2-2 flop.
Can play some post flop, but check from Zach, and this is a great board for Atanas to continue on. We'll be opening a lot of ace-x hands from the cut-off, so we can credibly represent that on this board texture. And he does continue. And action on Zach. And it's a continue and a quick fold.
Should mobile phones be banned from the table? In my opinion, no. If the player is on the phone during a hand, he should receive a warning. If he continues to do it, he should get a penalty. And if he's slowing down play, he should also get a warning. I think a mobile phone nowadays is used in so many ways that you could be playing online poker, you could be watching TV, you could be talking to the missus, you could be talking to somebody else's missus, who knows. But for me, as long as you're not slowing down the game, I don't see a problem.
And the thing is, the Royal alone, if people are on their phones and you're not, even like I sit there, I have my phone and my headphones in, but I don't look at my phone, I just listen to music. But if you've got all these people on their phones and they're not paying attention, you're going to be gaining information that they're not gaining. If they're not concentrating when a hand goes to showdown and see what hands people are showing down, not concentrating on pots that they're not in, then you're already got an edge on these players because you're going to have better information about the table. As I say, by all means, let mobile phones be at the table, because if people just want to stare at their screen and not pay attention to what's going on when they're not in the hand, then straight away you've got a little edge already, gaining information that they're not gaining. They're not paying attention. I'm all for phones at the table.
Yeah, I don't see a reason why they shouldn't be, if they play, as long as the person they're using them is not slowing down the game.
Like,
as I previously said.
Like if someone's sitting there just looking at their whole cards, and then as soon as they know they're going to muck their hand and go back to playing Candy Crush, like, you want that, because they're not gaining it, they're not concentrating, they're not going to figure out how people play.
And if you're playing a game and somebody is constantly on the phone and slowing down the game, get the floor to give him a ruling. Get the floor to get involved.
Like, poker's a game of information, and there's so much information around the table every hand, and the more you take in, the better decisions you're going to make later on in a tournament. As we jump back to the action, as Alexios moves all in for his last 12 and a half, or just under 13 big blinds with ace queen. It's going to be back round to Zach, who can't make the call with queen jack in this spot. Can't call but will call. No, I don't think Zach is going to call in that spot. So we got just under 5 minutes, I believe, left on the clock, and then blinds will be going up to 25k, 50k. Royal says, I do agree, but it opens the door for possible collusion. Well, if I'm sat at a table and I'm paying attention and I see someone on their phone and someone else on their phone and it looks like they're texting each other, you can just say something, call the floor. Like if his phone vibrates, he replies, and the other guy's phone vibrates. It's pretty obvious, but I've never even encountered that, to be honest with you.
I can't remember the last time I heard of anybody colluding with anybody else.
Yeah.
Maybe it happens in your local games, but I don't think anything ever gets reported.
And the thing is,
I can't remember the last time.
The poker community is a great community. Like 99% of it is just great people who enjoy the game. They all play fairly. Like, no one's going to be looking for angles, and it's just something that I've never encountered. It would just be a rarity to happen, I think. But especially with players that play a lot, they know the game, they respect the game, and respect the other players at the table as well.
Quite a few years, he's been living in Edinburgh on pension credit. All his money. How's your kebab? Is it your resort?
It's always going to be risky, though, going to the casino.
So we're on 7.
Brad says he needs his phone just in case his mum phones. You should let her know that you're playing, Brad. Let her know you're playing. You give her a call during the break. I'm sure she's already heard about the ace-king versus ace-queen hand. I'm sure we'll see you back this year, and hopefully we'll see you have a deep run in one of these events. It would be nice. blind on blind here. Paul is going to complete with the 8-6. And Atanash, wow, he's just checked here. There's a really good spot to jam there, blind on blind for Atanas. But he's going to win the pot either way. Flopping middle pair, gut shot.
Paul makes it 40,000. Atanas will call. Aren't the blinds up? Well, are they up next hand? Must be up next hand. We must have just started this hand before the blinds went up. Just can't bet 40,000.
And Paul checks, Atanas checks behind, and Atanas will show the Jack 10.
Good evening, Alan. Mr. Alan Lamont. This is on a 30-minute delay. People's friend texts to inform them how other people are playing and what hands they had. Seen this a lot. Well, that's open to everybody.
Yeah, why wouldn't you do that? If I'm on a featured table, I'm going to be getting fed information from everywhere of how people are playing, what hands they had.
It's open to everybody at the final table.
Everyone can do it. Everyone's got the opportunity.
It still doesn't mean you can win a hand or stay in front. If you're up against Andrew Garland, you'll probably lose a hand anyway.
Yeah, but everyone does it, not just on the GUKPT, you see it in EPTs, you see people walking over to their rails and stuff in big events, trying to get information fed through as soon as possible. But you see it everywhere, everyone has the opportunity to do that, and if people aren't doing that, then they're missing out. So Zach, with one of his ludicrous open sizes again, makes it 300k. Makes it a full 6x. Blinds are now 25k, 50k, running ante of 5,000. So Alexios, once again, he's got 14 big blinds here, King 10 suited. For me, it's shove or fold, but it looks like it's going to do the same job. But no, Zach with Ace 8 in the big blind, he'll make the defend. Here comes Jack 10-4, one club. So action on Zach. Deuce of spades on the turn. Doesn't change anything. Alexios still with the best hand. Action now on Zach in the big. He checks, and after he's checked to us twice here, I think we can go ahead and bet, especially against Zach. But Alexios chooses to check behind once more, and now Alan is gonna fire here. He bets 300k over a pot-sized bet. And Alexios makes a great call, but just breaking the spot down really. If you're in Zach's shoes, we're only really betting that pot size bet with like the king or the ace of spades, and there's just so many permutations of hands we can have in the big blind there. Like, we're never betting the five of spades or six of spades there. We're checking it over to Alexios, or we're not going that size at least. So like, he's heavily weighted towards like ace of spades, king of spades, and then just bluffs, and that's why Alexios snap called him there just with a 10, and it's a great call, and it puts Alexios back up to 1.2 million, so back in contention. And I think once Alexios starts getting chips, and if he does chip up, we could see a different dynamic on this feature table or final table.
Who's that?
In the house?
No, it's alright. I don't know. Just move it back a bit.
You okay?
Every time. So we're on 7.
Yeah, maybe that could be the case, because then if everyone forfeited their phone, everyone would be on a level playing field. But they're still on a level playing field with their phone. But yeah, thanks for that, Alan. Much appreciated.
Ten, 2, queen, checked, 4 of hearts, a bet of 85 and a call. Jack hits for Alexios on the river. Does he bet, or does he just find that check? He bets. JV bets 160. It should be a call. And it is 9s. I've rivered you. So Alexios has beat his last year's total. No, 7 left to be fair. 11.5. Needs 6th place to beat last year's. Last year, Alexios in this event was 7th for 14.4.
Couple of years ago, that was.
Oh, yeah, we're in 19
yeah,
now,
we're in
aren't we?
2019 now. Where's the time gone?
Wowzers.
Yeah, that was the year Michael Zhang won it. The old Zhang banger. Gone on to big things. Won a high roller. Big. For over $1 million, I believe. Last year. Folds round to Zach in the cut-off. He's got ace-10. Should be opening this. Makes it 125k, 2.5x.
So folding all the way around.
Andy Garland completes. Oh no, he doesn't complete. He raises out the small. 3x makes it 150k. The Queen.
Raised to 150, and it pulses how many got 400. He said, oh, a bit more than that. Got 630,000 total, so Paul said he just gets out of the way. You're on online, we've got their GUKPT 110k, £110 buying 10k guarantee comp running at this moment in time. Late reg till 9 PM. Get yourself in. There is an overlay. Zach still chip leader. Can anybody stop him?
Can't be right there. King Queen's back for Alexios, makes it 110k. Paul win the small. King Jack gets out of the way. And then Tanas folds as well.
Predictions for Super Bowl. The Rams. Back in September, we were live streaming from Leeds, and I said the Rams will win the Super Bowl.
He's not lying either, I remember.
Yeah, back them at 16s. And then, I've not changed my mind. I have laid a little bit off, to be fair, so I can't lose. But no, it is definitely the Rams for me. I backed them at 16s, pre-tournament, pre-season.
So Jan in the hijack. At the moment, I can't see anyone else winning this other than Alexios or Jan. No one else is really applying too much pressure.
No.
Jan's probably been opening the most. Alexios has been short most of the final table. And as I say that, Paul pulling out the free bet with Ace Jack on the button makes it 325k. Like it. And Jan gonna have to get out of the way now, as he does. So we saw lots of Paul putting lots of players under pressure yesterday when he was on the featured table. He was playing really well, involved in a lot of pots, applying lots of pressure. He seems to have toned it down this final table, taking more of a conservative approach. Could be something to do with the pay jumps.
That's true. We have an all in. So on with eights. The sevens have got out of the way. Zach folds as well. And Andrew just snap folds in seat 9. The pocket sevens didn't even think about it. Brad Simpson says there's 88 runners in the 10k. Don't think there'll be an overlay. Well, I think we've done our job then.
Yeah.
Shall we high five each other?
Yeah.
High five, baby. Well done. So we're still on 7. Jacks for Paul. Paul Siddle looks down in the eye. Jack. Is it a raise and take?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's a cool dude. He's been kind of handcuffed, Atanas. He's never really got above 20 big blinds this whole final table, so he hasn't really been able to play his game. He's just one of them short stacks. And you just got to sit there quietly, wait for your spot to get it in.
The food has to be up to scratch. It's gone down this and the breakfast are still alright. Maybe in the morning.
Yeah, there's nothing better than going to the PCA.
Free roll in on a platinum pass.
On a platinum pass. 35 degrees outside and take home 100,000. That'll do nicely.
Andy Garland, pocket 8s.
We'll have some of that.
Yeah, it's all going in tower. 14 big blinds, pocket 8s. It should all be going in.
Yeah.
But
oh no, just a raise.
Just a raise. Makes it 175k, so 3.5x.
Looks like doing it.
I haven't seen you for ages. I saw it when I was leaving yesterday. I was like,
Looks like being enough.
Same result.
Yeah.
As the jam gets it through.
You know, effect. So the jam, both good.
yeah, you can relax on Thursday. Changes here. They all have special Chinese. Crackers and all the other stuff. Yeah, no, everyone started applying. King Jack
Folded all the way down to the cut-off. In fact, small blind, big blind. Should be a raise coming in from Jan. Makes it 150. And that'll do.
Yeah, cool. There's no real major ICM implications yet. The next pay jump is 3K, which is effectively 3 buy-ins. So at the moment, there's no real ICM implications, except for maybe the two big stacks if they get involved in a pot. Whoever's got the other one covered, but at the moment we're still only jumping 3K. So, especially because as well, like it more becomes a factor when there's someone like with 2 big blinds and the rest of the table have got like 10 bigs, 30 bigs, 40 bigs. That's when it becomes more of a factor. But when chip stacks are so close, like I think there's 5 players, maybe 4 players that are all sub 20 bigs, all around that sort of zone. But if someone was left on 2 big blinds, 3 big blinds, then people would be folding a lot more hands because of the pay jumps. But at the moment, it's not too much of a factor.
Yeah, absolutely correct. No one taking control of the table. And you normally see that when we hit a final table. It is a huge amount of money. 7th place is 11.5. 6th is 14.6, and then it goes to 20, 30, 450,000 for 3rd. 6th is for Zach. He raises to 200,000.
He loves it. He loves the 4X.
And you said that about the pocket pairs.
Yeah. What else? Like,
every time you have a pocket pair, it's had a 4X or 5X.
Yeah. Well, the 9s through deuces, but like the aces that he's had twice, he's just min clicked.
Yeah. Oh, it's going in.
It's going in.
There we go. It's all in. It's whether he wants to call the extra 500.
This is the problem with opening this size, because now we have to call off getting this price. Whereas if we just min clicked it, we can then just comfortably fold 6s. And I know we can see in this spot we are in a flip situation, but with 6s after Andy Garland jams,
they're in.
We need to be prime for a flip. And
there we
he's
go.
got
It
the
is
flip.
that race. Who wins the race? Andy Garland.
It's got to be, hasn't it?
It has to be. Andy Garland, ace king.
If you're
Zach,
a betting man.
Pocket sixes. Chip leader has him covered by chunks. Andy Garland, ace king, he's ran well. Can he do it one more time? Well, he's got even more outs.
Yeah, Broadway draw on the flop.
A jack, a king, or an ace.
That doesn't help. So Andy Garland is one card away from being on the rail. Needs an ace, king, or jack.
It's a 10, 10s and 6s. Take it for Zach O'Sullivan. Andy Garland, yesterday afternoon, could never have envisaged finishing 7th for £11,500 the way he was all in for one small blind. That feels like a win.
Yep, probably does for him. Will feel a bit gutted at the moment, but it will settle in after an hour or two. So we lose Andy in 7th for 11.5k. We are down to 6 players, everyone 14.6k locked up, and we're 6-handed.
We are on 6.
Slowly but surely getting there. We will be crowning an eventual winner at some point today. Someone will be taking home £122,000. So Alexios in the hijack, Jack 8 suited, makes it 110. Sohan, been fairly quiet in the big blind. He's got Queen 10. Attractive price on a call, 3.5 to 1. But then again, we are only playing 15.5 big blinds. He does make the call, seeing if he can catch a piece of this flop. I don't mind that at all off of 15 bigs. Like when you are in the big blind, closing the action, facing an open, there are a lot of hands you can call for an extra big blind and see a flop with. But complete whiff on this one. Alexios flopping middle pair should be continuing on this board as he does, and we should see Sohan get out of the way. Yeah, thanks for that, Ian. Thanks, Pete. Thanks, Stephen. Me and Tal try.
We do. We do. Aye, aye. Does anybody want to look at ICM?
Well, looking at an ICM chop. Who mentioned that? Who was it that mentioned that?
Atomos. Just checking if anybody's interested in looking at the ICM chop.
Yeah, if I'm Paul, Alexios and Jan, I'm probably going to say no.
Yeah, a couple of people said there's too many people to look at ICM.
Yeah, it's
locked up 14,600. 14.6.
Clive, that's just the music in the background of the casino.
Clive. We can't do anything about it, unfortunately. We're on the casino floor. We're not in a soundproof booth. It's just the casino ambience that's on in the background. I'd have 80s on if it were me.
So an open from Jan. You see a free bet from Paul with Ace Queen, 325k. Now we are 6-handed. Ranges should start to widen a little. I know this table's played kind of bizarre for a final table so far, but people should be opening a bit lighter. People should be shoving lighter now as we move to 6-handed. Hands go up in strength. but Ace 10 getting out the way to the free bet of Paul there, rightly so. Another pick up for him.
It depends what you like, Ian. I suppose it's just classed as easy listening, isn't it? Yeah, always in a casino, the GUKPT. Always in the only thing that's not in a the only thing that's not in a casino regarding anything Grosvenor run is the Goliath, and obviously that's in the Rico Arena. That's you have to rent the halls out, but they're always in the actual casinos. So the next leg will be at Berrynew Road in Manchester, which is the 3rd till the 10th of March.
Now Alexios here might be thinking about taking a spot. Sohan has played very, very tight at this table, and we got a king blocker. I thought Alexios might just set him in with the king 6, but elected not to. A little shake of the head. He's definitely thinking about it. I think if he had an ace there, we might have just seen him put Sohan in, put him to the test.
It's 125 plus.
See Paul opening ace 5 under the gun, makes it 125k. And Jan going to defend in the big blind. Jan has really bled off some chips, down to 1.3 million now. He was up to 3 million at one point, now just sitting on 1.3. It's a good flop for the pocket threes though, and it's also a good board for Paul to continue on. It's a jack deuce board, very hard for Jan to connect, and we have the ace of diamonds in our hand. We have some backdoor wheel possibilities, backdoor diamonds, about 105, and we see a call from Jan. Turn is another jack. Jan will be liking that card. Looks painty on the river. It's another jack. Quads on the boards, and now Jan left with the nut low. Well, the nut low would be pocket deuces, but same sort of thing. Paul running jacks to give him the best hand on the river. Quads with the ace kicker, that's the nuts. And what a run out that was for Paul. And Jan down to 1.2 million now. About 24 big blinds. At one point in this final table, he did have 3 million in chips. It's been a bad couple of levels for him. He You don't see that very often. The dealer putting out quads on the board. Atanas pocket 4s under the gun. Atanas playing a stack of 17 bigs. He's going to open. Folds all the way around to Paul in the big. He's going to get out of the way. And if you have just tuned in, good evening everyone. I should mention, you can see at the bottom of your screens there, but online now on Grosvenor Poker, 10k guaranteed, £110, no limit hold'em. That's underway as we speak, 50 minutes left of late registration. If you fancy some online tonight, get yourself in that. I'm sure plenty of people are playing who are currently watching the live stream. And if you are playing in that, or you're still in the free roll, good luck everybody. Like here, for example, we're six-handed. We've got King Jack suited under the gun. We've got 15 big blinds just over. Sohan, we expect him to just move all in. But he's just opened. And Atanas with King 5 in the big blind. After a bit of time in the tank, Atanas elects to let it go. So we've got just over 20 minutes left on the clock before we'll head out on another 15-minute break. We are currently six-handed.
So Andy Garland's run come to an end. We're down to 6. Blinds 25.50. Run down to your 5,000. What's the name of So Paul Siddle with the King Queen of Diamonds on the button. Says make it 125.
I'm surprised Paul just hasn't open jammed here. I'm pretty sure the effective stack's like 17 bigs in the blinds.
There we go, there's the all-in and the snap fold. Now then, Paul. It's a big bet to 809. Only one will release it for Atanas. 890,000 total. It's nearly half his stack. $890 total. It is just about half his stack. It looks so nice, the King Queen of Diamonds, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the thing
you
is,
just saw behind to show me hands.
Like in a usual setting, let's take this final table away for a moment. But Atanas's jamming range here in the small against a button open for 17 bigs. He should have loads of hand. He should have all pocket pairs, deuces through aces, and then he's going to have a lot of suited aces as well, suited will hands, and then the ace queens of the world, the ace jacks, the ace tens, the king jack suited, the king 10 suited. Like in an online setting, you might see just a call from the button there, but the way this final table has been playing, no one really wants to put the money in and get the cards on their back. Everyone's playing very conservative.
Pretty level these stacks. 2.8 chip leader, 800,000 short stack. Line's 25.50. Is the break at the end of this level?
Yeah, break at the end of this level. We've got just under 20 minutes on the clock.
Okay. Thanks for tuning in this weekend, our first event of 2019.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Hopefully it's been an enjoyable one. We've had a great day too yesterday, probably the best one I've ever had whilst I've been here. It was just incredible.
It was awesome.
Great to cover, and it has been a really, really good tournament. And we're not done yet. We are on the final table. We've got 6 players left.
And we've got a lot of money still to play for. And good to be on Twitch for the first time.
Yeah, evening Twitch.
I'm guessing Twitch will be around for as long as we are. Now we're on it.
Yeah.
Just imagine the Goliath on Twitch.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
it's
man.
Gonna go pretty crazy.
It is.
So Paul opening in the hijack here makes it 125k. Atanas with a stack of 24 bigs. Wouldn't be surprised to just see him shove here, 6-handed. Like picking up a pot now just with an open, you're gonna, if someone's opening to 125k, just picking up a pot is worth nearly $250,000. So you just picking up these sorts of spots. Like we can never flat here, 6-handed, but it looks like he's just going to come in for a free bet. But if we're free betting this hand, we have to be free betting to call off. Jam. Wow, he's just flatted here.
Just flatter with tens.
Wow, I'm
Very
surprised. Yeah,
that he flat with the tens.
We're 6-handed. Paul's got all the chips. Just because he's opening doesn't mean he has to have a hand. And that's going to bring Alexios along here.
Yeah.
And this can be one of the problems
now.
That's
the problem,
yeah.
flatting with the tens.
Like you can, the big blind's going to get a better price. You're then going to be splitting equity 3 ways instead of.
Well, that's not a bad
heads
flop
up.
for the tens.
Yeah, it's not.
As it turns out,
it's not a bad flop at all. It just plays a lot better as a jam pre-flop.
How do I get the
You need to go on Twitch or.
So about 125 on the turn of the call. And the river is the 4 of clubs. Atanas taking down the hand if he goes to showdown.
Now, is Paul going to pull the trigger here? That's the question. What's going through Paul's head here is hands that Atanas checks back flop in position and calls the turn bet. And there are some hands that we can get to fold that Atanas is going to have in his range, but Paul chooses not to unload the clip.
Yeah.
And Atanas going to take it with a tens.
Check the tens win.
Yeah, it worked out perfectly in that situation, the flat with the tens, but just think just over 20 bigs facing an open, we just got to shove. Like we just don't want hands like ace-6 off and king-jack to realise their equity against us. And up to the 1.6 million mark now, though, Atanas.
Pete Wildhouse has just locked himself up a fiver in the free roll.
So is Ian as well.
Good up. Well done, Ian. First time he's played. Ian cashes. 1 for 1.
1 for 1.
I think he should retire. Retire a champion. Undefeated. Next out will receive £14,600.
Yeah, so it is a pretty hefty pay jump now. It's a 5.5k, so 5 buy-ins.
5 buy-ins?
Yeah.
Of what?
For it's a 1k, isn't it? It's a 1100 entry, so 5.5k is 5 buy-ins.
It's 14,000.
Yeah, but the pay jump difference is.
Oh, right. Yeah. The pay jump.
Yeah,
Oh, right,
the pay jump difference is 5 buy-ins.
Missed that little bit. You know that detail.
That little detail.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. And then obviously it goes up in chunks, 14.6 to 20.1. And I think a lot of the table are looking at that. I think that's the way the table has played. Nobody's got out of line. Ace 10 under the gun. Might be a fold with 1.6. With a million chips, it's probably a fold.
Yeah, we're six-handed, so we're effective low jack here. 6-handed. It's not necessarily under the gun. So, and Atanas is going to come in for a raise, makes it 110. But he's run into the ace king of Alexios here. Alexios playing a stack of 28 bigs. Incoming free bet. You suspect. There it is.
Alexios 3 bets to 340,000 and a fold. Shows him ace king. So in 10 minutes time, is that 10 or 18?
That's 10.
Is it 10?
Yep.
In 10 minutes time there will be a 15-minute break.
And when we come back, blinds will be 30k, 60k. So that would mean just 150 odd big blinds in play, a bit more. So stack's really going to start to shallow up then. And if you do fancy some online tonight, our Grosvenor GUKPT online event, 10k guarantee, £110 buy-in. That's got just over 35 minutes left of late registration. So if you are at a loose end, fancy some online poker tonight, flick the 110 in and good luck. 10k guarantee on that. And if you are currently playing, good luck everyone involved. As we see Sohan, ace-9 under the gun, playing a stack of just over 15 bigs, and he's elected to open the ace-9. And Paul here with pocket queens in the small. First time in a while we've actually seen a big hand on the final table, and he free bets and a quick fold from Sohan, who is starting to get very short. 13 bigs after the break, they have just over 10 bigs. Ace Queen for Zach under the gun. Makes it 125k. Alexios Queen 10 suited. He's going to make the call in the hijack. He is 30 plus big deep, so happy to make the call in position. Does have to be wary though. There are a lot of shove stacks when you flat hand like this. There are a few. It's Sohan that's sub 15 bigs in there. After there's an open and a call, Sohan can shove a bit wider. There's more dead money in the pot, giving himself a better price on getting it through, but he does get out of the way in the big, and we take this flop heads up. 9-7-4, two spades. Zach has the betting lead, so we're going to see if he does choose to continue. He has reached for chips, and he does continue. Continues for 150k, and Alexios here, he's not folding with just queen high. Do have backdoor diamonds and backdoor straight possibilities. It is one of the better hands to float with, but we are only 30 bigs deep, so he is actually going to raise here, and I think Alexios is being fed information about Zach potentially. Zach not having any of it. He snap calls with just ace high. Snap calls. But maybe Alexios has been fed some information from friends about how Zach has been playing, and 7 of diamonds on the turn. If there's ever a good card to double barrel after we pick up a chunk of more equity, this could be one of them. We have a pot-sized bet left behind. It's just whether he's going to take the free card. He has taken the free card. He's waved the white flag. And it looks painty. It's a jack of spades on the river. And if Zach checks here, I think if we're Alexios, we've got to go for this. We have to go for it on this particular river. If you think about bluffs that we're raising flop with, can have spades, can have 10-8 suited, maybe not 10-8 suited open from under the gun. We've just peeled in the hijack, but Jack 10 suited can be a possible bluff. Get there now, but it's a great river to go for it, and he bets 520k. And Zach with just ace high here, I do not see how we can call. I just cannot call in this spot, and he does get out of the way. A nice play from Alexios. First big bluff we've seen on the final table. Alexios now near chip leader. A nice little play there. Good line, understood that the Jack of Spades, good card for his range on the river, and went for it and got Zach to fold the best hand. Nice little hand to watch there as we approach the end of the session. But when you think about hands, that I know he just had an air ball, we had some nice backdoors with the Queen Ten of Diamonds, but think about other hands that we can raise as a potential bluffs. There's flush draws in there, maybe some gut shots like Jack 10 suited, and they just all complete on the river, that card, with that card, and Zach just couldn't call with Ace Queen. I'm surprised he called the original raise on the flop with Ace Queen. As we see Alexios raise to 110k. It's raise and take, and that puts him chip leader. He came into the table second shortest stack, I believe, and he is now chip leader at the table. Sorry, he was third shortest stack when we started the final, but now leading the way. Came second in the grand final back in 2015. Losing heads up to Ben Windsor. Still took home 117k for his troubles. And Jan, aces under the gun, six-handed, big final table. Don't get much better than that. Makes it 105k. And Atanas with pocket jacks. We've got a hand here, guys. And Atanas with jacks here. Effective stack is 22 bigs between them, so I can't see any situation where this doesn't get in pre-flop. There's a free bet from Atanas. There's no better feeling when you've got pocket aces, you open and you see a free bet. And now back on Jan. Quick count of his stack. But I'll be very surprised if I didn't see the triangle make its way in the middle. And the thing is, Atanas has been fairly solid this whole final table. I don't think we've seen him have a single free bet bluff. So the fact that we've been free bet by him, it just seems like it's more weighted towards value. So just happy to get it in, shoves with the aces, and action back on Atanas now with the jacks. So effective stacks 22 bigs, six-handed jacks 22 bigs. Jan has been very aggressive on this final table. He's quieted down a bit since he's been short stacked, but when it first started, and Atanas just can't fold here. It's just a bit of a call-up. And he's going to be left very short unless he can find a jack. Jan with the best of it, obviously, needs to hold, needs to fade one of the two jacks. And there's an ace on the flop and no runners, so just drawing to running jacks. Perfect needed. And a king on the turn, and that is Atanas dead. And Jan gets a double up. So dealer's going to quickly count the stacks. Atanas left with just 5 big blinds, and we are going to be on a break, guys, after this hand. So we will be back at around 8:48, I'm going to say. I'll put it in the chat, but we will be back at 8:48. Oh no, we won't. We got one more hand. Dealer's quickly riffling. I didn't think he'd be able to sort out the stacks that quick. So we have got one more hand before we head out on break. So Paul folds. Atanas, Jack 8 suited. He's going to wait till after the break. He's going to come back, regroup himself, and see if he can spin up what will be sub 5 big blinds when we are back. Alexios completes in the small, and Jan with A6 in the big blind. It's a queen 3-5 flop. Beautiful flop for Alexios. Flops top 2 pair. He fires. Jan makes the call with ace high. Take a turn. Jack of spades. Alexios gonna fire again here. No need to get trappy. We want to start building a pot. We've got a really strong hand. And I think the double barrel will be the end of this. As is, we'll see you in 15 minutes, everyone.
Got that?
Hang on.
No, hang on. The next one should be 280.
I'm holding.
270.
270?
Yeah.
Double check that. Should be 575.
605.
Your leisure is Andrew Griffiths, 1-2, Andrew Griffiths, 1-2, hold on.
Tells what you get with the right.
You tell me if I'm right. 2.120. Oh, is that the official answer, is it?
This one's lost as well.
Andrew Griffiths, 1-2. Your leisure is Devin Frank, 1-2, Devin Frank, 1-2, hold on.
2390.
Oh, we had 2.4.
Well, it's not good enough, is it?
Plus or minus 10%. Stop again.
250. What did I say for Zach? Yeah.
Is that right? You're wrong.
No.
That cannot be a question. No way.
Proud of yourselves, are ya?
100% think we'll do it again. 3 or 4 handed.
No.
100%.
It depends on
He
him.
asked for it earlier on with 6 handed, but he said no.
Okay, so
Yeah, but
500,
5?
How do we get the 2 or 4?
600.
Stan?
Trouble with the supervisor.
Really?
They said send him to me. He must be.
Your initiative
No,
plan is
go see Carl. You stay until tomorrow?
Yeah.
I'll see you in the hotel then. Yeah? I hope they never hire you again.
You wish.
I wish they hire me again.
Stan, watch that chat. You keep it there, right?
Yeah,
Big size, yeah.
leave it with me, yeah. Safest.
Mahmoud, 311 Mahmoud, 11 hold on. Your initiative is Khalid Abdili. Khalid Abdili, 1-2 hold on. Ali Salama, final call, 1-2. Your initiative is Ivan Radoslav, 1-2. Ivan Radoslav, 1-2 hold on. Thank you. Your initiative is Khalid Abdili. Khalid Abdili, 1-2 hold on.
I've never seen a school Premier League, but it's about time. Yeah, with the Jarrett's kid. Jarrett's. Okay.
Your attention please. Khalid Abdili. Khalid Abdili, final call 1-2.
I think you should wait until the announcement. Really. I don't want to be in trouble with Raj. You know?
It's not just software to analyze. They do a lot of work, like the high skills. Like you can pay $50, $100. It's okay. But they make algorithms for the entries now, so it sucks. You know, it's like this one right there. This one is fine for the it's live.
Yeah, I think you can take a seat now.
Can I have your attention please? Main event players, please take your seats. You have just over 1 minute remaining in your race. Main event players, take your seats. Thank you.
yes.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Whoever goes further is buying coffee tomorrow. Yeah, no, chattering away in your ear.
This is what we're taking away. This is going to be 500,000. Do you want to double check? Was it? Thank you. Blinds 30,000, 60,000, 5,000 ounces, please. 30,000. Fair enough. Yeah.
Alright guys, 30:65 now. Good luck. And when you're ready,
We are back for the next session. Ian Needleman came third. How do you use your ticket? I'll show you. It'll be in your account very soon, Ian. And your top of your account where it says cashier and all that, balance and all that, you'll have a ticket. And then you can play any £30 game that there is.
Blinds now 30k, 60k. We saw just before the break Atanas jacks into aces, left with sub 5 big blinds, I believe. We see Zach open in the cut-off, ace 9. Any good flops for ace 9 about?
Flop a 997, that'll do very nice.
Check from Jan, and Zach snap checks behind. Oh, and a king on the turn.
Could get things interesting for Jan in C8.
And checks
Zach
once
has
more.
run well. He bet 60,000 and called.
Is that a king on the river? It looked painty.
bet of 200,000.
It's a jack.
Should just be a call with the ace 9. Oh no, raised to 600,000. JV has rivered 2 pair and a bigger 2 pair. No, then he calls. Zach shows him the ace 9 for a 2 million chip pot. For a 2 million chip pot. Zach, a third of the chips in play with 6 players left. Well, 2 million chip pot to start the next session. Level number 28. Atanas says I'm all in. Ace Jack is just running to 10s of Zach. Zach's always calling in the hijack. It's only 50,000 to call. He's never ever folding. And now Atanas is all in and facing elimination. £14,600 Atanas is looking at. If he doesn't hit, he's hit the jack, but it's an up and down straight draw. And a 10 hits on the turn to bring a set of 10s. We've got outs with the king. Oh, wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. Atanas. The poker god gives and the poker gods take away in one fair swoop. And in 2 hands, Zach O'Sullivan has taken nigh on $1 million off Jan and has just taken out Atanas Pavlov. Originally from Bulgaria, won at the PCA for $105,000. What a performance, but he has been eliminated. Well, we're down to 5. £20,100 locked up for the remainder. So we're down to 5 here in London. King 6-3 is the flop. King 9 for Paul. About 325,000. Pot size bet. Paul could rip this. Seems a big over bet to rip it. Well, if he does call, it's less than an SBR. Yeah, there he goes. He announces all in. The lot. It was just under 1.5 mil. And Paul gets himself back over 2 million. Zach, Alexios and Paul are all over 2 mil. Sohan is the man in trouble and he has 9 big blinds, but he's now got the triangle in. All in again. He has decided this level is the level to double up. And Sohan Basu gets it all in again and wins again. Keep adding over 100,000 every time you go all in, and he'll be back in the pack in no time. This time it's Jan deciding to move all in on the button. Ace 8, pretty standard shove. And Sohan shows an ace and gets out of the way.
It's like you don't even know it. It's everything on your right hand side.
It is indeed, Brad. 20,000 locked up. Fantastic for any event. £20,100.
This is the chippers, so be much appreciated. Also, this is the last 15 minutes to enter the satellite. 47 pounds to enter.
We see a flop.
4 seats worth 275.
Paul raised it up. Alexa calls King, Queen, 9. Paul hits. Goes check, check. Goes check, check again. And the ace. So the 9 players, kings and 9s. Paul Siddle takes a small one.
Thank you very much. Sorry for that's all right. 20 seconds, that's it. Only this you can do, 20 seconds. How long do you want me to last? You just pretending to walk around, you just yeah, it's a bit I dropped it. And we're really proud of it. Yeah.
Yep. Big pay jumps, that's what happens. That's exactly what happens. That's why winning's good. 10s for Sohan. Must be all in. It is. It's a winner. Thank you very much. Even though I do think it's only 19,000 pay jump. 5 players left here in London. Welcome along. GUKPT leg 1. They were moved on to the 80s in the club. Flop time. Paul limped pot. King 10-2. Pairs the king after it's checked. It goes check, check again. 8 of diamonds on the river. The ace will play. JV checks again. Better call. ASI wins.
Maybe they got a picture. We all want to win our story. Never. We never know. No. So you didn't do the right step. Just go for the yes,
Oh, you don't think that found something?
So 4-3 ace flop is checked. Paul checks again with the best of it. And now a bet of 225 waiting for Zach to hit to bet out. I think he's just going to call, which he does. So Paul puts a lock on it, he goes check, check, the Queen will play. For a 9 million chip pot, Paul takes over the chip lead. Paul Siddle.
What I missed, Tower?
Well, you missed Anatas falling, not Anatas Pavlov falling in 6th.
Right, 125.
I see we're 5-handed now.
Yeah,
so
now Paul Siddle's just taken 2 nice hands off Zach. Zach doing exactly what you were saying, bets 300k into a 300k pot, and Paul just called him down. So we just want a bit more off him just there.
So Alexios opening here, and Zach just flatting the ace-king in the big blind. Really surprised to see that. We're 5-handed. We want to be free betting a hand as strong as ace-king for value here. It was check, check on the flop. Queen of spades on the river. Goes check, check, and Alexios seems surprised to see ace king there.
You got ace king.
How you got ace king here?
Yeah, it's not a new one, right? I'll check it, I'll tell you. Because obviously someone can turn it off.
Paul ace-3 in the cut-off.
I think Zach's had an ace the last 5 hands.
This one he folds though, facing an open from Paul. And Alexios, king-queen in the big blind. He's just going to call, not taking the aggressive line, potential 3-bet candidate, but just going to flat. And we see a jack 4-3 2-spade board. Paul flopping a bottom pair, backdoor nut flush draw. Alexios just with the 2 overs to the board. Bet of 125k from Paul. Alexios getting floaty with just the king high. No real backdoors with his hand, but the backdoor straight possibilities. It looks painty on the turn. It's another jack. Check, check, and finds
the king
on the river. Now we've got a clear value bet here as Alexios. Just very hard to give Paul credit for a Jack X type of hand. You'd expect him to continue barreling on turn, and on this specific river we can represent a lot of bluffs. We can have hands like 5-6 suited out the big blind, 5-7 suited, ace-5 suited, well ace-5 off, ace-deuce off. There's plenty of bluffs we can have, as well as the spades as well. So it's actually a great spot here to put a chunky bet in. And Paul having to think about this, and he does just have bottom pair, but I would not be surprised to see Paul flicking a call, and there it is. And can't blame him, Alexios there. It's hard to see what type of hand he's got there. Can't really give him credit for King X because he called the flop, unless it's King Jack. So it looks a lot like he's repping a jack, and Paul pays it off, and Alexios up to 2.4 million.
Attention remaining players of the Sydney St. Max satellite, please start making your way back to the table. Your satellite will resume in 3 minutes flat. Thank you. Attention, please, Simon Perez.
So everyone locked up just over 20k, £20,100. It's over a 10k pay jump between 5th and 4th. So really at the business end now. £122,000 going to the eventual winner.
Your attention please, final call for remaining satellite players in the St. Max satellite. Please make your way to your table.
Folds to Jan on the button, Jack 8 suited. Makes it 125k. Everyone gets out of the way.
satellite players, welcome back.
The Yan going to open back-to-back hands. King Queen in the cut-off. Should be raising. Makes it 125. And Paul with Ace Jack on the button here.
Yeah, some hands as Paul Siddle this section.
Paul's going to make the call. And Zach in the big blind here, he's got Queen 8 suited, 65k to call, so he's getting just under 6-1 on his money. And Queen 8 suited is a hand that I'd be defending off of this stack, as he does. And we see a 9-9-3 flop. Checks round to the button, and Paul's going to fire once it's checked through to him. Gets 2 faults.
Flop time. Jack 10 for Paul, so he's a 2-4-9 flop. 7s for Alexios. He's good at the minute.
Yeah, so we'll like this flop Alexios. Just the one overcard to his pocket 7s. But it's just been turned. Jack on the turn gives Paul a top pair. Paul's going to fire. Alexios should be calling one street here, as he does. River is an 8. Alexios hits the wire. And now we can come in for some value. But no,
check.
Paul checks behind.
An extra check.
Just believes that maybe he's not getting called by too many worse hands.
Here's chip leader Paul Siddle, 2.6 mil. Sohan Basu, the short stack. Mine's 30-60 with a 5.
Zach in the cut-off, King 10. Expect him to open this hand with 5-handed. Makes it 1-2-5. Alexios with King 5 suited on the button, gets out the way. Pocket sixes for Jan in the small. He's playing a stack of just over 25 bigs, 26, 27 big blinds, around there. And Jan going to make the call, and this could bring Paul in with Queen 6 of diamonds. Once again, attractive price on the call, 5-1. He does make the call, and we're going freeway to the flop. Haven't seen one of these in a while.
So who won the free roll? 3-3-2 the flop.
Checks round to Zach, he fires. Checks 125. Three on the turn. Check, check.
And an ace on the river.
Great card for Zach, this. If he is going to...
No, check.
He just checks. He can really put the pressure on Zach in that... Jan in that spot. Calling out the small, his range looks exactly like what it is when he calls flop, like all the pocket pairs, like 4s through 9s. I really thought Zach was going to rip that river.
So who won the free roll? $25.25 in Portsmouth next week if you want to try your luck.
So folds to Jan on the button. Been very active the last orbit. Ace 3 this time. Makes it nearly 3x. Maybe just to deter the big blind from peeling. Although it was Sohan in the big, who's very short, 10 bigs. Alexios with the 6s this time under the gun. Makes it 125k. And that's going to be a raise and take. Zach not going to be defending 8-4. Said he's not going to be defending the 8-4, but he is in this case.
King Jack 7. All spades. 80 spades is in play for Zach.
Check, check on the flop.
Alexios might need attempt to take a stab at this.
I don't think he's necessarily trying to get... Yeah, he's not like trying to get Zach to fold a better hand there. I think it's just for like the equity denial purposes. He's fired there in position. Doesn't want to give Zach a free river card. Deuces for Jan.
Raises to 125. Zach calls.
And once again, Alexios here. He's getting a good price, but 6 deuce, just a bit too bad a hand to call in that spot, and into the muck it goes.
Ace 3 Jack. Zach checks. I bet 125. From Jan and Cole. So check Cole. From Zach. Turns a 7. It's checked. The river is the 8 of spades. And does Zach lead out?
No,
that,
never.
No,
it's
it
just
looks like check.
Can't lead out there on the river. Like Jan can plausibly have some ace X that he checks back turn. Like if we're leaving out Jack X there, like what are we trying to get called by? Just better to check, see what our opponent does, and if he bets, then just break the hand down and see if we want to call with that particular hand. But shouldn't be leading that river spot, as Zach did check it over to Jan. I'm definitely not Stephen. I'm not sure about Tower.
What's that? I froze. What's happening? Are we on double time after midnight? We only wish. Right. It's a set rate of £3.25 a day, whether we work an hour or 12.
Get more than me.
Sorry. Sorry. You're only on the £3 rate then,
yeah.
Oh, that okay.
Fold round to the button. Alexios Queen 3 suited.
The £3.25 comes in after 10 years.
Oh, okay. A long way to go before then. Alexios just limping on the button with Queen 3 suited. And Paul's going to check his option.
Six, 8, ace. Paul connects. It should be a check call.
What's got to be going through Paul's head here now is Alexios is going to be opening all of his ace X on the button. So when he fires this flop, it's hard to see what he's trying to rep. Maybe some like 8X type of hands. But Alexios checks behind on this particular turn. 8 on the river is an out for him now.
That'll do. I got a 6, he goes check, check.
So we've got 15 minutes left on the clock for this level, and blind's going up to 40k, 80k. And when we do lose another player when we finish the level we're on, clock will be reduced to 45 minutes when we go four-handed. Won't be an hour clock no more.
Hope you enjoyed the stream. We are now new to Twitch and hopefully on it forever. What's up?
Yeah, I was going to say. I haven't worn off yet. Still coming up on them.
Right, it's 125.
Yeah. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
All in? Sure, 600. $605.
So Sohan moves all in with the ace-4. Alexios. Nice hand with King Jack. He's got 1.9 million. It's probably a little bit too much to call, even though he's in a small blind.
It's 10 big blinds.
Yeah.
Placing a shove. And the thing is, you can call here against a lot of players if they are perceived to be shoving wide off of this stack against an open from an aggressive player.
He has opened, to be fair.
But Sohan, this whole final table has played very snug. Like I wouldn't even expect him to ship in ace-4 here like he's got. But
marginal.
Yeah, I think he's going to get out of the way here, Alexios.
Me too.
Once again, you can just tell by his body language here that he's just leaning towards fold. And there it goes into the muck.
Sohan gets a few chips and up to 820,000. We saw him jamming with a triangle 3 times in 2 orbits and built his stack up, and he's now on 13 bigs. If he gets a call and double up, he is right back in the mix. Raises to 100,000.
He's going to be absolutely smashed, isn't he?
Yeah, we are. Not for this. Not sure what you're saying.
Blind on blind here. Ace-5 suited for Zach. Alexios with ace-king. Alexios makes it 4-10 for 8x. Sorry, it's not 8x, 30k, 60k. We're playing now at 6.5x. Shows the ace-king.
30-60 with a 5. Kevin and Penny on the rails. CP Max. Hope you're enjoying the Twitch stream. We are live on Twitch. £122,000 up top eventually.
Paul with King Queen under the gun. Makes it 1-2-5, just a little bit more than a min click. An action on Jan in the big, and he's going to get out of the way with the King 5. So raise and take for Paul. With 10 minutes remaining on the clock for this level, and then blinds will be up.
It's all right. And I said, hey, ho, hum, yip, yip, but,
Yeah, thank you.
Are we really going to ask what a dab and lep is? This is a genuine question. What is a dab? Paul Fiddle 9-6 on the big blind. Makes it 2-2-5. Jan wanted to see a cheap flop. Now he's got to pay for it. Decides against it. Alexios with the whip. Raises to 125. Paul Siddle with the King's 5 subject. I want to see a flop.
You can't call here, Paul. If he wants to continue with this hand, it plays much better as a free bet. We got the King blocker, it's a suited hand. It's free bet or fold for me, and Paul opts for the fold option.
There will be plenty of people in Blackpool next week for the CAF Cup 5 charity event in honour of the life and times of Derek Kavanagh. We'll all be there. It'll be busy.
Michael the Brave, location. This is in London. We're in Edgware Road, the Victoria Casino, or the Poker Room as it's known nowadays. This is leg 1 of the GUKPT Tour main event. 200 grand guaranteed. We smashed that prize pool.
Yeah.
467.
And if you want to be specific, we're upstairs.
Yeah.
Landon 10. Jacks for Paul. Jan has got 6s and Alexios has got ace-8 to diamonds. Now then, there's a 3-bet to 325 from Jan. No, Mr. Siddle. There's already 600k in the middle.
We might just see Paul with 5-handed here, Jack's 5-handed. It's a monster hand, but stack sizes here. The problem here is Sohan is so short. I believe he's sub 10 big blinds now, and the pay jumps are 10k, so it would be a disaster for Paul to bust here. But he can't actually bust because neither Jan or Alexios has him covered. So I think we'll just see the cold 4 from Paul.
Anything you call 4s to, it's about 750.
We're at 4-bet. Yeah, I'll make it like between 8 and 900k here. That sort of size. But if we are 4-betting, we're not 4-betting to fold. We need to make that clear of ourselves before we put the 4-bet in. But we have to be 4-betting to intending to call off a jam from either Alexios or Jan. But he's having a long, hard think about this one. Just can't be folding Jacks 5-handed in this particular spot as well. And it's not like it's an under the gun open. Alexios is effective cut off because we are 5-handed. Wow! Paul lets the Jacks go. Lets them go, and it's back on Alexios here. Cheers, Taylors. Good night. When you wake up for work, we could still be here, so tune in tomorrow morning, double check.
And don't forget, you can watch it all back on YouTube, GUKPT, on the YouTube channel. This is getting through, this bet. This is getting through when it should have been facing a monster bet. Paul Siddle folding the Jacks. Cheers, Taylors. We'll see you again soon in the chat box, I'm sure.
Well, I can't believe Paul's folded Jacks 5-handed there. It's wow.
Yeah.
And there's 122k up top and you're 5-handed. It can do funny things. Everything you've learned over poker, over the years of poker, all the experience, all the studying, it can just go out the window sometimes. The money can sometimes make you do funny things. And it's a lot of money up top. It is 122k and
is he also a little bit ICM looking at the stack to his left?
The only player that has him covered was Zach, so it's irrelevant for Paul. Like, it can't be bad for Paul because Paul's got both Alexios and Jan covered in that spot. So if one of them does double through him, worst case Alexios, who had 1.8 million, is still going to be left with 1 million chips, and you can still then wait for Sohan to bust out and get that 10k pay jump because Sohan with just 10 bigs at the moment. So it may have been a different scenario if both of Alexios and Jan had Paul covered.
Yeah.
But in that specific scenario, I'm really surprised we saw a fold. Oh, I'm still shocked at that fold.
Started too, yeah.
So blinds 40-80. They are up. The blinds are up. Alexios Service is trying to top his second place back in 2015 when he came runner-up to Ben Windsor in the grand final of 2015. Alexios is now 5-handed again. Paul Siddle is also 5-handed again. He was 5th in 2017 in the 1K. The triangle's in. We have an ace, and that will do, he says. He has 9 bigs, and he's going to get looked over here from Alexios. Because ace jack, yeah, 2 all-ins. So there we go.
So Sohan needs to find a deuce.
Basu needs help.
Needs to find a deuce to keep his tournament alive.
Five, 6, 9. We've got back doors with the spades.
And backdoor wheel possibilities as well. Chopportunities on the turn. 9 or 5 would now chop this. Deuce to get the double up. It's a queen on the river, so we lose Sohan Basu in 5th place. Great run from Sohan.
£20,100. What a good effort. The ICM now means that 30,700 is locked up for 4th. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. 5th place for Sohan Basu. Well done. £20,100. We're now down to 4. 30,700 locked up.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's up to, Will or Byron. He obviously had his reasons for letting the jacks go there, but it's just like, I don't know what's going on. We're losing to queens, kings and aces, and we're 5-handed. It's a crazy fold. But I don't know, maybe he thought he picked up something on Jan, maybe he thought he had a really strong live tell and went with it and was incorrect. There's just so many factors that could have been going through his head that made him lean more towards fold. And then 4-betting in that spot. But we're 4-handed now.
Yeah, we're still not. Can you just say double up?
Double up.
Oh, double up. Double up.
Double up.
Yeah.
Got ya.
Got it. We're into the double up stage.
Yeah.
Double up.
Yeah.
That's one great.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a long night if we're waiting for someone to get it in with Queen's Plus.
Yes. Yes.
It's going to be a very long night, but
it is.
It's the game. These guys have made it here.
Playing for chunks.
Yeah, they got their own strategies.
Yep. We are now down to 4.
not the parent. Give it to your husband. I don't my wife.
Oh, it's just the money, says Cool Dude. Scared play, trying to outlast rather than win it. Yeah, it is a bit tough. 30,000, 49,000, 82,122. Could well be life changing for either of these players.
Cheers, Craig. Much appreciated. I was wondering what you was talking about when you put that in the chat, but it all makes sense now.
Well then, Billy, go and come and join you.
That's what you get for 30.
King 4 for Jan, King Queen for Zach. It's 80,000 to call. And he looks like he's making it.
Yeah, Zach's not folding. King Queen in the big blind, facing the button open. This is what I mean. We're four-handed.
Yeah.
King Queen defending there versus the button open. You're just way ahead of Jan's range here, and like you can just free bet and not play a pot out of position and just take it down pre-flop. But because of it, a bit of domination rotation occurring. Found the 4. So Jan now with the best hand ahead of Zach, and Zach just drawing to 3 outs with the King Queen. And there's the 3 out on the river, but probably not going to get paid from Jan, who just has bottom pair here. So you want to go quite small, trying to get calls. When you think about hands that Jan's checked twice, you want to try and get a crying call from a hand like he has, or like an ace higher type of hand that he don't believe you with. But he's gone over pot size here. Zach on the river with the King Queen. He's actually got paid off as well. Wow! Jan just snaps it off with a 4. Didn't give him credit for it. But from what we've seen from Zach, usually when he's been betting big on rivers, he's usually had it. And I don't know if Jan is getting fed from information from friends or family about the stream, but he has had a few bet sizing tells on this final table, Zach. I'm really surprised no one has picked up on it. I know it's easier from our perspective because we're watching the whole table, we're watching all the hands, we can see all the whole cards. But if I'm sat there, I'm definitely getting fed info from friends. Even though he came into the final table pretty short, 3rd from last in chips, my pick was Alexios Zervos Will at the start of the final table. Who did you go for, Tower? I can't remember.
The winner.
The winner?
Yeah.
Who's the winner?
I went for Zach O'Sullivan.
Yeah, but I just think Alexios, he's got a lot more experience in these sort of situations. He's played a few big final tables in his time, and I think he plays the best as well. Personally, from what I've seen so far on the final, I think he plays the best. So I'm going to stick with my prediction. I have to wait and see. King, Queen, Jack flop. Zach flopping middle pair gut shot. Alexios with just 8 high in the big blind. You see Zach fire and a quick fold.
Hey. Enjoying the meal, Will? What about the music in the background? Tell you what, I've never known so much music in the Vic before, but there's loads. Enjoy the meal out. Treat the young lady. Worked her socks off this week. And it's coming home, we're gonna get right back to where we started from. Yeah, he's done it quite a while, he's done it all weekend. Any medium pair, 5x. Jan van der Bogen is in C8. Paul Siddle is in seat number 2. Zach O'Sullivan is in number 5. And in seat 7 is Alex Zervos. We are down to 4. Yeah, a little bit of Maxine Nightingale on in the background. I think it was her only hit, wasn't it, Maxine Nightingale? Pretty sure. Might have had one minor one afterwards, but I'm sure this is the only one she was well known for.
It's Will Davis's picture, Jeff Kimber.
I can't beat it.
Looks
all
like
in,
it.
1.2 mil for Jan. You gotta get right back to where you started from.
Here's Jeff in the chat now with a picture which looks like about 20 years ago.
Sanita's version's better. Get out, Mike. Just no chance. Well, I don't know.
So four-handed. 467 entries down to 4. And it's folded blind on blind here. Paul 9-6. Lets it go. Walk for Zach. So it's so close here between Alexios, Zach and Paul. Jan, the short stack. 16 bigs. And if I'm Jan now and I'm sitting on 16 big blinds with a short stack by quite a bit, we need to double up to put ourselves back in contention. I'm not really thinking about the pay jumps. I'm just going to be shoving quite wide and want to shove lots of hands, because the problem is we put Alexios, Zach and Paul all in a tough spot, because if we double up through them, they call our all in and they lose. They're then in our position and we're in their position. So I really would like to see Jan just sort of jamming, like even here we're four-handed, we've got ace-4 under the gun, we've got 16 bigs, we've got an ace blocker. Just move in, because we're going to get so many better hands to fold. They're not going to call off with ace-8, ace-9, them type of hands. Instead of just opening and giving Alexios a good price to defend in the big blind, just try and take it down now and try and sort of build our stack up like that. We're four-handed, only got 3 players to get through every hand. And this is a prime example. If we jam ace-4 here under the gun, Alexios isn't calling ace-5. We've got a better hand to fold that just can't call in the spot. I'm really thought we'd see that from Jan, but he's just happy to open off of his 15 big blind stack. And we see a king, queen, 7 flop. But he's going to continue, and it's going to be the same outcome. He'll still win the pot. Alexios shows the ace, and
they would have chopped it. So we're on 4, 30 grand locked up, £30,000 locked up.
Yeah, I agree. Jan was more aggressive, 9-handed. And when that
could be the ICM.
There's no ICM implications for Jan though. That's the thing. That's the point I'm making. He's the short stack. There's no implications. Like he can't wait for someone to bust who's shorter than him because he's 4 or 4. And we see Zach open on the button. Huge hand, 4-handed, ace queen, raise and take.
See, the blinds at 40-80.
Like, it'd be completely different if it was folded round to Zach in the small and he jammed on Alexios in the big blind, and Alexios had a hand like ace queen.
Yeah.
And Jan had like 10 big blinds, then Alexios would probably just fold. I could see him just getting out the way. But in this scenario, when you are 4 or 4, you don't have to worry about it. You're in last place out of the last 4. You can shove pretty wide because you're going to get it through so often, because these 3 players, they're not going to want to pay you off without a really strong hand, because they don't want to take the hit and then they're in last place. They'll then be 4 or 4. So you can really exploit that, but haven't seen it as of yet.
So raises to 175. Alexios, second in the grand final.
Like this scenario, for example, Alexios is going to be opening super wide on the button. There we go, love it. Finally, Jan putting his foot down. 1.4 million he's all in for, and Alexios now, he's just got to fold the A7. He can't call it off, and it's going to be a nice pickup for Jan. He's gone from 1.4 million to 1.7 million without even having to see a flop. And these are the type of plays that when you win your tournaments, just not being afraid to put it in pre-flop. And as I always say, because how close equities run, you look there, Queen 10 versus A7. If Alexios had an Ace-9 suited and call it off, we still have 40%. Like, just because we get called, and we do get caught at it, we still have a chance to get there. And if you're ever going to get caught bluffing, the best time is pre-flop because of how close equities can run. Nice play there from Jan, like it a lot. Really like that with the Queen 10.
Four-handed down in London, 30,000 locked up, 122 to the winner.
No, we didn't get no. I don't think there's many working tonight. We're on a strike, one or the other. Yeah.
So four-handed, welcome aboard, wherever you may be watching. So flop time, we see flop king 3-8. The king 10 of Jan takes the lead. It should be a check, a bet and a fold. The way it's going, the way it's gone. The last London at the GUKPT case of getting Vino down the neck, and why not? Her husband came second. She was celebrating. That's the way to celebrate. When your husband what did he get? 90k, whatever,
Yeah.
something like that.
You got a chunk, I know that.
You got chunks.
So Alexios here, opening This is blind on blind. Yeah, this is much better from Jan. It's like he heard me. He's just taking these spots now, and you can see he's now gone above Alexios in chips. So he's now not 4 or 4. And now it's Alexios' turn to see if he can apply some pressure. So after this level, we're going to be at the 50k, 100k level tower.
Yeah, don't happen very often.
No, I don't get there very often.
Is that level 30? I think it is, isn't it? Might be 31 actually. It is a long old slog. But they're playing for chunks. There's under the gun. And a win. Oh no, Kev blows back to work tomorrow. It's February. What levels do they normally finish? Normally between 26 and 30. Yeah, within them 4 levels. 28 is pretty standard. I think this is level 31. Yeah, around about 28-ish. 28, 29. So 48 tick with a 10,000 running ante.
Yeah, Brad, the ones at the Vic where we do get a lot more runners, they tend to last longer because of the number of runners. Because the grand final was a slog as well. I remember finishing up early hours of the morning.
Paul, might make it about $500,000. $550, he makes it.
That's about $500,000.
And a fold. Gary Wilson in the chat box. It might just finish before the Super Bowl ends.
I'll have the overs.
You'll have the overs.
How long's the Super Bowl?
What time's our train tomorrow?
What time? It's like
Super Bowl will finish about 3.
Oh, okay. It'll be close. I reckon it'll be around that sort of time. The way things are going on this table, everyone's pretty even.
Yeah. Well, that's what you do. That's what you do with Chef Brad. 2 massive sit-down dinner events for me, 300 and 500. That's what you do. Trained by the best. Paul Siddle has a workable Jack 10 of clubs.
Yeah, Paul will be opening this on the button.
He opens to 200. Zach folds an ace. Ace dukes albeit. And he folded the ace from the small blind. Alexios elects to call with a 6-3. 8-10-2.
Good flop for Paul. Flopping top pair. Should go check, bet, fold.
Yep. That's exactly what it'll do. Just been $488 in a $3 tournament that pays for Bullseye at the Luton this weekend. Next on horizon, Bingo GUKPT. Nice one, Kevin. Well done. Check this one. King 3 for Paul under the gun raises 200,000. Alexios should be calling out the small blind with ace 7. If not, 3 betting.
I think we should be jamming here as Alexios. Now we're the shortest stack. A7. We've got an ace in our hand. Key card. Block a lot of the continue range that can call us off.
You do realise you're going in the muck. No, they're not. It's well done. The triangle is in.
So this is four-handed. This is what you're supposed to see when stacks are this shallow. And Alexios, nice jam, great pickup, and just increases his stack by 310k there. That's nearly a 20. It is a 20%
Look at them stacks.
Increase.
2.9, 2.7, 1.9, 1.9.
Alexios on the button, 4-3 suited, Paul in the big blind with the King 5 suited.
Yamo, there's no chop whatsoever, nobody said a word yet.
Yes.
Nobody has said a word about anything.
Atanas, who busted in 6th place, mentioned it while they were six-handed, and then busted a few hands later, but that's all we've heard.
We did say if they got rid of the short stack, which they did.
I don't think
Atanas was then down to about. Sohan was down to about 7 bigs, wasn't he? So he was the shortest stack. If you're looking at the stacks now and the money, certainly wouldn't surprise me. That is for sure. If anything was done, but 400 we've heard absolutely nothing. So we'll just have to let you know if we hear anything. We'll let you know.
Just concentrating on the end. So Paul firing on this river now. Alexios with just 4 high, can't call. So he's obviously thinking about a potential raise here. Alexios pulling out the moves. It does raise.
Alex is turning the screw now. He's changing gears.
Raise to 850k. And the thing is, this actually, his story checks out here, Alexios. 9X makes a lot of sense. Continue a flop with any hand containing a 9 after we've opened on the button. We find the 9 on the turn, we pick up Showdown, we check it back and then make trips on the river. So Story checks out, he's repping a 9 and he'd play a 9 this exact way, so either way Paul's not going to find the call with King High. He is having a long think about this, but I don't think he's going to find the call with King High. Story for 9X checks out. This is more like it, Tower. The old
Billy Ocean colour scene.
The old raise on the river from Alexios with the nut low.
Yeah, it is a bit top heavy, but that's what competitions are all about. You get more for the win than you do for second.
He's pleased with himself with that one. Huge grin on his face.
Starting to increase the temperature. The temperature is rising around seat 7. It isn't so top heavy. It's just a nice chunk for first place. Everything's in proper percentage wise to what it should be. It's not top heavy. It's only 28% up top. That's very standard. Very standard indeed. It's just a chunk of money because there's 467 runners paid £1,000.
Yeah, nice 10 on the button. He's got 22 and 2.5 bigs. He's just going to come in for a still. Makes it 160. Min click. Paul's not going to continue with the 9-7. And Zach gets out of the way.
I was walking down the street. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about the music at all, unfortunately. You know where we're sat. We can't control the sounds above.
If you don't like it, we could sing, see if that's any better.
Yeah, sing it. Name that tune. If you want to sing us a song, just let us know in any chat box that we've got. We are 4-handed for the final and that's crowning a champion. 30,000, 49,000, 82 and 122. Yeah, the chips are very level. How would you deal though? What would you do? Would you chop it 4 ways? Would you split it? Would you flatten it a little? If you were thinking about the money? What would you do? Which way would you do it? No, this is not the Banana Rama version.
Yeah, I don't think there is going to... Well, I feel like Alexios has got some momentum going now. And
2.6, 2.6, 2.2. If ever you're going to do a deal, you're going to do it now.
Yeah.
While them chip stacks look like that. £467 runners for £1,000 is outstanding.
Yeah, it's just incredible. Like, it's just how we get the turnouts we do for this tour. So many people support it because it's such a great tour. The structure's the best around. Dealers are great, floor staff are great. Everything runs so smoothly.
I know, yeah. That's only because you're here.
Yeah. Wouldn't be able to do it without you, Tower. It's just everything about it works so well. All the players enjoy it.
325,000 with a pocket
is
pair.
that a small pair, Tower?
Yeah.
And I'm surprised no one's picked up on these sizing tells yet from Zach, because he's been doing the same thing with his deuces through 9s.
Yeah.
And even 10s, I think he made it that sort of size once. But he always goes somewhere between like 3x and 5x. And if Jan has picked up on this, he might just move all in. I love it. And ace 3 shoves. We got the ace blocker, and Zach, with that funny size, that funky size he keeps using, every time he seems to min click it, or just more than the min click it, he's more weighted towards strong hands. Every time he goes 3x, 4x, a lot of the time it's been small middling pairs, or all of the time from what we've seen. And Jan could be getting fed information and capitalises on that, and nice jam and pick up. Yeah, if you have to pick a winner, it's probably one of the guys in seat 7 or 8. They're the two that have sort of stood out on this final table, Alexios and Jan. They seem like the only two that are up in the aggression, shoving in the right spots pre-flop. Do you know if we're on a break in 15 minutes, Tower? Or are we on a break in 15 minutes? Or because it's a 45-minute clock now, do we play 3 levels before a break? In 15 minutes
2
time?
levels, I do believe.
Okay, so it'll still be 2 levels, so just over 15.
Because the first one before that was an hour.
Okay. So in just over 15 minutes we will be on a break. As we see Alexios with ace 8 of spades. He raises it up.
Raises to 160.
And action on Jan in the small, 30 bigs. And a free bet to 465k, so it's taken a bit of time, but finally seeing some poker played here. Jan at free betting the 10 out of diamonds out the small against the button open. Alexios, ace 8 of spades here. I wouldn't be surprised if he just 4-bet ripped. Stack sizes being so close now. 305k to call, so getting over 2 to 1 on the call. But if we peel, there's then nearly 1.1 million in the pot. Effective stack 1.9. It's going to be a bloated pot, and we've got ace 8. So, interesting to see how he proceeds here, whether he thinks he can peel and play in position post-flop, whether he just gets out the way, or whether he goes for the 4-bet rip. But after... I don't think he's going to 4-bet now, just from the way he sort of slumped over the table. He's like posturing. So I think he's just deciding whether he can peel and play post-flop in position. And eventually he gets out of the way. And Jan, 10-8 suited, gets the job done. And nice pick up from him, nice free bet out the small. And like four-handed, the opener's going to be opening so wide that just when you free bet, it gets through so often.
Well, we're pausing. What's happening?
They paused the clock.
What's happening?
What's going on here, Tower?
I don't know yet. We'll just pause the clock. But I don't know what's happening just yet. Nobody's made a suggestion just yet. So Paul Siddle has just suggested flattening it. We're still chatting at the minute. It looks like it's going to be flattered rather than a deal. That's the way it looks. So it sounds like they're taking off 20 for the top and giving it to the bottom. That's what it sounds like. That sounds good. 180, 60, 45.
180, 60, 45.
Sounds like that's what they're doing. Music's awesome, by the way. Well, they're chatting away. Michael O'Mahony says whoever makes the soundtrack for the Vic wants a medal. So 180, 60, and with the remaining balance on 4. So they've all locked up 45-8. Well done, everybody.
Tango fan, where is the Goliath this year and what's the buy-in? The Goliath is held in Coventry at the Rico Arena. It's at the back end of July and it's £120 buy-in.
That's correct.
And you can find all the details of the Goliath on our website, GUKPT.com. There is a tab for events and then just go to Goliath and all your information will be in that tab. Sorry, it's £125 buy-in. Thanks for that, Brad. Yeah, you are right. 125 is the buy-in. Last year we had over 7,500 runners, 100k going to the winner for £125 buy-in. It's a lot of money for such a small amount.
Hello, young man. Final, yeah.
3 people left, yeah?
4.
4 people left.
Yeah. We are on the 4. Let's do it. Right, we think we've done it. 180, 60, and the remaining.
Right, okay.
Is it a 5-day event? No, it's an 8-day event.
9-day event.
9-day event. 7-day ones, day 2, and the final. It's a 9-day event.
Right, so the prize pool is...
Stick him in the chat box.
I'm going to put it in both chat boxes.
Get him in the chat box.
So, GUKPT site and Twitch. You can see
Twitch.
what everyone is playing for. So the prize pool has been flattened. First 100k, second 80k, third 60k, and fourth £45,800.
So, London GUKPT, we're down to 4. They moved the Cav Cup to February just so that you could play it, Kev, because you're always in Thailand. Kings for Zach, Ace Jack for Paul. This could go all in. This could be the biggest hand there is. This could have been played one hand previous.
Yeah.
We could have ended up with 3 players.
But Zach just calls on the button. He called with his aces earlier to an open, and he's doing the same thing with the pocket kings here. What was the original full place money? It was 30,000, £30,600, I believe.
£30, £49, £82, £122. 7, 6, 5 is the flop. Paul Siddle gets out of the way. Zach stacks in chips.
Hello Pagoda, buy-in for GUKPT Manchester. The main event doesn't kick off on the 3rd, that's when the festival starts. There are side events that go on throughout the week. But the main event kicks off on Thursday the 7th. It's a £1,110 buy-in, and it will start on the 7th at 12 o'clock at Newbury Road. And always a great leg, Manchester. I remember we were snowed in last year in Manchester.
We were.
And we still hit the guarantee, smashed the guarantee in fact.
People stuck on the M62 and the M60 and the M6 and wherever they were, but they all made the way to Manchester, which was amazing that Manchester, where we were, had no snow whatsoever, but all surroundings were like white over.
People just coming in their snow ploughs and finding their way there to play one of these events. They are one of the best in the UK. The structure's great, the prize pools are great, and the floor and dealers are great. It always makes it a great event. And we're down to the final 4 here from 4, 6, 7. Thanks to Gibraltarian, Berry New Road in Manchester. Our Southerners on to clued up on Manchester. Yeah, hello Pagoda. There's 2 day ones. Day 1A is on the Thursday the 7th. Day 1B is on Friday the 8th. And re-entries are available. Munch and Biscuits, any talk about a deal? A deal has just been made. Yep. They've flattened the prize pool.
I think if you just look up in the chat box, there's the deal as it is now.
So there was originally 122k up top, it's 100k now.
Trip up the road from Southampton to Coventry. Still on 4. $99 runners in the last event, the bounty. That's down to 6 players.
Under the gun open from Jan, and Alexios defends the Jack 7. Both players catch a piece here. Top pair for Alexios, middle pair for Jan. Check on the flop. Turn is a 7, so that gives Alexios 2 pair. And Jan going to continue. After facing the bet from Alexios, and on this river,
the 10 of hearts.
It's going to go check a lot of the time, and Alexios will take the pot as he does. Any big names played in this event? We did have a few listed there. Martin Jakobsen, Ludo, Sam Grafton, Morten Mortensen, Patrick Leonard. I remember we had a featured table on day 2 where just 4 players had combined earnings of 21 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a table, wasn't it?
Don't forget Kalidos out.
Start of day 2 and 4 players combined earnings of 21 million on it. Incredible. We also had, can't remember his surname, the player Martin Jakobsen beat heads up in the WSOP main event 2014. Felix, can't remember his surname, but he was also playing. It was a star-studded field. All the big names turned up for this one. Khaled Uso, as Tower mentioned, EPT winner last year. Brad Simpson played as well.
Vicky Corin Mitchell normally plays this event, but she didn't play this year.
Felix Stevenson, that's the one.
Felix Stevenson,
that's the one I'm looking for. Thanks, Gibraltarian.
Yeah, quite a lot of them live in London now for tax reasons. Britain is still one of the only countries in the world not to tax poker earnings.
So we've got less than 5 minutes left on the clock, and then we will head out on another 15-minute break. As you see, Zach with ace 10 makes it 300k, so a little bit less than 4x, and I'm not going to be getting any action from Jan. So action on Paul in the big blind with pocket fives. We're playing just over 20 bigs, and if he has been paying attention, usually this size, when Zach opens for this size, it's more skewed towards bad hands, like that wouldn't be able to call off the nutted hands, and yeah, I like it a lot, Paul.
That's going to be an all in the call, isn't it?
Deciding to move all in, and now Zach with the ace 10. It's a 22 big blind shove. Four-handed. The way Zach has been playing now, I don't think he's going to call this off. He's snap folded.
Zach folds the ace 10.
Jack 10 suited on the button for Jan, makes it 160. Paul's going to get out of the way. And Zach is going to defend his big with 5-4.
It's out of the way. Good evening, Anthony Hardy, the bookie. Played the main this week, but no good. So too did young sibling. How you doing, Anthony? Hope you're well. Nice one, Mark. So, what's the bet on tonight? As the bookie, what's the bets on tonight's huge, most watched sporting event of the year?
The World Cup's not till 2022.
The World Cup's not a yearly event. The single most watched event, yearly event ever.
One in the Champions League final?
What a load of rubbish that is.
I'll have to check the figures on that.
You can do if you want to. The Super Bowl is the single most watched yearly event on TV. CJ Anderson, first touchdown scorer. I like it. I'm on the Rams. Is the Ashes on? Well, England's cricketers are getting absolutely battered in the West Indies. That's it. 15-minute break. Rams +7 must be 1-2. The line's only 2.5, so I'm guessing it's going to be a lot more than that. So we are just about to, well, the guys a bit of break. I'll sit here chatting. I don't want to go anywhere. Let's talk American football. Let's talk the NFL. The NFL is on. It's the Super Bowl. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Super Bowl. CJ Anderson, first touchdown scorer, is about 8-1. Don't mind that bet at all. I actually always back in the Super Bowl. I always back one from each team because you never know who wins the toss. On the way it's going, first play might be a touchdown. C.J. Anderson 8-1. I've gone for Tyler Higbee at 20s for the Rams. Hey Vicky, how are you? How's Bamber Bridge? There's the non-educated. Super Bowl for egg chasing, yeah. There's the non-educated. How you doing, Vicky? Hope you've been watching the live stream all the weekend and you've had a chance to stick it down. We're down to the final four. The deal was 100,000, 80,000, 60,000 and 45. Six left in the 10k. Are you in the final six? Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Are you playing the CAF Cup next week, Vicky? Oh, Vicky's not in it.
उसके जो हम टिकट खरीदते ना उनमें से जो
Ah, Ricky Fowler won the golf today, even though he tried to mess it up. No, I'm not having that. Do, 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 do. No. They changed the payouts. They have indeed changed the payouts. We're on a break. Yes, we are. That's the deal as it is now. We're on a break. We're talking Super Bowl for the next 10 minutes. Because in Atlanta, it is Super Bowl 54. Was it 53? So, all things being moved around for the champions and the interviews at the end. 4 players left. Paul Siddle, Zach O'Sullivan, Alex Zervos, and Jan van der Bogen. They are the final 4. Super Bowl 53 is about to kick off. Yeah, so the bets were Tyler Higbee to score the first touchdown for me, for the Rams, and Hogan for the Patriots at 16s. They're my bets. Mick is on Rams 70-point winning margin. I like that idea. I like that. Seems though I bet the Rams at 16-1 pre-season. Yeah, the national sport in America. Just like football's our national sport, American football is their national sport. It is enormous. There'll be Super Bowl parties absolutely everywhere. Cheers, Mick. Not going to get a chance to see much of it with the game still on here. 11:30 kick-off. We've still got 4 left in London. Probably watch it on Game Pass a little bit later. I'd like to say no spoilers in the chat box, but that won't happen. Because as soon as the guys come back, there'll be no more Super Bowl talk. It'll be back to the final four. Why did Tottenham Hotspur not buy anybody in the transfer window when 3 of their best players weren't playing? Why not? What's the point in having a brand new stadium that's not even open yet, that's cost twice as much as what the estimation was, but not have a squad good enough to win anything? Don't understand that bit. So if you're just tuning in and you're wondering what's happening, Madness are playing in the background. And we're down to 4 in the main event. They can afford somebody. There were an amazing stat apparently in the paper the other day or online that Tottenham Hotspur could double their wages for every player they have in the squad and buy 6 players and pay them £100,000 a week, and their wage bill would not be as much as Manchester City. Don't know how true that actually is, but it seems pretty good. The stadium costs twice as much as what the estimate was, is because it always does, so that people who are building it get the actual job. And then how many jobs have ever Wembley Stadium estimated to cost 300 million ended up costing 700? Why? Even the Houses of Parliament and Big Ben was estimated to cost 20 million to clean it up. It's now estimated to cost 80 million. Why? Because the people that get the jobs say, yeah, it'll only cost this, and then when they start the work, we say, actually, it costs this much. And there's not a lot you can do about it. So we're just about ready to wait for the 4 guys: Paul Siddle, Zach O'Sullivan, Alex Zervos and Jan van der Bogen. We are just about set for the 4. Here they come back.
I'm back.
No more NFL talk. But I have told you that Chris Hogan or Tyler Higbee will score the first touchdown. One's at 16s, one's at 20s. Thank me later. So Paul Siddle sits back in seat number 2. Yeah, but that's what happens with big corporates that manage to get the gig. They get the gig, and then they say, well, actually, it's going to cost this much, and there's not a lot you can do about it.
There's Craig Houghton here. He's put 380 million watched Champions League final, only 111 watched the Super Bowl.
Yeah, whatever.
So
whatever. Just makes things up, that Yambo.
Very knowledgeable from what I've heard. So I'm going to agree with Craig on that one.
I think the Champions League final, since it has gone to a Saturday night as well, when it used to be on a Wednesday, has obviously certainly kicked off and gone more global than ever. Must admit, it is a big sporting event. Shame about the fans that only get 3% of the ticket stuff for the Champions League final, because the rest of it's corporate. So let's go. We are on the final four.
Honestly, I did a lot, yeah.
I mean, look what happened to you.
Fucking.
You've got a super strong swimmer, though.
Yeah.
My mate, one of our pals died. He had a few beers and he only had 3 or 4 pints. He only 24.
Yeah, when you're 11.
He died. Yeah, he drowned. When you go in, like we used to swim. Jump.
Baggy trousers followed by Donna Summer. Can't beat it. Knock on wood. Oh, it's Amy Stewart. Knock on wood. Bit of Amy Stewart. So they've done a deal. They've flattened out the pay structure. 180, 60 and 45.8. We are now off. Paul, the 8-9er clubs raises with the Blounds at 50, 100,000. Raises to 250. Zach calls. Alex gets out of the way, and so too does Jan. Oh no, Jan's making it up with the old Queen 9. Jack 9-3 is the flop. Everybody hits something.
Yeah, middle pair for both Paul and Jan. Zach with top pair. Backdoor flush straw. And Jan can get out of the way now after this action's taken place in front of him. We'll see a turn. Wayward turn. Which is the 7 of spades. You expect Paul to check now after he's been called on the flop, and I think after he does check, that will give Zach the green flag to fire, but no, he's going to move all in, and we're going to see a call from Zach.
We are. Top pair, second best kicker, very flat board. Wow, what's happening here? Does nobody want to win this tournament?
What? I literally just picked up with that hand on the flop, but
wowzers.
Yeah, it's just top pair.
Well, I wonder if the Vic charge rent or bed and did they do bed and breakfast?
Didn't even think about it. It's
Didn't
just
even
like
think, no.
It's just like
if somebody bets against me, I'm folding no matter what I've got.
You can get exploited just so easily, Zach. People can just barrel him off the hands, and good hands as well.
Can anybody ring the Vic, please, and ask him if they do bed and breakfast for me and Jay? With the blinds at 50, 100,000. 4 players are left.
So we'll see a flop.
King Jack 3, 2 clubs. Flush draw for Jan. Middle pair for Paul.
Yeah, so it's going to go bet call. Jan was the aggressor pre-flop out of the small, so he's going to continue, and Paul as quarter piece, so he'll make the call.
Pairs of 3 on the turn. Paul Siddle still in front. Jan leading the way, betting.
He's firing in the double barrel here.
400. Makes it 500.
Paul in a tough spot here with a jack. Jan would take this line most of his King X. He raised pre-flop as well, so you can have aces here. I know it's very unlikely, but not impossible. So it's like King X and aces we're behind to. All of Paul's, Jan's Jack X hand. If he had a hand like Queens or Ace Jack here, I'm pretty confident we'd see a check on the turn. So Paul, the way this hand's played, it's basically King X or a bluff from his perspective. Lots of possible bluffs on this board, especially with the 3 of hearts peeling off on the turn. If Jan had a hand like Ace 5 suited of hearts, he probably would double barrel this turn. And the clubs are still there, Queen 10's there, but Paul not going to take a stand and going to wait for a better spot. Nice play from Jan, up to 3 million. He's been there before. I think what's happening is they know Tower wants to watch the Super Bowl, so they're just waiting until it's nuts versus second nuts.
Yeah, we know the job will always take preference, but some of the hands today where
it should have. There's been lots of spots where it should have got in, but it hasn't. It's just the way it goes sometimes. It is a lot of money they're playing for.
Of course,
don't get me wrong.
Of course, and that's why we never really criticise the way that people play, because it's life-changing money.
Like 55k difference between fourth and first. And you don't know what people are in for. You never know. People could have satellited in and be on an ultimate free roll, but Alexios under the gun, opening 10-8 off, gets it through. Ten-9 suited for Jan under the gun. And Alexios going to defend the Queen 9 suited in the big blind. See the flop.
King, Queen 2.
So Alexios, middle pair here. Jan with a gut shot. Better board for the opener's range than the big blind, so Jan is going to continue.
Yeah, 200 and a call. 6 of hearts on the turn.
Goes check, check. Jan going to take a free card.
5 of hearts on the river.
And check, check. And Alexios will take that pot. Jay, are you a fan of egg chasing? Assuming you're talking about that sport they call American football.
Or rugby.
Or rugby, it could be. But,
or Australian rules football.
I've never really watched it. I watched the Super Bowl last year here at the Vic after we finished the leg with Tower and the team. But just never really got into it, don't understand it. And it's 2 stop start as well. There's a lot of stopping. It's hard to get into, I find. But It's just my opinion. I prefer to watch other sports than the old American football. Forward 10s under the gun. Raise and take.
The next hand is up. The money has been flattened slightly. 180, 60 and 45. Locking up 45,000. Excellent for these players.
Why's that, Brad?
Who has the highest earnings at this table at this moment? I'd say Alex, wouldn't it?
I think it's. I'll find out. Yeah. Give me 2 minutes.
Depends, but we can't take into consideration Paul Siddle's nosebleed cash action.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of players do dabble in the cash games as well, and there's no way of finding out cash game results. Yep. But if you're talking on a tournament basis, get some find out for you.
Paul Siddle's got 41 first places in Westcliff. Zach moves all in. And it's a win.
Yeah, Alexios Servos, total live earnings just under $500,000. Paul Siddle, close second, 300 odd K. The other two, Jan van der Bogen, only has around 40K in cashes.
So Paul raises to 225.
Yeah, Yanis is over at the Aussie Millions. William didn't actually enter this event. He's taken a shot down under.
Eight, 4, 9 is the flop. Paul, King 9. Alex has a piece of it, so he calls. Jack of diamonds. Two of spades hits the river after it's checked.
I don't think Paul's going to value bet this 9. I think he's just going to check back. From what I've seen, he checked back top pair a couple of times already on this final table. So, although it is actually quite a nice spot to go for thin value, you expect Alexios, if he did have a gut shot like Queen Jack or an up and down like Jack 10, I think he'd lead small on the river, try and get value from a jack. So it's actually not a bad spot to go for a bit of thin value. Try and get played by a worse 9x or 8x. And Paul was checked behind, and he's going to take the pot. But sort of them river spots, just thinking about your opponent's range and what hands they'd be leading on the river for value. Position's key, because when it is checked to you a lot of the time, you can sometimes get that razor thin value that a lot of players won't take. But Paul opted against it and decided to check back, especially four-handed as well. Ranges are so much wider, people are going to be peeling. Much wider range than if we were a full ring table.
4 players left here in London.
I haven't really been catching up with the Aussie Millions, William.
I know Richard Keller did a win.
Been quite busy this weekend.
Richard Keller did a win, he won the side events.
Okay.
Yeah. Didn't see anything about the Castle Yamo. You'll have to let me know. Either send me a message.
Got a small pair on the button.
Oh, here comes, what's the blinds? Raised to 450. Boom. All in, call. You've got $1 million left. You've made it 450,000. You cannot pass.
We put in a third of our stack.
You cannot pass.
Surprised. We got 16 bigs. He should have just moved all in.
Yeah.
Taken this decision
Pray
away
to the
from
gods,
himself.
Zach. Put your hands together and say, fingers crossed, you've only got ace, jack, ace, queen, or ace, king.
He's going to fold, Tower.
He's not.
He is.
No, he's not.
I'm telling you, he's going to fold. Just,
no, he can't.
Just look at the way, like, he's looking at his chips here. He's
he can't fold.
Hand on the head. He's folding. This is body language of someone that's about to fold. He's not making the call. Look, he's like feeling his like it's like soothing behaviour of the face here. It's just always going to be a fold now. I know.
It's just one of those side call. And you never know, you just might win the hand.
He's folding. I can tell you that right now. Just from looking at him, he's folding. Oh.
No. Now, if you're in Las Vegas, the forward motion with your chips, as slight as that, behind the line is a call.
And there's the fold.
And there's the fold. Well.
Leaves himself 11 bigs. Didn't want to put it in with the freeze.
Yeah.
Money.
Raise 250.
So raise to 250.
Yeah, I'm really surprised we haven't seen Paul free bet this blind on blind, ace 5 suited.
King jack 9.
And now Jan gonna fire. Now we just have to fold in Paul's spot here. I know we can see Jan has 8 high, but we just got to let it go now. I'm really surprised we didn't see the free bet pre. Might have something to do with how short Zach is now, to be honest with you. Actually, he's probably just going to play a bit more conservative. Who's the highest earning player who plays out of the Vic? God, I don't know. Highest earning player. Well, you never know. It's impossible to tell how much someone's earned from cash here, but Martin Jakobsen's 16 million in live tournament earnings.
Yeah, but he's lived in London 8 years. So, is he the man?
That's
Don't
the big
actually know. That's pretty hard to guess, isn't it? Pretty hard to fathom, I guess, I suppose.
Attention please, Alabama South, 25 on.
Triangle.
Huh?
It's good, huh? Triangle.
See this is coming out now.
When you're risk, it's not so good.
Yeah. Found it. Yeah.
No more traps.
Straight in.
So we're on 4 in London. I think it's really hard to try and find out who's the highest earning player that plays out of the Vic. There are so many big players. We don't know who's a regular on a regular basis. Like we said, Martin Miakis lives in London. Does he play in the Vic every day? No idea. All in, 11 bigs. He's ripped it with 2s. He's got it through. And it's a winner. The hat is on. I don't think Sam Trickett plays in London at all. I don't even know if Sam resides in the UK anymore.
I don't think Sam does. I think he's based in Macau now, Sam.
Yeah, could well be.
I'm pretty sure he's based in Macau, Sam Trickett. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, but I know it was a couple of years ago or so. I'm assuming he's still out there. Don't see much of him nowadays. He only plays the big events. He's usually a regular on the Aussie Million, so he might be over there at the moment. All started here on the GUKPT tour for Sam Trickett when he won the GUKPT in Luton.
It actually started before that because he won a gala event in 2007 on the gala tour, and I'm sure that was in Nottingham.
There we go. That's what
he was still pretty big then. I'm sure that was 2007. I'm sure he won an event.
Was it a grand final he won?
In Nottingham.
Or was it Luton?
No, it won Luton.
Luton, yeah, it was Luton.
Yeah, it won Luton for about 109,000. Not looking at his database, so I just can't see, but I'm sure he won Nottingham before that.
Yeah, that's what Cool Dude's put in the chat. Started at Nottingham.
No, it weren't. Before Dust Till Dawn. Before Dust Till Dawn, I'm sure he won an event in the gala in Nottingham. Before Dust Till Dawn. I know Dust Till Dawn opened in 2007. Not checked it, just not checked any results, just what I can vaguely remember. Sure we did some interviews with him back in the day. Well, 11th. We did some interviews with him though on that tour. I do remember.
His biggest cash before he won 110k at GUKPT Luton in 2008 was £6,000, and that was at Nottingham.
Yeah, Dust Till Dawn, yeah. Got old Sam. So chip count 3.5 mil for Jan, Paul, Alexios and Zach. 2.6, 2.3, 1.9. Yeah, Neil Channing plays the Vic. I think he only plays either local comps now or the small comps and cash. Not played as GUKPT for a couple of years. Neil Channing.
He final tabled the 8 Max Monthly last month, Neil Channing.
Did he?
Yeah, at the Vic.
Is that a 1K?
Yeah, it's a 1K. Him and both Vicky, Cora Mitchell were on the final table.
Oh, right, okay. Not seen Bambos for ages. I hope he's alright. Hope Bambos is good.
To pull under the gun makes it 250.
Jacks again, this time for Jan.
Wow, Jan just calls. He just calls there. And he's got Paul covered as well. I know we got a short stack in the mix, but really would have preferred to see a free bet from Jan. But yeah, Lex just flat.
So 3, King, 6, Jack, 2, set of jacks on the flop, top pair, top kicker for Paul. It was check the flop, we checked the turn. Not top pair, do apologise, Paul Siddle, middle pair.
Paul's going to snap this off after his check. Can't see Paul folding here. It's a 610k bet though, very polarising. Over a pot-sized bet here on the river, and Paul does flick it in, and he's going to get the bad news. And Jan now with half the chips in play.
Yeah, Jan is now turning the screw. He's had a really quiet session, really quiet final, and then all of a sudden he gets back into it. Neil Channing often at Sky events at the weekends. Yeah, I don't know if he's still sponsored by Sky. I know he supports them. Obviously with TK. I think TK still does it, doesn't he?
Is Sky Poker still on Sky Sports? Do they still?
No, they don't do it anymore.
I used to love that back in the
day. They don't do it. I've been on that presenting. Yeah, I've been on that
You've
presenting.
been on everything, Tower. What happened? You've been on.
We've been on that. My mum taped it. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. She did. You've been on telly.
Been on the telly.
Yeah, been on telly. I was on telly before that, Mum. Yeah. Yeah, I did it with Stu Rutter.
Yep.
Yeah, and Sarah Champion was presenting it. Not that I remember it.
It's a cool dude. Yeah, five-handed. I did say I think it would be between Alexios and Jan, the only two that have sort of shown aggression on this final table. Alexios was my pick at the start, but Jan's really picked it up as the day's gone along. He's really got involved more. He's playing well.
You've got it in for points.
Yeah, that'd have been at the Rendezvous. Love the Rendezvous. I think it's a great place, and I absolutely love Brighton. I think Brighton's just fantastic.
Here we go, Tower.
Love Brighton.
Alexios with Ace King here, and Jan with Ace Queen in the small. And Alexios now 23 bigs with Ace King.
Yeah, the lot's in. Now the call. So Alex Alex Zervos has a massive chance to swap chip stacks with Jan van der Bogen. Big chance to get a straight swap in chip stacks.
Needs to fade a queen,
which he's done, and what a flop
yeah,
as well.
What a flop, just drawing to 2 outs now.
Yeah,
Queen,
Queen of Hearts doesn't help.
No good. Some chop outs, he's found some
Are we
chop
chopping
outs.
it? Is the 8 of diamonds coming?
No, it's
Oh,
a
just
7
a-
of hearts, nut flush for Alexios, and he has now got 4.7 million chips. And like Tower said, role reversal.
Yeah,
they've switched stacks.
Zach's down to 9 bigs.